Okay, good morning, everyone. Before we begin, I'll take roll. Chairman Hildebrand and present. Vice Chairman Scott.
Present.
Mr. Abel.
Present.
Commissioner Bell.
Present.
Mr. Doggett.
Present.
Mr. Foster.
Present.
Mr. Patton.
Present.
Commissioner Rowling.
Present.
Okay, thank you. This meeting is called to order November 1st, 2023 at 9:04 a.m. Before proceeding with any business, I believe Dr. Jaskowitz has a statement to make.
Thank you, Chairman. A public notice of this meeting containing all items on the proposed agendas has been filed in the office of the Secretary of State as required by Chapter 551, Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act. I would like for this fact to be noted in the official record of this meeting.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Jaskowitz. All right, Commissioners, as a reminder, please turn on your microphones and announce your name before you speak. Please remember to speak slowly for the court reporter. So before we begin, I just got a quick opening statement. It really is my great honor to chair my first meeting of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission. Founded in 1895, this esteemed commission holds a long and storied history, playing a pivotal role in the preservation and management of our state's natural resources. As I take on this responsibility, I am aware of the legacy that has been entrusted to us. My goal is very simple: to leave this commission better than when I first assumed this position. There have been 12 chairmen since 1983, so I'm simply the 13th in a long line of great leaders. To achieve this goal, I believe it is crucial to embrace the heritage the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission embodies. However, we must also acknowledge that the challenges we face today are different than those of the past. Our state's population is growing, as are the demands on our natural resources. It is our duty to adapt and evolve, ensuring the sustainable management of our parks and wildlife. As chair of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission, I'm committed to leading with integrity, passion, and a steadfast dedication to our mission. Together, we can build upon the rich history of this commission, leaving it better than we found it. By working collaboratively, embracing innovation, and fostering stewardship, we will ensure that future generations can enjoy the resources of Texas for years to come. So thank you. All right, before we proceed, I'd like to announce that work session item number 14, acquisition of land, Coryell County, approximately 95 acres at Mother Neff State Park, has been withdrawn. The first order of business is the approval of the minutes from the previous work session held August 23rd, 2023, which have already been distributed. Is there a motion for approval?
I'll move. Foster.
Second?
Second from Commissioner Bell.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Hearing none, motion carries. Next order of business is the approval of minutes from the previous annual public hearing held August 23rd, 2023, which have already been distributed. Is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Abel, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, work session item number 1, update on the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department's progress in implementing the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Land and Water Resources Conservation and Recreational Plan. Dr. Jaskowitz, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Welcome, Commissioner Doggett. For the record, my name is David Jaskowitz, Executive Director of Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. I would like to provide you with an update germane to the Land and Water Plan and functions inside of the agency. But before I begin, I do want to note that we have new technology in the room, as you've noticed. We, through the strong recommendations of the Sunset Commission, were encouraged to bring our facility into the 21st century. And so we are streaming live. We have monitors on the dais for you, so you're not having to strain to look back at the back of the room. I would also encourage you, as the chairman has mentioned, that before you speak to click on the right button on your microphone, then after you're done speaking, click that off. And then also a really important part of this new technology is that we'll be able to take events on the road. The technology will allow us to do that. So as is customary, I would like to start off with an internal affairs update. The Office of Internal Affairs has submitted the fiscal year 2023 Internal Affairs Annual Report to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission for review. The annual report includes a summary of fiscal year 2023 activity, case activity information, and internal affairs initiatives for the fiscal year 2023-2024. Case numbers and statistical data compiled for the annual report was collected from the Internal Affairs IA Pro Report Management System and the Law Enforcement Versus Term Report Management System, and you have that handout. This past August, IA investigators attended the annual National Internal Affairs Investigators Association Conference in Fort Worth, Texas. Investigators received updates regarding various topics such as use of force investigation, criminal versus administrative investigative practices, interviewing and interrogation techniques when investigating a trained investigator, and dark web tactics. Presenters and investigators traveled from all over the United States and Canada to attend. This last summer, Ms. Shannon Barron received the Firebird Award from the National Bob White and Grassland Initiative at their annual meeting in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. The award name symbolizes the historic reliance of bobwhite quail on fire throughout much of its range to maintain diverse native savannas and grasslands. The term was coined by naturalist Mr. Herbert Stoddard, who researched bobwhites and worked to restore bobwhite habitat in the early 20th century in Florida and Georgia. Shannon was nominated by the Gulf Coast Joint Venture for her efforts with the Coastal Grassland Restoration and Incentive Program, also known as CGRIP, which was initiated in 2018. The CGRIP provides financial incentives to private landowners for conducting management actions that improve sustainability of grassland bird habitat on their property. A key component to the successful program delivery are the numerous project managers, such as Shannon, who work with landowners to develop projects, submit proposals, and ensure practices meet the required standards. Shannon has been a CGRIP project manager since the program's inception and is responsible for delivering 24 projects totaling over 7,500 acres of improved grassland, bird habitat, using bird-friendly practices, including brush management, prescribed fire, and prescribed grazing. Congratulations to Shannon. The Law Enforcement Division recently underwent a desk and field review of its National Maritime Accreditation and received its Certificate of Recertification of Accreditation after the division's maritime training practices were found to be in compliance with the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators Boat Operations and Training Program. Accreditation of an agency ensures that its training curricula, policies, qualification processes, and documentation of crew members, boat operators for search and rescue, and tactical operators meets the program's national standards. Obtaining and maintaining this accreditation allows the division to train and qualify all of its officers internally, as well as its partners on the water. Assistant Commander of Boating Law Enforcement Cody Jones accepted the recertification on behalf of the department. Cody was also elected by the boating law administrator peers from across the nation to serve on the executive board for the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators. Serving on the executive board will allow Cody the opportunity to represent not only Texas, but every state and territory while working with leaders in the boating community and the United States Coast Guard to set policy and direction for boating professionals. I would like to congratulate Cody and the Law Enforcement Division for a well-deserved recognition. There's Cody. Speaking of recognitions, in September I had the pleasure of attending the National Association of State Park Directors annual conference. The association is made up of state park directors from all 50 states working to help state parks effectively manage their systems. With more than 9,800 state parks across the U.S. and 20 million acres, each of these state parks, all these state parks see a total of 860 million visitors every year. The National Association of State Park Directors has named a new leadership team to guide the organization into the future, and I'm pleased to announce that our very own Mr. Rodney Franklin has been named Vice President for this organization. I cannot think of a more passionate and qualified individual to assume this role. Rodney was named Director of State Parks in 2018, and he has more than 30 years of service, rising through the ranks from a seasonal employee into park management and then director. Currently, the state park system in Texas comprises of 6,400 acres and over 88 state parks, and represents about 10 million visitors that visit us each year. Congratulations, Rodney. And more good news from state parks. During the August meeting, I announced that the Texas State Parks was selected as a finalist for the 2023 National Gold Medal Award for Excellence in Park and Recreation Management. The National Gold Medal Awards are governed and managed by the American Academy for Park and Recreation Administration in partnership with the National Recreation and Park Association and sponsored by Musco Lighting. State Parks was competing against 3 other states for the top award: Missouri, Ohio, and Wyoming. Founded in 1965, the Gold Medal Awards program honors communities in the United States that demonstrate excellence in parks and recreation through their long-range planning, resource management, volunteerism, environmental stewardship, program development, professional development, and agency recognition. Agencies are judged on their ability to address the needs of those they serve through collective energies of community members, staff, and elected officials. So it's my honor to announce that Texas State Parks was selected as the winner of this prestigious award during the National Recreation and Park Association Conference last month in Dallas. Rodney, we don't have it in the room. It's very large. We don't have it in the room today, but we'll maybe we can bring it in at some point to show the commissioners.
Let's bring it in.
Okay.
Absolutely.
This award recognizes not only the hard work and dedication of our state parks colleagues of today, but it also is a testament and commitment to the service of our colleagues over the last 100 years, and it sets the bar for state parks management in Texas for the next 100 years. Thank you again. TPWD has a long and rich history of wildlife and fishery stocking efforts throughout Texas to promote healthy and sustainable populations. The utilization of stocking combined with traditional management practices has proven to be a powerful combination in managing Texas's natural resources. In accordance with Texas Administrative Code, Title 31, Part 2, Chapter 52, Section 52.105, the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Executive Director hereby submits the agency's annual stocking report for fiscal year 2023 to the Commission, and it is in your book. The third class of the Texas Game Warden Leadership Program completed their training at the Texas Game Warden Training Center on August 25th, with representatives also from Oklahoma, Colorado, Louisiana, and New Mexico. They were in attendance, and I was in attendance for the final day of their presentations. The program aims to help field game wardens and their state park police officers recognize and develop their leadership potential within their district and region. In addition, it equips them with the skills to lead effectively in their district or work group. The program uses 360-degree leadership and adaptive leadership principles through peer dialogue sessions, and I appreciate the Colonel and his team for putting that program forward. Before I open it to questions, I'd like to briefly address the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund. Earlier this year, Governor Greg Abbott signed legislation to approve the creation of the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund, which could provide a $1 billion fund to acquire and develop new parks across the state. On November 7th, Texans will have the opportunity to vote on Proposition 14, a constitutional amendment that, if approved, would provide funding for new park land purchases and development. In a state with 30 million people and growing, less than 5% of Texas is public land available for public enjoyment. Nearly 10 million people visit state parks each year. As more Texans seek outdoor experiences, it is going to be increasingly important to ensure that lands and waters are set aside and managed for fish, wildlife, and recreation. If Proposition 14 passes, the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund would constitute the largest investment in parks in Texas history. The fund does not create a new tax. Instead, it would utilize a portion of the state government surplus. If Proposition 14 does not pass, the department will continue its efforts to acquire and develop state parks by using a mix of conservation funds, stakeholder partnerships, and specifically authorized state and federal appropriations. I would like to remind the Commission and the staff that any potential statements and conversations that take place today or tomorrow regarding the fund must remain educational in nature. And with that concludes my presentation, Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Jaskowitz. Are there any questions or comments by the commissioners?
Commissioner Bell, I have one comment. You mentioned on Proposition 14 that November 7th is Election Day, but I'd also like to remind everyone that early voting is on right now, and they can vote right now through Friday as well. So to encourage people across the state to get out and express their opinion on that.
Great. Thanks for that educational comment. Any other comments? All right. Thank you. All right. Work session item number 2, fiscal year 2022, 2023, and 2024 internal audit update. Ms. Brandy Meeks, please make your presentation.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Commissioners. This morning, I would like to present the status of our fiscal year 22, 23, and 24 internal audit plans, as well as our recent external audits and assessments. So this slide shows the status of our fiscal year 22 internal audit plan. If you'll look at the status, the font that's in yellow highlighted there, that has been changed since the last time we met in August. We have now completed the LCP easement receivable advisory. And then I'd like to also point out that we agreed last meeting to roll the audit of the recreation grants as well as the infrastructure change order process advisory to this year's plan. Last year's plan, this slide and the next slide will show the status of that. Again, in yellow under status is what's changed since the last time we've met. We have completed the patch management processes audit as well as the fiscal year 23 semi-annual follow-up Q3 and Q4 project. And then as far as the 18 fiscal control audits that we had on last year's plan, we've completed all of them with the exception of the Guadalupe River State Park audit that's currently in the reporting phase. And then this slide shows our current plan. And you'll see that we've done a lot already this year. We have started the planning phase for the recreation grants audit. We have also, under advisory projects, started in the planning phase the infrastructure change order process advisory, as well as the C-Center point of sale inventory advisory. And you'll see that I crossed out TFFC because that's currently under reconstruction right now, so we won't be getting into there, but we can discuss that once that's back up and going. And then we've also, in progress all the time, is our follow-up process. We will be following up on any audit items that are due during the first 2 quarters of this year with that report coming out after the first 2 quarters. We are also still in progress with our continuous monitoring for state parks activity. We've completed our Chapter 59 review. We've completed our annual internal audit report for fiscal year 23, and we are preparing for our peer review that will be happening this month. And actually, Commissioner Bell, I believe Ms. Halliburton has the engagement letter for you to sign. Perfect, thank you. As far as the fiscal control audits on this year's plan, we have started 3 of our law enforcement office audits. 2 of them are in the fieldwork phase, and 1 is in the reporting phase. External audits and assessments. The agency has now selected the vendor for the Deepwater Horizon Texas Trustee audit. Ongoing is also the Office of the Governor's Compliance and Monitoring efforts for the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, and new is the Comptroller's post-payment audit. Completed since the last time we met is the Texas Workforce Commission's Personnel Policy and Procedures System Review. And that completes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you, Mrs. Meeks. Are there any questions or comments by the commissioners? Okay, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it. Okay, work session item number 3, briefing, chronic wasting disease research. Now, before we start, we've got multiple presenters today, and this is going to take some time, and I'm excited about the information that we're going to learn today. And so, but I've got a quick opening statement on this, which I think is important as to the direction that I want to take the commission on this critical issue. Welcome to this critical issue of the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission as we convene to address a matter of utmost importance, chronic wasting disease. Today, we'll engage in a learning session that seeks to deepen our understanding, foster transparency, and facilitate a dialogue that will shape the future of the Commission's wildlife management practices. As chairman of this distinguished commission, I'm honored to lead the discussion among fellow commissioners who I know share a common passion preserving the heritage of our great state. I am committed hours to studying CWD, and they will be sharing their invaluable insights with us. It is through their expertise that we can make informed, fact-based decisions and forge a path forward that safeguards the well-being of our deer populations. However, this session is not only an opportunity for experts to impart their knowledge, it's a platform for each of the commissioners to actively contribute, to ask probing questions, and to share their unique perspectives. We have a diverse set of experiences and wisdoms to bring to the table. Together, we find innovative solutions and chart a course towards sound policy for this critical issue. As F. Scott Fitzgerald famously wrote, the test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in the mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. I'm hopeful that we can retain two opposing ideas today and make appropriate decisions. As we start the hearing, let's remember the weight of the responsibility as stewards of our Texas natural resources. Thank you very much for the unwavering dedication of the Commission and the preservation of our national heritage. I'm confident through our collective efforts we will find the right answers and develop strategies to combat CWD. We can lead the way in responsible stewardship and ensure future generations inherit a Texas teeming with healthy wildlife. So to ensure a smooth flow of the session and ample time for commissioner questions, I'd like to ask each panelist to keep their presentations to 20 minutes. My intention is to allocate 10 to 15 minutes for questions after each presentation. However, I'm committed to extending the Q&A session as much as necessary to address all your inquiries and ensure everyone has their questions answered. Thank you, and unless any of the other commissioners have any other comments, I'll turn it over to Mr. John Salavosky and Park staff to begin this session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is John Solofsky, Wildlife Division Director. Appreciate those comments, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to provide a few myself just to kind of tee this up for our speakers this morning. So we have this opportunity this morning to share with you the current science regarding the detection, management, and containment of CWD. Some questions we may ask ourselves for this conversation is, what does the current research or science tell us about the management of CWD, or if we don't manage for CWD? Why is it important that we manage CWD and try to contain the disease where it exists? If, and I'm using air quotes here, CWD does not impact deer populations or people, why does it matter? The science that guides CWD management is not without challenges. These challenges now impact natural resource management in 31 states, 4 Canadian provinces, and Europe. This worsening trend of CWD detections across Texas and the United States threatens not only the health and sustainability of free-ranging deer herds, but those that are permitted to manage deer in captivity, and also the deer hunting economies on which many rural communities depend. In Texas alone, deer hunting generates over $4.3 billion in economic activity each year. Some of the greatest challenges is the acceptance that CWD could have negative impacts to deer, to you individually, or to your livelihood. In Texas, we have approximately 1.2 million hunting license buyers every year. About 800,000 of those consider themselves deer hunters. 250,000 landowners that responsibly steward the resources that provide many of the deer hunting opportunities that we all cherish, and approximately 750 individuals that are permitted to manage deer in captivity. You may not consider CWD a threat to the deer or your livelihood unless you're one of the hunters that has harvested CWD positive deer, the landowner that harvest occurred on his property is now within a CWD zone, or one of the 27 positive breeding facilities that have been closed or remains not movement qualified because of CWD. As a side note here, we received notification Monday of a presumptive positive facility in Cherokee County. This will be the first detection of CWD in this county, so upon confirmation that would be a total of 28 positive facilities, 13 of which have been depopulated and one is which is under a research plan. And that includes 12 new facilities this calendar year, along with that detection that we also had at the last meeting we shared with you in Hollywood Park, a very unique situation there. We estimate that there are more than 5 million white-tailed deer in Texas. As long as you and I have the opportunity to continue to deer hunt, we won't likely detect a significant change in that statewide population. However, recognizing that deer with CWD is 4 times more likely to die than the deer without CWD, if CWD were to become established in a breeding facility or on a ranch that you may hunt, it will likely have an impact on those distinct or localized populations. To use a quote from my good friend and our former state wildlife veterinarian, Dr. Bob Dittmar, this isn't a disease for our lifetime, it's a disease for our grandchildren's lifetime. So I'm very fortunate today to have a very group of distinguished people to speak with us about CWD. Again, the detection, the management, the containment, all aspects of that, and I think you'll find it very informative. Our first speaker is going to kind of start us off with the basics, CWD 101, and talk a little bit about new technologies that's considered RT Quick on how we can detect CWD sooner. That first speaker is Dr. Peter Larson. He is an assistant professor at the University of Minnesota College of Veterinary Medicine, is co-director of the Minnesota Center for Prion Research and Outreach, commonly referred to as MinPro. He is co-founder and CEO of Priogen Corporation, a University of Minnesota spinoff company specializing in next-generation CWD diagnostic services and technology. Dr. Larson has over 18 years of experience in molecular biology, mammalogy, genomics, and he leads a diverse research team with collective mission to advance our understanding of chronic wasting disease biology and ecology. For the past 5 years, Dr. Larson has led an effort to develop advanced diagnostic tools for rapid real-time detection of CWD and other prion diseases. Dr. Larson and his MinPro team work closely with state, tribal, federal, industry, and academic partners to conduct innovative research aimed at fighting CWD in new ways. Dr. Larson and his team has collaborated with TWD on multiple projects, and so I'll turn the podium over to Dr. Larson.
Thank you, John. Chairman, Vice Chair, Commissioners, thanks for the opportunity to present before you today. Before I get started, I have to share that I received my PhD from Texas Tech University. I just want to be on record that perhaps Texas Tech is one of the best universities in Texas. This is a line drawing. I start all my presentations CWD with this line drawing. It comes from a book. It was published in 1902, and the lead author of the book is Teddy Roosevelt. And so while he was, even as he was taking on the presidency, he was thinking about deer. And there's a lot of heritage. It goes back thousands upon thousands of years in North America with deer. So we can't forget that as we fight CWD. In 2019, we established the Minnesota Center for Prion Research and Outreach. The center has grown rapidly. It is a multidisciplinary think tank. There's over 60 individuals both within the University of Minnesota and externally that are conducting CWD research every day. Over the last 4 years, we've secured over $11 million to develop new diagnostic tools and protocols to fight CWD. Because of our success in gathering those funds and leading the thinking outside the box for developing new protocols for CWD, we developed a large technology portfolio, and the University of Minnesota strongly encouraged us to develop a spinoff company because for the technologies that we're developing and the protocols that we were developing, which includes a pathway to a deer-side test that is generating results within 3 hours, they strongly encouraged us, rather than publishing these in scientific papers, we have to figure out a way to get them out into the public, get them out so that they can help fight CWD. And the only way to do that is to commercialize through a startup. And so we licensed the MinPro technology in 2022, and we are rolling out services for advanced CWD testing. That includes herd level, live animal, and venison testing, and also a variety of research services. As John mentioned, we are partnering with state and tribal agencies, ranchers, academia, and the public through both MinPro and Preogen. What is a prion? So this is something that, and throughout all my years at Texas Tech, I don't know if I heard the word prion. And we hear a lot about prions with respect to CWD, but it's always confusing, right? No one really digs into what a prion is, how does it function, how does it get infectious. And so the first half of this talk, I'll dig into what a prion is and the biology of it so we can all be on the same page. All mammals have prion proteins. What I'm showing you on the right there is a normal functioning prion protein. This is a ribbon diagram that scientists use to visualize prions and other proteins. So everyone in this room, everyone watching online, you all have prion proteins right now. All deer have prion proteins. They have a normal cellular function. They help regulate copper, zinc, and iron in the nervous system. They're enriched in the nervous system, but they are found pretty much through all cells throughout the body. And so because of that, these prion proteins are in multiple tissue types at different levels, but they're enriched in the nervous system. Why do I have a rainbow slinky there? Well, this is a tool that, and I came up with it, or my wife actually came up with this. I can't take credit for it, but you have to think in three dimensions when thinking about this problem of CWD and when thinking about prions and how they become infectious. So view this slinky as a normal functioning prion protein. If I go to stairs and I put this down the stairs, this will walk down the stairs. Right? It has a function. It moves smoothly as I'm playing with it here. So this is a three-dimensional representation of a prion protein. We've connected with over 25,000 people with this model, including members of the U.S. Congress. So this is the normal prion protein, normal functioning slinky. What happens, how do prions become infectious, is if you take this normal prion and you unwind it and you relax it and it forms a different shape, it loses its function. So this is a misfolded infectious prion. In the diagram on the right, you're seeing all these, the protein, it's the same, essentially the same amino acid that has that protein, but it's changed its shape. And it can develop in this abnormal form. And when you hear about the concern of CWD maybe spilling over into other animals, into humans, there's a conversation about strains. And it's different than when you think about a strain in a virus. If this is a misfolded prion protein that causes disease, it can actually have slightly different shapes. So maybe the deer down here in Texas that get CWD have a shape like this, but maybe up in Minnesota, the shape is like this. And the concern in the scientific community is that that strain variation can interact with normal prion proteins in other species. Other mammals, including humans. So that is the concept of strain variation in for infectious prions. So, but how does it spread? So if this misfolded infectious prion comes into contact with the normal one, it will cause this to misfold, right? So all it takes is and again, it's a three-dimensional problem. It'll come in, interact, and then just that interaction will cause this one to unwind and then form the misfolded shape and start forming fibrils and eventually plaques. So I call this the chaos engine of prion disease, because if you have this, let's say it's ingested or it's inhaled or it's introduced via surgical equipment, you can have this come together, it goes into the animal, and it starts daisy chaining or domino effect essentially throughout multiple tissues, enriched in the nervous system, it ultimately goes and colonizes in the brain. That process can take up to 2 years. It's slow. Think of it almost like an Alzheimer's disease or even a cancer, where early on in this early stage of the disease, you may not know that there's a problem, but over time it does accumulate and then it ultimately colonizes the brain. The end stage of that process, we call that CWD in deer, but we call it scrapie in sheep, BSE in cattle, and Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease in humans. So for all prion diseases, the misfolded prion, this slowly spreads through the body. It accumulates over time in the lymph tissues and the nervous system. That's why most of the testing is done now with lymph nodes that are extracted and tested. It's because these actually accumulate in the lymph nodes over time. And then it also colonizes the brain, and so the brain is also used for CWD testing because of that. These clump together, they form fibrils and plaques that are very similar to what's observed in Alzheimer's. It disrupts copper homeostasis. So remember, this normal one, has a function to regulate copper in nerve cells and other cells. If that's gone and you disrupt that, then you start causing stress and it cascades into cell death. At the bottom there, you see a healthy, normal functioning brain with healthy prions. You introduce these, they start misfolding, and then on the right you have what essentially it turns the brain into a sponge. And you have the spongiform appearance, and that is causing, that's a sign of cell death and nerve death. But there's a limited immune and inflammatory response. So this could be happening in me right now, but I wouldn't know it because my body thinks that this is the same as this. It's just a different shape, right? So that's why the animals that have CWD in the early stages of the infection, you don't know that they're sick, right? They're not developing a strong immune response. So for CWD prions, when these come together, so if this is a normal deer prion and this is the misfolded deer prion, when they come together, it interacts, it causes that shape change. You could have slightly different shapes in different populations of deer, elk, etc. Those are the strains, and it starts the domino effect in the animal. Those misfolded prions do not break down easily in the environment. So these, once they're shed in the environment, there's a huge concern with the environmental contamination of these. We have research now coming out of the MinPro Center that you can actually detect these in soil 15 years after they've been deposited. And these can be shed in feces, urine, carcasses, etc. And so that's a really a valid concern. There's also concern that plants can actually bring these up into their roots and deposit them in their leaves. And so there's a potential ecological transmission route. That's been shown experimentally in the lab that plants can uptake those. These prions are spread by both direct animal-to-animal and indirect routes. So you can imagine deer are very social. If there's a positive animal and it's coming into contact with animals that haven't been exposed yet, just by licking, grooming, obviously reproducing, there's opportunities for these to be spread. But it's also environment to animals, so they can be exposed, potentially contaminated water sources, vegetation. There's a number of routes that this could actually be introduced to animals in the environment. For diagnostics, so how are these detected? And there's sort of multiple generations now of diagnostic tools to find these prions. Most of the tools that are being used right now were actually developed decades ago, and they use antibodies to detect these misfolded prions in different tissue types. But because of the technology that's being used, they're not sensitive enough to pick up those prions in multiple tissues throughout an infected animal. You have to use the tissues that these become concentrated in. So the lymph nodes, the brainstem. There's research showing that you can detect these in rectal biopsies. But the way those tests work is the antibodies can't differentiate between these two. So you actually have to break the normal ones down in your sample, and these have a different shape, so they're left behind, and then the antibodies pick those up. And so the images at the bottom, the pink color that you're seeing there, are actually staining on the misfolded prions. But there's a number of limitations with the current diagnostic tools, just because you have to focus on the tissues that these are accumulated in. And we know because the way the disease spreads, if it's super early in the infection, like 2 months in or 3 months in, it's possible that the current test won't be able to pick this up because it's just at a low level. That's why our team at the University of Minnesota and others really around the world are really interested in this real-time quaking-induced conversion test. So this is an assay that was developed in 2007 for Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease. That's the human prion disease. And essentially, the way that this assay works is you can, in a test tube, you can have your normal prions that you grow up in the lab using bacteria. They're not infectious. They're just bacteria prion proteins that you can grow up. And then you have your sample. Let's say it's a CFD positive sample. In the test tube, you can combine those, and you literally do a shake and bake. So you're incubating, you're shaking, and there's a dye, a fluorescent dye inside that mixture. So if this starts to misfold, you can detect more and more of that dye will fluoresce. So you're just leveraging what is happening, in that 2-year process in deer in a test tube, in a test that takes anywhere from 24 to 48 hours, depending on the sample type. So as that's happening in the test tube, if you look at the graph there at the bottom, you'll see if it's a positive sample, you get a curve that's going up. If it's negative or not detected, it's sort of flatline there. It's this highly accurate test. There's low rates of false positives and negatives for tissues. There are many labs now across the world showing that this is a reproducible test. Our lab now is the largest academic RT-Quick lab in the United States. So we are running hundreds of samples through our research lab every week, and we're learning a lot about this test as we do that. So, a lot of us, there are a lot of questions about validation and, how do we know that this test can work for CWD surveillance? And there's several studies now that have been published independently showing that using the same tissues that those traditional tests use, ELISA and IHC, there's consistently 90 to 100% accuracy, performing just as good as those tests, if not better. So many labs have independently confirmed RT-Quick accuracy in both human and animal prion diseases. The test is so sensitive that you could take 1 tablespoon of these and mix it in 400 Olympic-sized swimming pools that have these in it. That test could pick that up. 1 tablespoon into 400 Olympic-sized swimming pools. That's how sensitive it is. So because of that, with RT-Quick, it really opens up a large variety of, and there's a number of research projects that we're collaborating all sorts of folks on to be able to detect prions in different tissues, right? So because it's so sensitive, we developed the first protocols to detect it in venison. We know that we can detect prions in ear punches or skin, saliva, mucus, blood. There's different protocols that folks that have developed to be able to detect prions in those samples. We're developing our own protocols, so there's really a lot of research interest into it. But one aspect that's really interesting is that we were able to identify these on surfaces, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that and how it might be able to be leveraged for managing. But it's also the environment. So we have research now showing that we can detect these in the sediment that's in water that's downstream of positive regions. Also in soil, even in insects that may be interacting with carcasses. There's research that we're doing and also with collaborators in Texas showing that you might be able to pick up the prions on insects that are on CFD positive carcasses. So the sentinels, let me dig a little bit more into this. We published a paper a few years ago showing that you can put the misfolded prions onto different surfaces. Let's say it's stainless steel, and you could come after an amount of time with a swab and swab that surface and then run that in RT-Quick and determine whether or not the prions were there. And so we came up with this idea. If we can do that experiment in the lab, how might we do that to actually help with the early detection system in both ranch operations, high fence operations, and in the wild, or low fence ranch operations? And so we worked with Parks and Wildlife on this, and we put the sentinels actually in feed bunks of a positive facility. We left them there for a week, and we came back and swabbed those. And yes, it definitely looked as if the prions that were being positive on those sentinels was quantitative. It corresponded with the positivity of CWD in the pins as we recovered those from those sentinel surfaces. So there's lots of applications here, and we've confirmed this now through both the academic side and the pre-agen corporate side, that this seems like it's working in not only in farm situations, but also in wild situations. And that's research throughout the US and Canada. So what is the future of CWD management? And again, these are just some ideas that I have after what I've seen over the years and what the technology can do. I do think in high fence operations that genetics is important. You have to breed less susceptible animals. However, no animal is resistant 100% to CWD. So it's not, you can't breed complete 100% resistance to disease. It's just that the disease moves more slowly through those animals. I do think that pre-movement live testing is important. It helps stabilize the industry. I grew up on a farm in South Dakota. I had cattle, so I understand some of those feelings on the farm side of things. But the live animal testing, it has to be done with disposable tools. These can be on surgical equipment that are used multiple times if they're not cleaned properly. Real-time sentinel-based surveillance, based on all the research that we've done and what we're doing now on the pre-agen side of things, we really believe that you can catch CWD very early in the cycle of the disease within 2 or 3 months, probably. And because of that, that might open up new opportunities for proactive real-time management. If you catch it super early and you live test, you could call the animal and then go into monitoring with the sentinels and see if you effectively got in front of the situation. The caveat with all of this, if you go into an operation where CWD has been cooking for too long, you're not going to get in front of it. It's too late. You have to be there early on. For low fence and wild herds, yes, increased testing that includes hunter harvest, roadkill. You can leverage these technologies like RT-Quick in different ways to find those prions in different scenarios. And Parks and Wildlife is already doing a great job of this with management zones, but you really have to keep the pressure on. You have to call, and one area of research that we're doing now is that we're looking at scrapes and mineral licks, and you can actually leverage, because the deer are congregating in those areas, you can take environmental samples from those and see whether or not CWD is in the region, and then you know that you need to pivot and maybe focus your calling efforts in those regions. And then also, I mean, with all the feeding that goes on, not just in Texas, but throughout the US, you can leverage that with these sentinels to see if you have hot spots on a ranch or in a wild scenario that you can go in and discover and then target and call those. For environmental radiation, there are teams not only in the US, but also in South Korea. CBD was introduced in South Korea. They've developed methods to remediate the environment. And I understand how complex it is in a wild situation. Within the fence, it's a little bit more contained, but it's still complex. I do think that there are ways that we can take, or new avenues that we can explore to remediate the environment. But bottom line is, there's no easy answer with CWD. And with that, I am happy to take any questions y'all might have.
Great. Any questions from the commissioners?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Doggett. So clearly there's no antidote, no cure. You can't inoculate a herd. Correct?
Yeah, correct. Chairman, yep, and commissioners, there is no cure for CWD.
And so there's no prospect of that ever occurring?
I would say that there is research going on in Canada, at Colorado State University, where they have started to work on the development of a vaccine, but that is very early stage. And there's also, you have to be careful, because if your vaccine can only take out some strains, you could actually leave some strains behind and make the problem worse.
Does your research tell you if one deer in a herd has the misfolded prions, is the whole herd 100%, 50%, a few deer, or what's the research show over a year?
It depends on time. So the question is, like, if one deer in a herd has CWD, how do you know, what other animals might have it? It really depends on time. When did that animal get infected? How long has that animal been, how long has it been, that daisy chain been happening with that animal? Are they shedding? If yes, do the other animals, have they interacted? So it just depends on time. That's why you have to find it super early on. The longer the time that a positive animal is interacting with others, either in the wild or a high fence situation, the more likely it's going to spread and it just gets out of control. You won't be able to stop that effectively without a major culling effort.
So if you do nothing, then 100% likely. we'll get the-
No, not 100%. So there are the areas in the wild in Colorado, in Montana. There's areas now in Wisconsin where you are seeing prevalence around 50 to 60% of animals that are positive. You don't see old animals in those populations. They're dying young because, again, this is a neurodegenerative disease that takes out the older animals. But 100% prevalence, no, I don't believe that's been documented in the wild.
So you said that high fence is less susceptible. So I suspect that's less susceptible to getting the disease.
No, the breeding efforts that can be done in high fence scenarios, and Dr. Seabury is going to talk a little bit more about this, that we do know, not just on deer, but in sheep and also in humans, that there are genetic variants that can make that process move more slowly or faster. Again, it's not 100% prevention there, but in a high fence side, if the deer population has genetics that just move it a little bit more slowly, that might open up more management strategies.
So
but it's not 100%.
It has more to do with the genetics than transient deer not coming in and out of the population.
For like risk,
Yes.
no, that's very complex. So those prions can be introduced into different areas numerous ways. And so that's one of the things that's most challenging about the disease, is that it can be really difficult to understand how it got into a specific population. Now, also, there is data that show some percentage of prion diseases can occur sporadically. We know that from cattle, from deer, from humans. What we don't know for deer is how often that happens.
Can I ask one last question?
Sure, go ahead.
And I think
Yep.
it probably interests a lot of folks who have ranches. So you said that when you discover the bad prions, that they remediate the ranch environment. So can you? We just sort of brushed on that.
Yeah.
Can you be more specific?
Yeah, it's really
what
difficult.
that means?
You really have to figure out, it obviously depends on the scenario. There's got to be areas where the deer are congregating, where you think it's a hot spot, and it could be based on the data that's generated using something like RT-Quick. Where are those hot spots? And this is a big problem in South Korea, in the farming industry in South Korea. There's not a lot of land available there, so they've really been pushing the envelope to identify new ways to remediate the environment on the ranches that they have there. I know that there's research showing that if you use compounds that are very basic, almost like bleach, if you change the pH, then that could actually help. So bleach solutions, Virkon is another product that we've been showing in the lab that can actually prevent or reduce infectivity. So it's not easy. Like, you'd have to take out soil. You would have to identify regions within that environment that are the hot spots, and treat them
But you need
with
to
a
cull
compound
the herd, though. I mean, if it was high fence, would you need to cull the entire
It
herd?
depends on the stage of the disease. If it's super, super early and you caught it and you found the animal, let's say, that was producing, and then you called that animal and you went into surveillance, you would know whether or not it was actively spreading. If it is, greater than 25%, or I'm just putting that number out there, if it was multiple animals within a herd that have CWD, it really is too late.
Right.
I mean,
So worst case, then you have.
So
to control the
it's
whole-
all about time. So if you catch it early, super early, there may be management strategies there that you don't need to call the whole herd. But if you're midway or past that point of no return, calling is the best
Great.
option.
All right.
That's very helpful.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Larson?
This is Commissioner, but I had a couple real quick. Just since we're trying to look at a strategy in terms of how we manage activities, you know, courses of action
Right.
based on what you suggest. So what's the impact if we say we're not going to limit movement? I mean, as I look at it, we have to identify,
Right.
we have to decide how we're going to limit movement. We're going to manage the process throughout. We have to determine whether or not there's a eventual cure or prevention, and even the genetic breeding to breed a more hardy, more resistant deer. But in the interim, if we're managing this, so course of action 1 might be do nothing, all the way to course of, let's say we have 3. Course of action 3 is to say
Right.
you limit movement within 100 miles of wherever you found it. Course of action 4 is you stop everybody dead in their tracks. Or course of action 3 is you stop everybody dead in their tracks. Based on your research, do you have any suggestions in terms of you were recommending an action?
Well, absolutely. You can't do nothing. So you really have to be proactive. And you know, right now the tools that the agencies, including Parks and Wildlife here, have, those are the only tools that have been available, right, for many years. And so I would say that agencies managing this are doing the best they can with the tools that they've had access to. But we're in this transitionary period now where there are new tools that can be explored and added to the management strategy. So you can't do nothing. You have to be really careful, though, on the live animal testing side of things. There's a focus on these remote tissues, and I have some strong feelings about that just because that's a difficult and highly invasive tissue type to get to. And you really have to be doing that right and using the appropriate methods to make sure there's no chance of cross-contamination.
One last question then, because I get the gist of that. You mentioned research around some testing that your lab has developed. What's the cost of that testing?
Well, I can say right now, so we offer venison testing, that's $45. And the average cost for CBD testing across the United States that agencies pay for is about $140. However, some states are paying as high as $500. But we have come in under the strategy to make it accessible. So anywhere from $45 to $90, depending on what the service is.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? 2 questions. One, your RT Quick versus Western blot, is that an acceptable testing process now, or is that still in the experimental
So for
phase?
regulatory purposes, RT Quick has not been validated by the USDA for regulatory purposes.
How long do you think it'll be before that occurs?
That's a question for the USDA. I've tried to answer that in the past, and I get in trouble because you know they really have to embrace and understand that they have to move quickly for that validation process. And Dr. Schuler might be able to talk a little bit about that as well. But I would say that there's frustration in the research community that the USDA hasn't taken a more proactive role in validating RT Quick.
Got it. And then last one, your Sentinel surveillance program. Tell me about that. Well, does your RT Quick actually find it 2 to 3 months after it's been infected?
Yeah, so the research shows that, and these are challenge experiments that other labs have done, where you can actually infect white-tailed deer or elk, and then you can take samples, time course samples, as the disease is spreading through the animal, and you can go in with RT Quick, test those, and then see when the earliest it is that you find it in the saliva. And so, yes.
So that's a huge game changer, right?
Yes, that's exactly why we moved into the Sentinel approach, because what it does is for the first time, it gives you a real-time view in the landscape. I will say that the current test, you're always a year or 2 behind the disease, right? You don't know where that enemy is in the landscape, if you will. With the Sentinels, you have them, the animals are interacting with them, you swab, if you start to get hits, you can go in and call them out. There are ranchers here that have cameras on their feeders that they know the individuals, the family units that are coming in, it is possible with cameras and the sentinel swabbing, you can pin it down to individuals that are positive, yes.
Interesting. So if I wanted to be really a fastidious breeder, I could do Western blot, which is mandatory, and I could do RT quick, which is probably going to be a lot more accurate and a lot quicker.
Yeah, there's no restrictions on
Right.
on using RT Quick for environmental surveillance. Now, that said, if we're doing tissue testing, right, and we get a positive on RT Quick, we notify Parks and Wildlife. It happens in Texas. We know Parks and Wildlife. It's in Minnesota. We notify our DNR. That's by law, right? Because by law, you have to notify. But on the environmental side, there's nothing preventing surveying to understand what's there.
Got it. And then the sentinel surveillance. So you're putting something in feeders that allows you to monitor?
Yeah, we can put a steel plate in the lip of those feeders, and as the animals are licking at the corn or the what have you, whatever's in there, the feed, they are licking on that sentinel, and then over time the prions build up, and then you just come in and swab. And we've shown that it's useful after a week of being deployed. We can pick them up.
Fantastic. Okay, great. Thanks, Dr. Larson. All right, our next speaker. And who is handling the timing and the lights? Because I don't see anything here.
I'll start doing that, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning again. Seems like we're off to a really good start. So our next speaker is going to be Dr. Kristen Schuler, and she's going to talk to us about the status of CWD in the United States and some other things that other states are doing. Dr. Schuler is a wildlife disease ecologist and director of the Cornell Wildlife Health Lab. She has over 20 years of experience researching chronic wasting disease and has testified before Congress on CWD science. Dr. Schuler leads the surveillance optimization project for CWD, which she'll share with you in her presentation. It's a collaborative effort by 24 states and 2 provinces to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of wildlife agencies' fight against CWD, providing free software with data management, situational awareness, and decision support tools. So, Dr. Schuler.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. It's a real privilege to be here today to talk to you about chronic wasting disease. And I was asked to present a few of the takeaway messages up front so that if you do need to nod off, you'll catch these right at the beginning. So in my experience, once you have CWD, it always gets worse. So that's why I advocate for prevention. It is the thing that we can do right now to take action to prevent CWD from increasing in areas where it already exists and spreading to new areas. And the ways that we can do that have been proven are to depopulate CWD positive captive herds. And I'm afraid I'm going to be a little bit of a Debbie Downer after Dr. Larson and his optimism, but depopulation is still the #1 way that we deal with infectious diseases in livestock. So things that have happened recently, including highly pathogenic avian influenza, millions of poultry have been killed because of highly pathogenic avian influenza. So even for other species, we don't have a lot of tools in our toolbox other than stopping the transmission by decreasing the host. The other thing we can do on the prevention side, where CWD doesn't exist, is to reduce wild deer densities. In many areas of the country, deer densities are much higher than they have ever been historically. And we see declining numbers of hunters, which means that we don't have enough hunters out there taking enough deer. As Dr. Larson said, culling is still a widely used tool, particularly in new spark areas. So when you have that first detection, that is your best opportunity to make a difference in the disease. And finally, stopping movement of prions, whether that's in live deer or in dead deer. And I'm talking about deer here for the most part, but obviously CWD affects other species. I think it's important to note that CWD has not always been present. We can see the spread out from the area in Colorado and Wyoming starting in the 1970s. With the turn of the century, with deer populations recovering across the country, if CWD had always been here, we would see it across the country, and that's not the case. And finally, for the future, we know that CWD affects deer populations. If deer are dying sooner, it has to have a population level impact. And when that prevalence gets high, we do see deer dying. And one of the questions I always get asked is about the transmission to humans. There are no known cases of CWD in people at present, but we may not have a complete species barrier, and I'm happy to elaborate on that in this talk. So I'd like to mention some of the pillars that I sort of function by, and the first being that we hold wildlife as a public trust resource, which you are well aware of as the trustees for those resources. And management are managed by the great state of Texas for current and future generations. And it's that intergenerational fairness where we're thinking not only of how people today are going to be impacted, but those future generations. And we referenced Dr. Dittmar already, talking about this as affecting your grandchildren, and that's something I used to say as well. But now I think about my son right there, that I wonder what his hunting experiences are going to be like, because I'm seeing this disease progress so fast, and so many states are being impacted by it, that we really need to think about how we are going to kind of hold the ground for those future generations. The other pillar that I'd like to mention that I use a lot is the precautionary principle. And with CWD, we don't have all the scientific information that we would like to have. So what we have with the precautionary principle is basically the opposite of the burden of proof, where CWD looks bad, we don't have as much information as we'd like to make informed decisions, so let's be cautious. Let's operate with an abundance of caution until things are proven to not be as bad as we suspect they might be. And so I'll reference that throughout. So just to give you a little bit of background on me, I've started out in the field. I was doing live testing on deer, catching them with helicopters, doing all that fun stuff in my dissertation research at Wind Cave National Park in South Dakota. From there, I moved to the U.S. Geological Survey's National Wildlife Health Center, which is the equivalent of the CDC for wildlife. For the last 12 years, I've been at Cornell University with the Wildlife Health Lab. I'm currently the director. And one of the things that I really take great pleasure from is assisting states with CWD surveillance. And for better or worse, thus far, I've helped a number of states and helped a few of them find their first cases of CWD in Tennessee, Alabama, and Florida. And you might recognize that tall gentleman down in the bottom picture as Director Carter Smith. I had the pleasure of testifying on the Hill with him. So we already covered the background really well on CWD, so I don't think I need to belabor that. But I do think it's important to reiterate that this is a universally fatal disease. All of these transmissible spongiform encephalopathies are fatal, and we have not developed vaccines or resistance. Even for mad cow disease, 50 million cows were killed to stop that disease. And the long period that these animals exist, typically it can be up to 2 years, makes this disease more challenging because they don't turn purple or look different than a normal animal. I followed marked animals around for years, watched them every single day, and it wasn't until the very end stages of the disease that you could even tell anything was wrong with them. And usually they were killed by something else long before that. So when we have infected populations, we mentioned that the live animals are shedding prions as they're walking around on the landscape. So at the beginning stages of a disease, usually it's animal-to-animal transmission. But then the longer it's on the landscape, that's when you start having this environmental contamination. And the prions can actually bind to the soil. They seem to like clay in particular because they have an ionic charge. And there's particles in clay called montmorillite, and so they tend to bind to those and become more infectious than they would if they were not bound to soil. So soil type can play a large role into retention of prions at the surface where they're available to deer. We know that infected animals do not survive as long as uninfected animals. They're more likely to be killed by a predator or hunter. And in these areas that have had CWD for a while, we typically see in deer that bucks can have a prevalence 2 to 3 times that of does, but that shifts during the course of the disease progression. And this pattern doesn't hold up in elk, which tend to have a different disease pathogenesis. So I won't talk too much about them today. So illustrating these population level declines, work has been done in Wyoming in whitetail deer, where they documented a 10% annual decline in heavily infected populations. That decline was 21% for mule deer, also in Wyoming, and then about 13% in affected areas of Colorado in elk. So when we look at how the population changes with the disease, the longer that it's on the landscape, typically it's those older age class animals, and the bucks in particular, because they have large home ranges and they interact with other deer on the landscape. So this is data from Wisconsin showing that when the disease first existed, you didn't see many young animals with it. It was those trophy age males that had most of the infections. But the longer the disease is there, then you start seeing it shift towards younger age classes. So unfortunately, every time I give a presentation, this map changes, most recently with your newest detection of another captive facility in Texas. But 2 things to note. One being that we don't see sort of that spread out from the epicenter that we would expect with CWD being everywhere. So the second point is these circles, which represent captive cervid facilities. The yellow are areas that have been depopulated. The red represent ones that have not been depopulated. And if you look back from previous maps, we are seeing way more red on the landscape. And a lot of that is because we don't have the federal indemnity funding to depopulate these herds, and we really need to make sure that we are stopping CWD, because the fences that contain these deer do not contain prions. And so we're seeing new detections in states like Wisconsin where these affected premises have been allowed to continue in operation, where then prions get outside the fence and are found in nearby wild deer. So I'll pick on Wisconsin for a little bit, because I tend to use this as sort of a worst case scenario, and this is not where Texas wants to end up. So this is data showing 32,000 successful hunters from 4 counties in Wisconsin that have the highest prevalence of CWD. These were successful hunters, and they went to 49 out of the 50 states and could have taken their harvest home with them. And the thing that we worry about with taking deer from one area that has CWD home is that they may dispose of the carcass out on the landscape, where then it creates a new hotspot for infections, because this is a better explanation for how we've seen those random sparks show up. In these areas in Wisconsin, they have detected over 1,000 positive deer just from those 4 counties per year. So there's a really high likelihood that these hunters took home CWD positive deer, and only 1 in 8 hunters actually gets their animal tested before they leave with it. The other thing that we mentioned, so you can't see the background, but that is a CWD positive deer that died on the landscape in Wisconsin. And so there's the decomposition of that carcass on the landscape, where it leaves prions in the ground. And there's also concern about scavengers consuming tissues from these animals, because there's prions in there. And previously we were sort of worried about scavengers spreading prions, further. I think from the previous map showing that hunters going down the highway are doing it a lot faster than your average raccoon. But the concern here is that passing prions through other animals may change the strain type a little bit. The one sort of silver lining may be that consumption by scavengers decreases the prion infectivity. So even though prions are going in the front end and coming out the back end, there may not be as many prions coming out the back end. So they might actually be helping us with cleanup a little bit. The other thing that we've mentioned previously is that these deer decomposing on the landscape leave prions behind, which can be taken up into plants. So experimental research has shown it's plants like tomatoes, corn, wheat, alfalfa, carrots. And I like to eat some of these things. So in addition, to potential consumption of venison that we worry about for human transmission risk, then we're introducing a new factor when we allow these deer to decompose out in the environment. So giving a little bit more information about human CWD, we kind of have two sides of the coin here. Because CWD is very similar to mad cow disease, which 223 people worldwide have been diagnosed with, that got infected from eating cattle that were infected. On the flip side of that, we have scrapie in sheep, which has been a disease that's been known for hundreds of years, but we don't see any human transmission of scrapie. So we're kind of torn there. And one of the major things is that cooking temperatures do not denature those prions. They can exist at cooking temperatures really well. You basically have to incinerate them to deactivate them. So right now, we think that there is a pretty good species barrier where these prions aren't going to jump from deer to humans. There have been no known cases in humans. And even with mad cow, where I said, there were millions of cattle that were killed to stop this disease, there was a relatively small number of people affected. But it's a horrible disease and it is fatal. So this CDC has recommended that nobody knowingly consume CWD-positive venison, and that is based on evidence that kind of varies in primates, where some say that the primates can get it, others evidence is shown. So we're really at an impasse with what we know on this. The CDC did a study in Colorado, Wyoming, and Wisconsin, seeing if there was an increased incidence of these prion diseases, and they didn't see any evidence of that. So we're okay with that, but we do worry about changes in the strain type that then would be allowed to cross that species barrier. So sort of the meat and potatoes part, what can we actually do about CWD? Well, right now we're just spending a lot of money. So the primary activity that states do is surveillance. And we know already, we've heard in the introduction, what the value of whitetail deer hunting is in Texas. $4.3 billion is worth a lot. We did a similar economic analysis for the state of New York and found that the New York deer hunting was worth $1.5 billion. And when we look at the cases where CWD has been found in a state, we see a 10 to 19% decline in hunter participation. So if we translate that to the economic numbers, so for Texas, you could stand to lose $430 million a year if people decide that they don't want to hunt deer because of CWD. And that also impacts the funding that state wildlife agencies have. Right now, wildlife agencies bear the brunt of most of this cost. States with CWD spend 8 times as much as those that don't have CWD. We don't see a lot of input from state agriculture agencies to support CWD efforts. And there wasn't available information from the hunting industry or the captive industry in this USGS study. So I tend to focus a lot of my efforts on surveillance because states are spending a lot of effort, personnel and financial, in this arena. So as mentioned in the intro, I have a project that I'm leading that has a lot of collaborators. It's called the Surveillance Optimization Project. Basically, we've developed free online software through this data warehouse to bring states together in a more standardized way. So far, everybody's kind of been doing their own thing, and it's hard to compare apples to apples and use sort of bigger data methods to analyze and give us some new tools or suggestions or ideas if we can't combine data together. So we need standardization across regions and across the country. And Dr. Larson has a lot of good ideas about carcass-side tests and new technologies, but those do represent some challenges for wildlife management agencies, because if hunters just start testing their own animals, how does the agency respond to that? How much confidence do they have? Do they need to run out and, cull a bunch of animals where they say there's a new positive? So those issues need to be worked out because they do present really difficult roadblocks for agencies. On the management side, CWD is really unique because it's not managed like any other disease in animals, where typically the activity is stamping out. You kill all the animals in a farm, in a herd, in a barn to get rid of that disease. There are situations where states have found CWD and then gone in and aggressively managed. I can reference New York and Minnesota, where we call these one and dones. So whether we got lucky or whether the conditions were just right, that we went in and decreased the density of deer in that area enough to stop transmission before the environment got contaminated, we're not sure. But your best action, as Dr. Larson mentioned, and it's been shown through modeling activities, is before the prevalence gets to 1.3%. After it's above that level, you're pretty much done. You are in a management state of managing for the disease. You're not going to be able to necessarily get rid of it. There are a few states like Illinois that have done continuous sharpshooting, and they've managed to keep the prevalence low. So that is something that they've undertaken. And really, not a lot of states have actually done CWD management, and typically that's because of public opposition to culling. People don't want to see these deer killed, and even though you can surgically get in very precisely about where you need to do these activities, and that's not going to affect the overall population, you have to manage for that opposition and make sure that your agency has the trust in the public, or the public has the trust in the agency to take the actions and they believe that these are necessary. So the one thing I wanted to highlight is that we really need to think more about prevention, because this really is the cheapest and most effective strategy that we have. And we need to address all the risks that we have in both the wild and the captive herds, starting with the most likely risks first. And these may require regulatory changes, they require interagency cooperation, and industry support. And these aren't hard. We implemented a risk minimization plan in New York that has a 3-point plan. Keep prions out. Don't let prions get into wild deer and moose for New York. And make sure that you have the educational efforts there so that the public understands why you need to do these things. So when we come to managing wild deer, as I mentioned, really the only tool we have that works right now that we know of is a gun. We need to lower wild deer densities and maintain a younger age structure. And this may happen through hunters, but historically in other states, when they've tried to get hunters to take more deer, it hasn't been sufficient to really have those density changes that we need to see to stop transmission. On the captive side, the USDA herd certification program has not been adequate to stop movement of CWD, and I don't believe that even these herds can be certified as low risk anymore, because we've seen movement both within states and between states of CWD positive animals. And obviously what you're doing in Texas now with live whole herd testing provides you with more tools for those different herds. So that is a good thing. But allowing these herds to exist is really a challenge because those prions do get out, and we don't have good enough biosecurity to maintain them inside of a facility. And whether that happens through people moving things around, through activities like artificial insemination that use stainless steel instruments that might not be properly decontaminated, I don't know, but we need to make sure that we are operating under the precautionary principle when we think about these things. And obviously, there is a real desire to breed these resistant captive deer, so I'm looking forward to the next presentation. But right now, I consider this more of a hypothesis, and I'd really like to see this tested out, through a challenge study to show that this proof of concept actually exists, and that we're not just spending a lot of money to have these animals that may just take longer to test positive. So the one thing that really keeps me up at night, and I wouldn't have necessarily thought this was possible before we just lived through a pandemic, and it's kind of one of those things where you don't think that a disease can have such economic and social and psychological ramifications. But I'm very concerned about agricultural products. And we've already seen in 2 countries where there's concern about movement of agricultural products out of CWD positive areas, and that people might not allow exports to come in if CWD has been found in that area. And it boggles the mind how much of an impact this could have on Texas and the rest of the United States for our traditional agricultural commodities. So I'll wrap it up just with a summary. We really have a real-world public trust case study with CWD because we see diseased deer as less valuable as a public trust resource. We have those do not consume orders. We have decreasing current and future hunter participation, which directly impacts wildlife agencies who are already straining under the weight of CWD because you have less revenue from license sales, and you're spending a lot of your time dealing with CWD just like you are today. And I've seen in other states that you start having mistrust of the management agencies, and that's really difficult because we need cooperation from the public for these disease response activities. And lessening our ability to use hunting as a management tool can be very, very detrimental. So right now, we're sort of all in this boat together. The boat's sort of taking on water, and we need to paddle a lot faster to really make a difference. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks, Dr. Schuler. Any questions by the commissioners?
Commissioner Bell, I have one. When COVID came out, they had something called Operation Warp Speed. Any option for that for?
I think Dr. Larson is your warp speed.
Okay.
But you think how many billions of dollars did we spend dealing with COVID?
But getting it to market in record time, I guess was the key thing.
Right.
There. That's why I ask, because you raised the question about in particular, I was thinking about the prions in soil being absorbed by plants, and whether or not that gets into the consumables for people.
Yeah, I mean, it's been shown in the lab that prions will bind to plants and be taken up from the soil into them. We don't know if that represents a viable transmission risk yet to humans or other animals. There have been cases where, closed captive herds that haven't brought anything in or out have shown up CWD positive, and we don't know if it's because they brought in feed that might have been contaminated, or people that had something on their boots or surgical instruments. So yeah, I think that CWD has sort of been on the back burner of priorities for a long time. I mean, USDA gives away grants to work on it, but it hasn't received nearly the attention of COVID, obviously.
Thank you.
Great. Any other questions? One question I've got. You said the random sparks that are probably caused by carcass movement?
Could be caught. Yeah, that could be one of the transmission mechanisms.
Could be, but not, I mean, mud on boots and surgical instruments and hay and all kinds of things. But, so that's just one of the many.
Yes.
Okay.
And because prions can last in the environment for such a long time, it's really difficult to figure out what those actually are.
Understand. And then you said if it gets to 1.3% or greater prevalence, then you're just managing the disease.
That is the results of a modeling study out of Michigan that should be published hopefully in the near future, but simulations indicate that's sort of the red line.
And do we know, where are we at in Texas? And that, I assume that's 1.3% of the total population, they're infected with CWD, just that simple.
Well, I mean, you want to localize it. You want it to be in a small area. If you're doing management activity, you're not thinking, the whole state of Texas. It's however you define your boundaries around that area.
That's by region, not
yeah.
for a full state. Okay,
right.
understand. Okay. And the Michigan study is coming out when?
I don't know yet, but I can find out.
That'd be great. Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Schuler.
The prevalence in Texas, Mr. Chairman, remains very, very low, both in captivity and in free-range deer. Way, way less than 1% is what we believe right now. So
It'd be interesting to see the model to see, can you predict how quickly it can increase over time? I'm sure there's some statistical analysis that could give you pretty good, it'd be interesting for the department to get that.
lots of, as described by the previous two speakers, lots of factors affect, what that prevalence rate is. And the biggest challenge is that time component, I think, that exposure of those animals. So. Okay, so moving on, the next speaker is going to talk to us about the accurate genomic predictions of risk of CWD susceptibility in captive deer. And many of you are familiar with Dr. Chris Seabury. He's a professor of genomics in the Department of Veterinary Pathobiology, College of Veterinary Medicine at Texas A&M. He has 20 years of experience with prion diseases to include BSE, scrapie, and CWD. Dr. Seabury and his team have developed a genomic tool that can be used to produce accurate genomic predictions for risk of CWD susceptibility, thereby providing a novel strategy for reducing the prevalence of CWD in captive settings. Dr. Seabury, as you'll see from his work, has worked quite extensively with the USDA and also another great partner for Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Thank you, John. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Vice Chairman. I'm thankful to be here today. I've got some handouts if you don't have a copy that I brought. If you'd like to have some when we're finished or now.
We can get them out, probably just, because you're going to have that presentation up here.
I will.
Okay, we can do it later.
Okay. So as you can see from this slide, it's kind of our lab logo because I work a lot on livestock. USDA very heavily funds what's known as genetic improvement of livestock, not only for production traits, but for disease resistance. It's part of our strategy for keeping the United States food security viable, but also competitiveness in the area of food production. I also have worked on quail. Obviously, I work on cervids, and I think that in terms of my key takeaways, I'll start my presentation with this. I think that my goal here today is not to manage your perceptions. My goal is to provide you with verifiable facts. So if something strikes you as unbelievable or shocking or even rubs you the wrong way for some reason, I would ask that you do attempt to verify what I am testifying to today. So the first key takeaway, CWD risk and the incidence of CWD can be predicted with high accuracy, regardless of the origin. Whether it's through infectious exposure, the normal classical route, or whether it's sporadic. We do think that sporadic cases can happen. They happen in other species. We even do see in our own data some evidence that that could be true, both from the epidemiology of the case and in the genetic data as well. Selective breeding significantly reduces CWD susceptibility. That can be tested as a hypothesis and proven to be true. Total breeder depopulation is often unnecessary. We have a demonstration project. We've already shown that to be true. Genetic resistance to CWD and CWD surveillance programs, they're not equal among breeder and free-ranging white-tailed deer in Texas. We test about 1/3 of 1% of the wild deer in Texas. We test 30 to 40% of the breeder deer in Texas in some form or fashion every year. There's an order of magnitude difference in the testing intensity, at least by 100-fold, okay? The information that's been provided historically, because I read all of the commission transcripts, I listen to the testimony, not all of the information that has historically been provided is always accurate or complete or verifiable with expert vetting. I'm here today in hopes of making some of that, to bring some clarity to some of that, because it can affect policies and rules, and it can also affect what we do when we detect a positive in terms of traces, tiers, herd plans, so on and so forth. My goal is to successfully reduce the prevalence of CWD, and I think that I have some things that I can offer you in that capacity. I think it's also important to know who it is that is speaking to you. So I want to give you a little bit about my professional background. I am a trained wildlife biologist at the bachelor's and the master's level. I also have a PhD in population and quantitative genetics, animal breeding. I did part of my training as a graduate student and as a postdoctoral researcher with a National Academy of Science member who was my mentor. After that, rather than going into a research position that wasn't tenure eligible, I went to a tenure track position at A&M at the vet school and was tenured early based on performance. Part of that performance is more than $26 million in research funding since 2009. Most of it is competitive funding from USDA for genetic improvement of livestock. A decent portion of it is also for the more recent cervid CWD-related work. The majority comes from beef and dairy cattle and sheep. I've been the lead analyst on 5 different USDA national program grants and integrated program grants, where our goal is to determine how we can selectively breed cattle for disease resistance, maximize production traits to maximize our food security and our competitiveness. I've been the lead analyst for predicting disease resistance also in a project with a global animal health company. Okay? Global animal health companies have products that dairies use, that feedlots use, and their goal is to predict what animals are more or less susceptible to disease. We do that in the research setting too, because we want to reduce our reliance on antibiotics, and we want to maximize our output with minimal input. Feed efficiency and growth is a great example, right? Animals that are highly susceptible to respiratory disease, they'll go off feed, they won't do well, they won't grow out well. Now we have to medicate them, now we need a withdrawal time. So we're trying to use a natural solution to mitigate the problem. The areas of my expertise are statistics. A lot of what I do is a branch of epidemiology known as genetic epidemiology, animal breeding, genetics, genomics, wildlife, and as John said, I've worked on prion diseases for 20 years. In fact, my whole doctoral research dissertation was about BSE, scrapie, CWD, and the genetic components that affect those diseases. I've also been the expert reviewer for the National Animal Disease Center, the prion unit, federal appropriation of funds. Somebody has to review their research, their 5-year research plans before the federal appropriations will be done to fund that program. I have been that person historically. So what relevant work have I done recently that pertains to the topic at hand and for which I can answer any questions you have regarding things like genetic predictions and formalized breeding programs to reduce CWD susceptibility in captive white-tailed deer. I'm also doing it in elk. I have a technology that I've just developed in elk, and it's working as well as the technology in deer. So hot off the press. Evaluation of surveillance methods of free-ranging white-tailed deer in Texas. I did a simulation study on that to look at the adequacy of our surveillance on low fence and compare that to what we're doing on high fence. I wrote a report about that. I provided it to the staff. Their reply was that they agreed with my findings. I've served as a subject matter expert in Texas at the CRT meeting in Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Ohio, various capacities where I'm helping other states do herd plans and prion reduction plans as a science-based strategy. And then all those 11 states you see there, I have helped them get grants from USDA to pay for the genetic testing of their captive white-tailed deer. So I produce all the results through a 501c5 agricultural nonprofit, and I do it all anonymously. So I don't know what the samples are, who they came from. They're just barcoded names to me. And then, of course, CWD-related calculations, things like confidence of freedom from disease. What does it take to get there? How many samples do we need to test? You know, in a in a trace or a herd plan or a release site entanglement with a CWD positive. All those things I've been doing for USDA as well, because they are revising their program standards, and I have come up with some new statistical ways to bring greater confidence to the live testing and so on and so forth. So you can't really talk about genetics and prion disease without talking about scrapie. It's kind of a textbook example because we know there's two different forms of scrapie. Classical scrapie, which is infectious, and non-classical, which is sporadic. Sporadic doesn't mean that it happens by magic. Sporadic cases are caused by underlying genetic variation. Even in humans, the most common prion disease is sporadic CJD. 85% of the CJD cases are sporadic CJD, meaning that there was no infectious exposure that caused it. It's caused by underlying genetic risk factors. And the trait to me, when I look at CWD as a trait, it looks like a metabolic disorder to me. And we heard from Peter earlier that the prion itself binds to different minerals and metals. We know it's not a very stable protein to begin with. So the idea that it could destabilize and then be detected by staining at TVMDL with the IHC test stands to reason it can. We know it happens in sheep as sporadic. We know it happens in humans. We know it happens in cattle. So it stands to reason that it could happen in deer. And in fact, no one has ever provided an explanation to even one index facility as to where the point of origin for the disease has come from. Not one. No one has been able to explain that. Now, traces are a no-brainer, but index cases, when we find a new one, no one's ever been able to explain where did that case come from? How did the disease get there? So I think that some of the cases we see probably are sporadic, but we don't typically keep the materials that are necessary in order to investigate this, right? Like, I know that staff does submit some samples for Western blotting, but you have to submit specific types of samples that are different from the usual diagnostic tissues in order to investigate the other properties of the disease. And I'll talk about that a little more in a minute. So a colleague of mine, Justin Greenlee, I've got a couple papers here that I'm showing you so you can look them up online and get them if you want. These papers show something that we as scientists have believed for a long time. For some reason, this fact kind of elicits some sort of emotional response from some people, and I'm not quite sure why. But we've known about scrapie since 1732. No one's ever gotten scrapie. No human's ever been shown to have gotten scrapie. And most scientists believe that scrapie is either the major origin of CWD or one major origin of CWD, right? Here you can see that it's quite easy to give deer scrapie in an experimental setting. The attack rate is 100%. Or to give CWD to sheep, right? The problems with these experimental infection studies, though, is that they give the animals a huge dose of the disease. It doesn't really mimic what happens in the wild. And so that's always a limitation. These projects are so expensive that the worst thing that could happen is you go in and you experimentally infect the animals and none of them get sick. Now you can't draw any inferences from the study. The flip side of that coin is if you give them too much, you draw inferences that aren't really correct. That's why global animal health companies don't use small animal indoor biocontainment type studies to make their products, like a little company called Zoetis, for instance. They have products for dairy for predicting disease resistance. Those come from 1 million record analyses in the production environment. And the reason is you want to know how the animal performs in the production environment, not in a concrete room where we're going to give them 100 times the dose concentrated that they're never going to see in the facility where they're being produced. So this study that's on the right really highlights something very important. It's a great paper. Why genetic selection to reduce the prevalence of infectious diseases is way more promising than currently believed. It's because people don't really understand resistance. They think that it has to be absolute and complete in order to be effective, and that is completely false. Even the so-called scrapie-resistant sheep aren't completely resistant. They can still get classical scrapie. It just doesn't happen very often. This paper highlights why that program is successful. It's because if you selectively breed animals to have reduced susceptibility, then you get a reduction in the prevalence of the disease and the shedding. And this particular disease, CWD, is dose dependent. It's dose dependent. It's already been proven by another researcher, Ed Hoover, that if you give deer a small dose of CWD over a multi-week period, none of them got positive within, 30 months or so. But if you give them a larger dose, one time, they'll get it. It's dose dependent. So if you reduce first the susceptible animals in the population, you reduce the prevalence, and you reduce the shedding. And you clean up the production environment, and you're controlling exposure. You're diminishing exposure. It's a great paper. You should read it. It really explains why the scrapie eradication program works so well. Here's that national scrapie eradication program. It's reduced the prevalence by 99%. Now, I don't think personally, and somebody at USDA may not appreciate this statement, but I'm not sure that we always test enough. Like, we were on the naughty list in fiscal year 22 with APHIS because we were supposed to test 1,000 sheep, and we only tested about 300, about a third of that, right? In our state for the monitoring and surveillance. And I know in Hartley County in 2016, there was a sheep diagnosed with scrapie, and at the very same time, we had the emergence of CWD in that same county. And we've had a steady stream of mule deer and white-tailed deer in Hartley County. Now, I don't know if it's an overlapping property. That information's restricted, but it'd be interesting to know. So it doesn't matter. They're both reportable diseases, and something has to be done. But just to be clear, I do think that at least one major origin is likely scrapie. I think that the scrapie eradication program is a good jumping-off point for us to see what we can do in deer, and let me show you what we can do. So in 2019, we had this done, and we submitted a paper for peer review. It came out in 2020, so we've known this for years now. What we did was we produced what's known as an array. You can see it up at the top, and that little square device that's got purple squares inside, you can think of it like all those purple squares, think of them like little computer chips. We put a drop of DNA on that purple square, and then we scan it on a scanner, and it reads back to me a very detailed genetic profile of every deer with 200,000 natural sources of genetic variation for each deer. That allows me to then map a trait, just the same way we do in cattle, only in this case, it's CWD resistance or susceptibility. I just set as the trait of interest the IHC diagnostic results at 23 different CWD positive nationwide distribution of deer farms, right? So that allowed us to map that trait and figure out what has the largest effects on resistance or susceptibility in terms of natural genetic variation. It also allows us to run prediction models statistically to do what we call predicting the genetic merit of the deer. Not all the deer are created equal in terms of how susceptible or resistant they are. Just like people. Some people just can be exposed to COVID repeatedly and they don't get it, or some are asymptomatic. Those are two different things, but natural disease resistance is very well known in mammals and humans, and especially in farm animals. We've been working on these things for decades and decades in livestock. So I have a program that runs what's known as machine learning. It is a form of AI, but I'm still driving. So I tell it what to do, okay? So the program will go and it will randomly segment the data, the nationwide data, into 3 or 5 pieces. And when it segments into 3 or 5 pieces, one of the pieces is overwritten into another directory where all of the diagnostic information is set to missing. And then all the other pieces are held aside. I use the pieces that have all the information to train the computer, the model, to predict on the one that has all of the diagnostic information removed. And if I do that many, many, many times, like 100 times, I can calculate how accurately I'm doing that. In this case, the accuracy reflects how accurately I can predict blindly what deer will be CWD positive at a CWD positive facility. And you can see in that circle there, mean genomic prediction accuracy is about 82%. And the formula down at the bottom is very simple. The accuracy is the true IHC positives plus the true IHC non-detects divided by the true positives plus the false negatives. What's that? That's a CWD positive deer that I couldn't catch. I couldn't predict. It escaped my prediction. I missed it. Plus the false positives, well, what's that? A false positive is a deer that is sufficiently susceptible but probably hasn't been exposed sufficiently yet. And it tested non-detect. And of course, plus the true non-detects. Simple little equation. That's where the accuracy estimate comes from. Now, this is a different study. So USDA, they like the study that I showed you, but for due diligence and because of the way that they deploy new technologies and adopt new technologies, they said, that's great, but let us administer a blind validation test. I said, okay, let's do it. So each one of those blue dots you see down there is a batch of samples that they sent blindly. I predict on them. I send the results back like a test, and I tell them, among all the red highlighted samples that I've shown you, those are the ones that are most likely to be CWD positive if there's any mixed into these samples. They reveal the data to me. We go back and we calculate the sensitivity of the prediction. The ones that say 1.0 means 100%. The worst I did was 75%. The overall average was 88% or 87%, depending on what samples we used. And I was able to catch 118 of the 136 positives. Not bad. Now, one important thing, you asked this question earlier. We always hear from people that the resistance is incomplete. There are no real resistant genotypes. Nobody really has the data to say that. No one has more data on this subject matter than I do. And I can tell you right now, this is the data from the blind validation. Where it says GEBV, that's a genomically estimated breeding value. That's a score, right? The more negative the score is, the more desirable the deer is. The more negative the score is, the more likely they are to test non-detect because they are enriched for protective genetics, okay? When we go look at these intervals, we see the prevalence evaporate. In other words, down at the bottom, if we say how many CWD positive deer at 23 different positive farms across the nation have scores or breeding values that are less than or equal to that number, negative 0.15, better than that number, it's only 7. 95% of the CWD positives at 23 farms have worse breeding values than that. We know the direction of the effect. We know what to select on. It's all natural genetic variation. And as we descend down in those breeding values, we get to a point where we see no more positives, 0. It's possible that some of those deer truly are resistant, like in the production environment. You might be able to take them into a concrete room and, give them a huge dose and force them to breathe it up their nose and overwhelm them. But some of these deer are likely truly resistant. But the ones that are the best are currently somewhat rare, right? They're making more by breeding in that direction, but they're not totally abundant. Here you can see 54,000 breeder deer from all over the United States in this distribution, and the red line there is the recommended cutoff for breeding that I give to them, that I've empirically calculated. This comes through a 501c5 where I make these predictions anonymously. 35% past that cutoff up to the present point. It was up to about 40%, but we got a big bunch of data from states that hadn't been testing at all, so their producers weren't able to really utilize the technology recently, and that pushed the number down. That PRNP codon 96S frequency is important because if we rank all the natural genetic variation in order of importance, based mathematically on how much effect they have on resistance, 96S is number 1. It has about 50 times the average genetic effect. So it's the number 1 feature that can afford resistance. And it's not just this ominous feature that it's going to cause, the deer to incubate for 10 years. That's propaganda. It's not science. We've got a depopulated herd recently that has animals that have 2 copies of that allele that have become positive within, 2 years or less, okay? So that is not science. We also know from the Debbie McKenzie study in Canada that this allele really does resist. She's done biochemical studies that shows that when the prion has serine at the position 96, it resists refolding into that wild slinky that Peter was showing you. So it's not just statistical, it's biochemical, and there's plenty of evidence there. These are your wild deer from all over the state of Texas. Every ecoregion where we could get wild deer at check stations, and then I took our national reference and training data and I predicted on the wild deer. 10.9% of them passed the cutoff. That's a scientific expectation, though, because these deer are free-ranging and random mating. They're not going to be enriched for the good stuff to the degree that some of the breeder deer are, because they're not being selectively bred. Serendipitously, the breeders created some pretty durable deer, not knowing it. And then they created some deer that are on the flip side, that are more susceptible. The wild deer are just somewhere in the middle when it comes to their whole score. But what is good about the wild deer is the frequency of that 96S allele. It's very common. It's what we call a balanced polymorphism. Mother Nature works in a way where it's balanced. About 25% of the wild deer have 2 copies of that 96S. And that will help to suppress the prevalence in the wild. It will help. Now, I hope that today I've given you a little bit of a flavor for this genetic prediction. I don't agree that it's a hypothesis. We've published it multiple times. It's been vetted. It was reviewed by some of the greatest scientists in the world who revealed their identities because they were very happy with the paper. It conforms to all of the specs that we know about quantitative genetics and the selection of traits. The prediction accuracy should be about the square root of the heritability estimate. The heritability estimate's high. We can check that box, okay? It's not newfangled. It's not experimental. We've been doing this in agriculture in the United States for a long time. And whether people know it or not, this is where their food comes from, through these exact types of methods. Whether it's beef, dairy, aquaculture, whatever. We improve them for disease resistance and production using the exact same methods. So although CWD might seem like a hard nut to crack, and it is in many senses, I hope that you will see that I put some big cracks in that nut today, especially on high fence facilities, right? There's not a lot you can do on free-ranging facilities to arrest CWD. All the money gets spent on surveillance. You don't have enough control. Even if you go and shoot the density down, you're playing a numbers game. You're taking hunting opportunities away from people, you reduce the density, and you get a temporary reduction in the prevalence. But if the disease is in the environment, unless you maintain that lower density, when the deer density comes back up, the prevalence will come back up. In a high fence facility, you have more control over the input genetics, the ingress, the egress, the biosecurity if you want it, right? Unfortunately, it's just a little bit easier to manage in that setting, in my opinion. And as proven so far with some of our demonstration projects. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Okay, great. That's a lot. All right, any questions for Dr. Seabury? Go ahead.
This is Commissioner Bell. Hey, Dr. Seabury.
Morning.
Nice follow-up to the talk we also had. Couple questions. One, when we talk about the potential for genetic evolution, because I'm going to go to two places. What do we have to do right now? What does the future hold? Right. What's a predictive timeline if you were going to try to genetically manage the captive deer herd, I guess you'd say, right? Until you achieve a significant number of resistant deer? Is there a projected timeline?
I can't really control the rapidity of adoption by the producers or how aggressive they are with their breeding. But for the ones that are rapid adopters and for whom I have done breeding plans for them, just, I don't know, you could say through my role at A&M, we've been able to achieve that very rapidly. But to answer your question, you know, it depends a little bit on adoption and how aggressive they want to be in their breeding strategy. But you can really move the needle on a herd in a couple of breeding seasons if you know what you're doing. And I've also, you know, moving that needle will also include selecting for that 96S. So, you know, I've been discussing the impacts of that on the live testing with USDA statistically and come up with methods that can ensure we can do both, continue our live testing and select for animals that are more resistant to the disease. So, you know, it can happen relatively quickly. It's just that we've had pretty good buy-in, pretty good stakeholder buy-in, and I think people are moving in that direction. But I personally have seen herds that I produced the breeding program for and directed where we could get there in 2 breeding seasons.
So optimistically, is it fair if I say 2 to 4 years?
Yes.
Conservatively is longer.
Yes.
Okay. So that's one. And the reason I asked the question is just because, and I didn't ask Dr. Schuler because I think she made the statement up front, but I did ask Dr. Larson. If we had courses of action, if we're recommending courses of action, say one is, again, and by the way, Dr. Larson, don't do anything is a choice. It's just a bad choice, maybe, right? And so you always have a choice when you're doing something. So if we said that from don't do anything to, again, within 100 miles to stop all movement, for in the interim, if we were waiting for a solution, like where do you see us? Where would you recommend we come down on that?
My honest opinion about this is that I think that if I were in charge, I would put a pause on all the rulemaking, emergency and otherwise, until we can all sit down with the staff. They can tell you everything they want you to know. Some of the experts can respond to that. You can ask questions where we don't just have 20 minutes and then you can think about that and you have all those courses of action laid out to you and make a decision about it. I just don't think that we have enough time to have all the solutions today in this format, if that makes sense.
I mean, that makes sense to a degree, but also I think the format today is another way the commission has attempted to take a step forward to collect more information. And the only challenge we have with anything we do is if we wait, then what's the impact? If we do, so if we wait, that equates to, at least for this issue, doing nothing.
Right.
Then, what's the impact? And maybe there's not an answer for that, but I just want to say that, we have to look at.
I can speak to some of that, and I'll say you have to prepare yourself for the reality that if this disease can happen sporadically, even if we breed these deer to be highly resistant, just like the Scrapie program, there will still be an expectation that you will be able to get some sporadic, infrequent cases. I mean, the prevalence is already extraordinarily low, right? And so we need to be able to identify those. And what that means is that we actually need to be keeping the brains doing Western blots on the cerebral cortex and the retina of the positive animal so that we can try to get and some other biochemical studies so we can determine whether it's a sporadic case or a classical CWD or whether it originates from Scrapie or what it is, right? We don't do that. We should be doing that. That will help us manage the disease better if we can have some sort of knowledge about the origin of the disease. Because in sheep, sporadic cases pose little or no risk for transmissibility, right? And there's plenty of cases where somebody's had one CWD positive deer, they take it out, remove it, live test everything else that they have no more CWD positive animals. I could name names, but I won't. That does happen. So even if we breed these deer to be more resistant and the prevalence is already extraordinarily low, you have to prepare yourself for the reality that it probably does and can happen sporadically. I think that my prediction system actually picks up on some of that. So I think if we breed these deer the right way, it'll even reduce the incidence of that. But we'll always have a little bit of it. It probably never will go away, and part of the reason is that you can't control the prevalence in the wild.
Sure. Last question. Just in terms of breeding, what's a breeder looking at in terms of cost if they want to try to put a program like that in place?
They go to the nonprofit and it costs $75, but they also get their parentage and the animal's profile verified. And that's important because that proves that it really is the animal that they think it is, and that the chain of custody on the sample in the lab has been maintained with integrity. And that's important in many ways because sometimes even the breeder, when they're labeling the samples, they might accidentally transpose the ear tags on the samples, right? And so then when they run it through that nonprofit, they say, hey, this can't be this deer. It doesn't match the parentage with its offspring, with its stated verified offspring, or it doesn't match the profile on record. So $75 per animal. And we do a lot for free. The people that run that nonprofit incentivize testing by giving them like 2-for-1 deals. If they test their adults, they'll test some of their fawns for free.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? Two for me. One, you said total depopulation is not always a necessity.
Right.
It's a big statement because, one of the issues here is one positive equals 50 euthanized deer in a pen, and at least how we do it today. So talk to that for a moment because this is a big issue.
Well, we've already done a demonstration project where we removed a positive animal that lived there for almost 2 years, was brain positive, had some clinical signs, and that was like in 2019, and we haven't had any positives since that time. That was a combination of genetics, best management practices, an intervention with live testing, all with the cooperation and collaboration with the department and even Texas Animal Health Commission, and we've not had any more positives at that facility. The flip side of that is not doing what we did there. There are other herds that the prevalence has just continued to grow, and certainly if you do nothing, it will continue to grow, and that's good for no one because you're dirtying up that production environment, and it may get out of there and escape, right? So our goal is to keep the production environment as clean as possible, and we've already demonstrated we have a project that has already accomplished what you just asked. It depends on their genetics. It's not so much the timing. It depends on their genetics. It depends on a very rapid intervention and management plan with live testing and with removal of animals that were directly exposed in that pen, as you said, but not the whole herd, right? And even decontaminating your working facility. Everyone should be cleaning their working facility appropriately with appropriate tools. I even put into place a protocol for live testing that ensures that the tools are clean, because you can't just go around the state using all the same tools everywhere, right? That doesn't make sense. You need to have your own tools. You need to clean the tools with something that actually denatures and kills the prion, if you will.
Understood. So it's a function of catching it early.
Yes, sir.
So you'd have to test more frequently than we require now. But if you catch it early and you've got 96S prion genomic deer, there is a possibility that those deer, given they haven't been introduced to high doses of CWD, could be resistant to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And our testing is already good. It's working. We're finding it. You know, I don't know how we could test any more than we're already testing. I mean, breeder to breeder testing, that's testing more, right? I assume that's what you're talking about. But already, if we want to take a deer somewhere, I'm not a deer breeder, but if they want to move it to a release site, it has to be tested. All postmortem testing is required on all mortalities. So the only thing really left is breeder to breeder, and we've reduced the age requirement down to 6 months, I think, which will produce some more tests. So in that regard, I guess that's the only way to ratchet it up.
And so finally, I mean, deer in breeder facilities could actually be beneficial in this whole process because it's the only laboratory you really have. You're saying, I mean,
Yes, sir.
free-ranging deer to find this 96S prion. And would you agree with that or not?
Yes, I fully agree with it. And you don't need to trust me on that. You can go talk to Zoetis or Global Animal Health companies and ask them how they make their products. They make their products in the production environment. That's how they make their predictive products. And, you know, this seems to be an emotional issue, but to me, from strictly a scientific sense and a logical sense, why would you, even if we got rid of all the deer breeders today, you would still have CWD in the state. And we would know less about it because we're not studying it in these deer breeding facilities. So even if we got rid of all of them, you'd still have it. It came in the wild. And the question is, what are you going to do about it? The only place where we know we can really do anything about it and arrest it so far that we've seen is in the pen. There's no drug, no vaccine that's feed through, no intervention strategy on low fence that can accomplish what we've accomplished so far in the pen.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
Great
you.
Presentation. Next.
I may have this is Patton asking a question. I've listened to over the years now, CWD and the effect, and I guess my question's particularly pointed to free-range deer. Can you speak to the effect of naturally occurring anthrax and deer mortality? Is that in your?
Yes, it is. I'm a rancher, and
Right.
I actually, you know, I'm not too far away from some endemic areas.
Well, okay, so I'm going to ask this question because I wanted to. Do you think there are many more naturally occurring fatalities, deer whitetail fatalities due to anthrax than there is CWD?
Yes, I do.
And so then my question is, why aren't we more alarmed about that in free-ranging deer herds than CWD?
I think that's a fair and pointed question. Anthrax is zoonotic. People can get it. I don't stay up at night worrying about CWD and people getting it. I mean, in science, we never say that the probability is zero for something happening, but we had 600 million people that were exposed to BSE in less than 300 cases worldwide. And when we select these deer, every time we do that, we make that protein less like the human, which means that it's even less likely to be zoonotic. We're moving away from that ability by selecting for the good genetics. So the anthrax situation is different. If the weather is right, the soil pH is right, you get a big outbreak. I know people that walk to 200 to 300 carcasses on their property in a major anthrax outbreak. You never see a die-off like that with CWD. It doesn't exist.
Okay, well, I agree. Is my mic on? Okay, I agree with that, and I've familiar with obviously disposal of that, the carcass is recommended.
Yes, sir.
And I guess it may be TAHC guidelines, maybe it's not Parks and Wildlife guidelines. Certainly, the carry-on birds, coyotes,
Yes.
they don't seem to touch. They know better. Is that a fair statement?
I think that some of them do touch it and some get it. It's been shown and published. Doesn't necessarily affect them the same way, and some just don't get it. But yeah, I've had a lot of experience with exactly the question that you're asking. But the good news is for those people, I want to be able to help those people with triple T, for instance. We can do triple T with greater confidence now that we know this genetic information. Like we could prioritize deer for triple T that are less risky, more resistant to replace the deer that someone's lost in an anthrax endemic area, right? But, that was kind of part of the motivation of doing this with the department, is that they were interested, at least initially, in those aspects. I'd hate to see the triple T program go away in perpetuity, because I think we can do it better now than we ever could before, right?
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. All right, Dr. Cook. And let's just, as quickly as we can, CVs are great. We appreciate all their resumes, but if they can, try to get to the meat of the presentation as quickly as possible. Great, thanks.
Okay, so just very quickly then, so we're going to maintain our focus on deer in captivity, and we actually have two veterinarians that are going to speak to you. First one is Dr. Cook, who's a clinical associate professor in the Department of Veterinary Pathobiology at Texas A&M. Dr. Cook has extensive experience working with CWD. He has a PhD in wildlife epizoology. He's worked in Wyoming. He was also the state wildlife veterinarian in Wyoming before he came. He's worked for Wyoming Fish and Game, and he also worked with a woman by the name of Beth Williams, who really initiated the first project that would conclusively demonstrate population level impacts on CWD on free-ranging whitetails. And Dr. Cook is also a member of our CWD task force, so I'll keep it short, and we'll let Dr. Cook and then Dr. Bugai will talk to us next.
Thank you, John. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for having me here today. I've done some work with regulatory diseases, and I can tell you that they're all difficult, and there's a variety of reasons. We don't choose to regulate diseases that are easy to manage. We choose diseases to regulate with caution, and diseases that we know a producer cannot manage by themselves. They need some additional assistance. All regulatory diseases are issues. Many of the problems that they have, the CWD program has as well. There's nothing terribly unique about the CWD program, except that the issues that it has are more pronounced than what we see with other regulatory diseases. So I'm going to give you the bottom line up front. Number one, chronic wasting disease is way ahead of detection. Number two, reason for why it's so difficult to manage, particularly in captivity, is the lack of knowledge, lack of understanding of how this disease works. And number three is our diagnostic issues with our current diagnostic tests that are being used. Chronic wasting disease outpaces detection. By the time of recognition, it's often well established. This is true certainly in individual deer. So deer can be positive without us recognizing it because we get a false negative on our tests. And so that deer might be sold or moved before we even recognize that the deer had CWD. And obviously in a captive situation, that's a problem. In captive populations, we may not even recognize that that population itself is affected until many years down the road, and oftentimes. That also means that it's difficult, if we don't recognize the disease up front, it's difficult to then decide where does that disease come from when it's been there for several years. And certainly in free-ranging populations, Mother Nature, natural migrations and things like that can move a disease before we recognize that that population is affected and before management actions can be taken. Why does CWD outpace detection? Well, number one, we've already talked about here today. It's got a protracted disease course. It takes a long time for those animals to test positive and to show any signs of the disease. So we have delayed recognition. We don't recognize that animals or populations are affected. Some cases we like to use what we call syndromic surveillance in many regulatory diseases. So we're looking for example, with brucellosis, abortions. If you see abortions, that's a syndrome. That means that animal might have brucellosis. And so we know what we can test that animal. Relying on syndromic surveillance for chronic wasting disease is not very effective because it takes so long and because the signs are not specific to chronic wasting disease. Now, this picture of an elk here, you don't have to be a veterinarian to recognize that there's something wrong with this elk. Right? This elk happens to have chronic wasting disease, but there's other issues that could simulate that. Malnutrition, parasites, other diseases. Diagnostic tests, as I mentioned, are problematic as well, particularly the ones that we're currently using. So we don't recognize that the disease is out there. Other issues, tracking issues, again, particularly related to captive facilities. I was involved in several brucellosis outbreaks and investigating trace-ins and trace-outs from affected premises, and it got really messy. And I thought that it was incredibly complicated until I saw some of the trace-outs and trace-ins that Dr. Hunter Reed's had to look at for chronic wasting disease. Makes my brucellosis outbreaks look like they were on steroids when you look at what some of the stuff that he's had to deal with. That's because deer are moved more frequently and more extensively than most typical livestock. Typically, when livestock are sold, they're sold through sale barns, and so there are sale barn records. There's also an opportunity at a sale barn for testing to occur. So we use that, for example, in the brucellosis program, testing those animals at the sale barn. And again, we have this problem with all regulatory programs, identifying which animals move where. Problem with every regulatory disease, but exacerbated with chronic wasting disease. And the other issue is the prion stability. I mean, there was a question earlier about anthrax, and anthrax is known for being stable in the environment for decades, but looks like prions can probably outlast anthrax, and certainly in certain environments it can be extremely stable. So the environment can be contaminated, again, before we even recognize that that's the case, complicating our response. Lack of scientific knowledge with regards to this disease. Again, true of other diseases as well, but we are further behind with chronic wasting disease than we are with most other diseases. We don't know what an infectious dose is, particularly with regards to a natural infected dose. And that drives a lot of other lack of understanding. And we've talked about some of this already today, different avenues of spread or transmission. Can wild animals transmit it to captive animals? Certainly we know that's possible. What is the likelihood of that? Again, that part of that was going to relate to dose. The role of scavengers and predators, as we've talked about, there's pass-through transmission that can occur or pass-through prion survivability, but the prion load is reduced. What does that mean realistically in terms of realistically transmitting this disease over a range to a new location? The role of fomites, again, we've talked about. Instruments, boots, those kinds of things. Obviously, it seems plausible, but we have not demonstrated that that's occurred. It remains a concern, as do plants, the plant uptake that we've talked about. The area of Wyoming that was heavily infected with chronic wasting disease grows some of the finest alfalfa in the nation. That alfalfa is sold across the United States. We We haven't associated any increase of CWD with regard to that, but it certainly is a theoretical risk. But being able to quantify that is quite difficult. We also mentioned prions can survive in water sources, and there's a hypothesis that we saw in Wyoming and Colorado that drainages, rivers and creeks might be moving prions downstream because we're noticing increased number of cases in wild animals downstream from some heavily infected facilities. Is that because the environment, the water is actually moving those prions, or is it because, particularly in a rather dry environment, animals tend to congregate around water sources? Don't know. Again, talked about the ability to decontaminate infected premises. We would like to be able to do that, but we don't fully understand what it would take to achieve that. And finally, we know some species that are definitely susceptible to chronic wasting disease. Obviously, white-tailed deer, mule deer, elk, moose, caribou. But are there other species that are susceptible that we don't recognize? And to talk about that, we need to understand what do we mean by the term susceptibility. As somebody mentioned earlier today, you can intracerebrally inoculate an animal with infectious prions and cause disease in a wide variety of species. So does that qualify for as susceptible? Most of us recognize that's never going to happen in the real world, in nature. So that's probably not a good standard to use when determining susceptibility. Naturally exposed, that means animals that are exposed by a natural route. And as was mentioned earlier today, the natural routes that we're aware of are oral, through the mouth, or nasal, inhalation. But naturally exposed in a laboratory setting, is that the same thing as a natural case, an animal that's actually found to have a CWD in a natural setting? And so when trying to determine what species are susceptible, which definition should we use? I think most of us would agree probably intracranial inoculation is not a very good definition. In the state of Texas, we have a lot of exotic species and a lot of exotic cervids, many of which are closely related to elk, and we do not know what their susceptibility is. They're currently not classified as being susceptible, but they may well be. Axis deer, Texas Tech University did a study that concluded that there's a fairly decent chance that axis deer are susceptible to chronic wasting disease because their prion proteins are genetically quite similar to that of elk. Barrasinga, they're in the same genus as elk. Elds deer, the same genus as elk. Hog deer, they're closely related to axis, so if axis are susceptible, might they also be? Pierre David's deer, they're in a different genus from elk, but some geneticists argue that the Elaphorus genus should be the same genus as Cervus, and Sambar as well being in the Cervus genus. So these are species that I'm personally concerned about might be susceptible to chronic wasting disease. We're not even tracking them, okay, because they're not legally considered to be susceptible. Lack of stakeholder understanding, but the potential to impact captive populations. So we've talked about that. Without intervention, captive populations can reach 40 to 50% prevalence, and in some cases, they've been as high as 80 to 90%. That's pretty dramatic. But that's assuming no management whatsoever. The potential to spread to free-ranging wildlife. In at least some circumstances, CWD has reduced populations and led to age shifts that we talked about so that we have fewer of those older age trophy quality animals in those populations. Diagnostic test issues, and this is again referring to particularly the tests that we're using today. So as you're aware, captive producers, when they have an animal die, they're required to do post-mortem tests on those animals. Sample quality can vary. Obviously the skull I've got in the picture here, trying to get a good CWD sample out of that, pretty much impossible. But it's making the point, animal dies in August and that carcass isn't discovered for 2 or 3 days, the ability to get a quality sample out of that brain of that animal is very, very low. So you can have issues with that. Location errors, that means the sample was taken, but it wasn't taken correctly, and so it didn't achieve the important part of the obex of the brainstem that they need for a valid test. We know without a doubt, using our current tests, that we've had false negatives. animals that were tested by postmortem after they died, and we missed it. The sensitivity of the test isn't high enough, so we missed it. Typically, we don't find out about false negatives in animals that are postmortem tested because they're dead. We're never going to realize some point down the line that actually they were positive. When we compare the diagnostic tests that are used for chronic wasting disease, they're much more expensive than those used for traditional regulatory programs. Most regulatory programs rely on blood tests and antibody detections, which are relatively simple and easy to do, so they're pretty cheap. In addition, oftentimes those regulatory programs will cover the cost of the diagnostic tests. Most livestock disease programs also have slaughter surveillance. So when animals go to slaughter, they're examined, the carcasses are examined, blood is taken from them, and they're tested for the disease of concern. We don't have that with the deer industry. Antemortem tests. So this is talking about tonsil biopsies, rectal biopsies that have already been discussed. When you, as a veterinarian, collect those samples, there's no way to look at that sample and determine that you got a valid sample. It has to be examined histologically under a microscope by a pathologist to make that determination. So you can end up with a result that says you got insufficient follicles. If you didn't get enough lymphoid follicles, it's not considered to be a good sample. The test is considered inconclusive. Obviously, that can be very frustrating for a producer to pay that kind of money, have a veterinarian out, collect those samples, send them to the lab, pay for the lab test, wait for the results, and then find out it's inconclusive because we didn't get enough follicles. The antemortem tests are invasive. We're talking about taking tonsil biopsies or rectal biopsies. That's a lot more pain, a lot more trouble for the veterinarian to collect them than getting a blood sample, for example. These animals have to be immobilized in some way. That means either chemical immobilization, where they're either darted or injected with a drug that knocks them out, or they're run through a chute system. Both of those are expensive and have risks that go along with them, significantly greater risk than we see with sampling traditional livestock. And again, with the antemortem tests, just as with the postmortem tests, we have problems with false negatives, the sensitivity not being high enough. But with an antemortem test, at least we'll often recognize that we had a false negative because that animal that tested negative today, 3 months from now may test positive. Because it's still alive, we can test it again. And again, the expense of these tests is much greater than what we have for traditional regulatory programs. And you need a veterinarian with a certain amount of expertise, more so than for a lot of the regulatory diseases. And so scheduling those veterinarians can be difficult for the producers. One of the other problems with the chronic wasting disease program in the captive industry is producer skepticism. Producers don't see the program as being useful to them. They don't see that it's going to benefit them. We have that issue with other regulatory diseases. I had people complain about brucellosis. This is just a bunch of red tape and I don't agree with it. But at least the industry as a whole recognized that it produced a value to the industry as a whole. We don't seem to have that with the deer breeders. And the diagnostic costs that have been mentioned, the lack of indemnification that's been mentioned. Again, most regulatory diseases, if a premise is found to be positive and has to be depopulated, there's indemnification for them. We're having problems with that with regards to chronic wasting disease. So those are stark contrasts with regulatory programs. Causes producers to believe that they could manage chronic wasting disease better on their own, or that they would be better off with no management at all. I don't necessarily agree with that perception, but they certainly have that perception. I can tell you virtually every place that I go to, I hear that. The regulatory program for chronic wasting disease is also quite different than most other regulatory programs. A tuberculosis program is designed to protect the cattle industry from tuberculosis, and so the industry benefits. One of the main aspects of chronic wasting disease program is to protect the free-ranging deer. So the producers, sometimes they don't recognize or appreciate that that's an important aspect of the program. Some don't believe that CWD poses a threat to free-ranging populations. But most importantly, this places requirements on those who may not have an interest in free-ranging deer. They're the ones that have to do the testing, they're the ones that have to follow the regulations, but they don't see a benefit to themselves. And again, that's in contrast to most regulatory programs that we have for livestock. On the other hand, there are some options that we can do with captive populations that we can't do with free-ranging wildlife, and that these have already been mentioned. Genetic manipulation, the antemortem testing. We use antemortem testing in free-ranging populations for research, but to use it in a management program, it's very, very inefficient and very impractical to try to make management decisions based on antemortem testing. Testing mineral impacts, what kind of feed additives might change susceptibility to chronic wasting disease, as well as other research. And with that, I'll take questions. I've got my contact information here in case you would like to contact me offline. I'd be welcome to that as well, Mr. Chairman.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Cook. Any questions of Dr. Cook? Okay. I've got one. I got one.
Sure.
If hypothetically, if we tested deer every year in captive facilities and terminated the ones that were hot and the ones that weren't, you know, you obviously you leave them in the pen. Just on that, given that CWD is probably prevalent before you test for it, would that help if there was just an ongoing program? Every year, every deer in a captive pen is required to be tested.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. That would be better than doing nothing at all, for sure. But as you mentioned, we're going to be behind the 8 ball constantly on that. So that would be what we would call a test and slaughter program. And those have worked with other diseases, but with the case of chronic wasting disease, I don't think it'd be near as effective if some other aspects weren't implemented into that as well, like some genetic manipulations, some decontamination of the environment, those kinds of things. Because by the time that animal is detected as positive, it's probably already shed prions into that facility, and so we've got this problem. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so up next, somebody that has some really great firsthand experience. Dr. Scott Bugaj is a private mixed animal veterinarian from Seguin. Scott also been a permitted deer breeder for 24 years, maintains approximately 300 deer in captivity, and also has manages a commercial high fenced hunting on his property. And Dr. Bugaj also is a part of our CWD task force. You may be happy to know he doesn't have a PowerPoint too, so.
Thank you, John. Chairman Hildebrand, Vice Chair Scott, and the rest of the commissioners, thank you for being here. I feel like that in a setting like this, I need to walk into a meeting and say, hi, my name is Scott Bugaj, and I'm a deer breeder. It has the negative connotation in a lot of the areas that we get into. But anyway, I've been a deer breeder 24 years. I'm going to share with you, I'm just trying not to repeat a lot of stuff that's been said for time's sake, plus I'm sure you're tired of hearing it. So I'm going to go with the challenge that was given to us as presenters to come up with some takeaways, and then also some challenges as a deer breeder. My first takeaway is that we don't know everywhere that CWD is. We know where it exists, but there's a lot of places such as Hollywood Park that we didn't know it existed. It has absolutely zero connection to deer breeding, and I think focus needs to be on areas of surveillance that we don't know where it's at. I question the sanity of continuing to spend resources looking for a disease that we already know exists there. We should have things in place to mitigate the risk of that disease leaving those areas through live animals or carcasses. Second takeaway is CWD is a low prevalence disease. You'd asked earlier about the prevalence. In Texas, of the free-ranging population, we're sitting at a 0.02% prevalence rate over since 2012. Total in captive and free ranging, we've tested over 200,000 deer, white-tailed deer, and 99% have come back not detected over a 10-plus year period. I happen to have the belief, and I've used this quote, that the effect of CWD on populations is debatable. You will see things come up here to say that this causes this decline and so on and so forth. I happen to believe that the reproductive capability of white-tailed deer exceeds the death toll that CWD will cause. Obviously, like it's been said, we're not seeing big kill-offs and die-offs of white-tailed deer to CWD. It's not known to infect humans at this point. And this is a big takeaway. Elevating the significance of CWD either will, or maybe it already has, negatively impacted hunting in Texas. This is a disease. I think we should have things in place to mitigate the risk of spreading this disease, but we don't need to elevate this disease to a point where it's doomsday. And if you get it, it's doomsday. I tell you who's doomsday is if a deer breeder gets it. It's doomsday for the deer breeder. My final takeaway, and most important one I'd say, is that CWD is in Texas and here to stay. I'm going to be one of those people to say that it's time to learn how to live with it. But when I say that, people take that means to just throw your hands up and do nothing. That's not what I'm saying. We have no choice but to live with it where it exists. We're not going to eliminate it. I happen to not be in favor of the go in and the mass depopulation, the free-ranging populations, because you may very well be killing the animals that God put there that will turn this around on their own, maybe with some help from captive deer being put in there that have this reduced susceptibility or increased durability to CWD. So those are my takeaways. Number one being it's here and here to stay. Here's some challenges that I listed as a deer breeder. The biggest challenge is how to not get CWD. I'm one of those ones that is, look at the nutrition. Am I feeding the right nutrition? I've got a closed herd, so I don't bring any new animals in. I haven't for almost 10 years now, maybe a little over 10 years. I'm doing Dr. Seabury's genetic testing, selecting for that SS, and my goal as a breeder, as a producer, is that in the next 5 years, I want to have a complete SS herd, all with good GBVs, or genomic estimated breeding values. That's what my goal is. And I'm doing that through breeding only with SS bucks, getting rid of all GG deer, period. They're leaving the facility. A real challenge to deer breeders regarding CWD is not the disease itself, but it's the response to the disease. So when you get it, and you've heard before, depopulation is the thing. It's devastating. I've depopulated 2 herds that were CWD positive. At a total, the first herd we did, I want to say we depopulated roughly 140. I think there were only 5 positives in there. And I'm talking killing mamas and babies and nice deer, nice bucks and everything else. If there was an alternative that we could use to maybe not have depopulation as the gold standard how to deal with this, I think it's worth looking into. As a deer breeder, every time that I have a CWD test done and I turn it in, both for myself or for my clients, it seems like what I imagine pulling a trigger in a game of Russian roulette feels like. You just never know. You've got all this investment. You've got all emotion. Some of these deer we actually like. They're not just a commodity on a shelf. And every time you run in a test, is this going to be the one? Is this going to be the one that ends my deer breeding business? That being said, I'm not opposed to the surveillance. That's what I said. We need to mitigate the risk of spreading this disease through live animals and carcasses. We've been preaching about carcass movement restrictions and carcass disposal restrictions since 2002 at the very first CWD task force meeting. I'm glad to see that that's finally coming to fruition. My little bubble bust. I lost my train of thought there. Yes, sir, it is. You sit there. Fortunately, in today's environment, we're getting test results back in about 8 or 10 days. We used to have to wait 3 or 4 months. No fault of the lab is the nature of the condition at the time. But anyhow, it's going good. I wanted to kind of follow up on some of Mr. Chairman, the question you asked Dr. Cook about the testing. I would like to see, as a producer, I think early detection and detection before environmental contamination with prions is paramount here. And why couldn't we implement, and I know that the RT Quick is not USDA approved, but neither was antemortem testing with rectals and tonsils when we implemented that. Why couldn't we implement the use of RT Quick? But before we do that, and I would not do an RT Quick on any single one of my deer if I didn't have the definition of false positive put in place first. Because there will be some false positives on that. I feel pretty confident with the IHC and ELISA. Positive is positive. I've never seen one that came back suspect that didn't come back full positive. With RT Quick, there's though it's a very low probability, I believe, there's still an increased probability, and positive in this environment means death. Now, I think that definition may have already been established at the Kerr Wildlife Management Association, because they had an RT Quick positive that was gold standard test not detected. And, you know, the scorched earth policy has not been implemented in that particular case. Let me get down here. If we are not, we should be running Western blots on every CWD positive test, looking for this sporadic. If we get confirmation that in white-tailed deer that we have sporadic CWD, I mean, how in the heck do you regulate or control something that just can sporadically occur? It's literally impossible. We also should be looking for spongiform changes in the brains of every CWD positive animal. In other words, I think that there may be situations that exist that you can be prion positive, but not necessarily ever actually get spongiform changes. CWD, chronic wasting disease, the disease does not actually occur until you start getting spongiform changes in the brain. So there's a difference between having HIV and having full-blown AIDS. There's a difference between having prion positive and actually getting the TSC. Not saying that just because we get a prion positive in any antemortem test that we just ignore that. Action still needs to be taken. Another challenge that we faced in the deer breeding community is the ever-changing rules. I've been doing this since 1999. In 1999, if one of y'all wanted to come out to my ranch or my breeding facility and purchase a deer, we wrote out a purchase permit, put the deer on a trailer, and you drove off with it. My, how that has changed. And I'm not saying the changes are bad, but I'm fortunate that I get to sit in these meetings and I get on the ground floor of some of these changes, but not everybody gets that. They're out there, they've got jobs, they got families, they got whatever, and they're trying to stay in a business, and they're making, you know, innocent mistakes because it's just, you look at the book. I mean, just the CWD regulations is 90-something page thick. Most people can't even begin to read that. So just another challenge. And then last but not least, the increased requirements of CWD testing, both post-mortem and ante-mortem, has definitely added an increased financial burden on producers. I'm not saying that burden should not be there, because it should. If we're going to be moving animals, we need to mitigate that risk as best we can. That's why I've been a member of enrolled in the herd certification program since 2002 when we first started dealing with CWD. I believe in it. I think it's a responsibility we have. With that, I won't touch on anything. Oh, one thing I did want to say about Bob Dittmar. A friend of mine, Bob Dittmar, and I do agree that with him and that we should be concerned about things for our grandkids, but I will promise you we have much bigger things in this world to be concerned about our grandkids than chronic wasting disease. And I'll end with that.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bugai. Any questions?
Okay, Patton, you touched on not wanting to depopulate a breeder's population on a positive test, right?
Yes, sir. If we could find an alternative to that.
I guess I'm going to try and set a parameter here.
Okay.
So we got on one end, got a positive test, you're a deer breeder, and they don't want to depopulate. On the opposite end of the spectrum, and I think we don't have to speculate, we've got a real life, real-time example of a deer breeder that had positive CWD in their population, and he successfully
delayed the depopulation.
Delayed the depopulation.
Yes,
so if there's any silver lining or any lemonade to be made out of that situation, it is watching what is going on there even today. And you certainly don't think that is a successful plan or
No, sir. This is where I'm going with alternatives to full depopulation.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So we've set two, pretty fair to say we set two parameters.
Okay.
So what do you think?
You want,
the
you want, you
correct
want my
cause-
idea?
I'd like to hear it.
Okay, here's my
'cause-
idea. I'm a deer breeder. My deer breeding facility is within my ranch. I pop positive. Can I at least release the deer? Let's do antemortem tests. Let's do RT quick test on them. If they're not detected, let me turn them out. Let me hunt them. Let me recoup some of my investment by hunting them. Let's not drag this out for 2 years and let this pot just simmer and cook and simmer and cook and let this cesspool of CWD continue. Give me the alternative. I'm out of the business. The bottom line is I'm out of the business. Ain't nobody going to kiss me once I got herpes. It ain't happening. So you're out of the deer breeding business, okay? But the depop, you come in and it's just, you just see all of your investment in time and efforts and all that just go to absolute, not only that, not only does it go to absolute zero, it continues to cost me money because I have to keep feeding these animals while we wait for the bureaucratic train to roll through and figure out what is going to happen here. Am I going to get indemnity? Am I, what is my alternatives? Do I do the test and remove, stuff that's been done at the research place, which by the way is not affordable by the average person to do that. It sounds great. I'm happy with what they've done, but if it came down to me, there's no way I'm going to spend the money that it would take for me to try to get clean. Feeding animals for 2 years, not being able to move animals, all this testing, all that. I made the statement, I get a positive. If I don't have an alternative to release deer on my ranch and at least get them hunted, within a matter of days, I'm shooting everything. I'm stopping the bleed. I'm not going to continue to pour money into feed for something I know is going to end up in the ground. So that would be my alternative to you, sir.
All right, well, Patton, again, well, it seems to me that the end result, you kind of gave two kind of answers to the same situation, but almost the end result in both your answers is deer is going to die. Of course, we're all going to die, right? But
Sure.
You
breathe long enough, you're going to die.
Yeah, right. So in the depopulation scenario, obviously the economic impact to the breeders reduced because they're not feeding, they're not carrying, it's just depopulation. And in the hunting scenario, while that sounds pretty good, I can again think of, really bad ramifications to people that are in a geographical area near, these ground zeros. They don't even have a positive and they're put out of business. So there's incremental risk in releasing deer from one smaller high fence breeding pen into a greater high fence pasture area. And, your neighbors are affected and they truly did nothing wrong. It's almost, just when you think Russian roulette couldn't get any worse, all of a sudden you wake up and it did. I'm sympathetic and think about that too, but.
I would say that it'd be selfish on my part trying to recoup some of my money out of the situation. That's an alternative that I would like to have in my situation.
All right, I think that's all I got.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, just a couple. You think carcass movement is a simple and easy way to, or reduction of carcass movement, simple and easy way to reduce the spread?
Reduce the potential spread. Just because you move a carcass doesn't mean you move a disease. But if that carcass has the disease, which if you look at the prevalence rate, it's a low possibility, but it ain't zero.
Right.
And there's no reason not to implement that, in my opinion. Why would we take that? That's such a simple.
Yeah,
Just
I
a simple.
understand. I understood. Secondly, you're selecting for these SS bucks, getting rid of GG bucks.
GG deer period.
GG deer period. Not sure where I want to know where those are going, but so and as well, you're feeding mineral content. Tell me about what you think is the best practice for a deer breeder today.
There is some information out there that I think is pretty reliable. That's feeding the proper amount of copper and zinc in a deer ration has some benefit to helping protect a deer from getting CWD. You heard Dr. Larson talk about the copper, zinc balance, that kind of stuff. So anyhow, I'm far from a scientist or researcher or anything else. But, so I do feed, the only feed in the state of Texas I'm aware of that has this proper copper and zinc, not only the proper ratio, but the actual right amount or the right type of copper. There's different types of copper. So that's one thing. I've been feeding that for 20 years.
Okay. And then the last question, you like the RT Quick program, testing program. Now, if I heard right, it's $45, right?
Yes, sir.
$45. What do you sell a deer for typically?
It depends, but
I know,
I would say,
but-
I'd say an average, so my production is to sell yearling does and yearling bucks for stocking purposes on the ranches.
Okay.
And prices have gone up recently because of the number, it's supply and demand. This past year, I sold does for, this past fawn crop, not 2022, but 2021 fawn crop, sold for $3,000 for does and $3,500 for bucks.
Okay. So you can clearly afford a $45 test.
Yes, sir. It's actually more than that. That's the lab fee. There's time fees with labor, with handling deer and all that. So it's like when we talk about the antemortem testing that I do, we can talk that the lab fee charges me roughly $50 with.
What does a Western blot soup to nuts cost you? Roughly?
I've never run a Western blot. I was going to say, we do not run Western blots. I don't have the luxury of requesting a Western blot. We run IHC. We request either IHC or ELISA for CWD testing. Western blot is the test that's used to actually type or find a different strain.
Fine. The test that you use to move deer, what's that costing you kind of from full cost in?
Full cost per animal. And there's a lot of variables in here, so I'm going to give you a range. It can run up to $300 a head. I've been able to get them down to $100 a head. But here's the difference. Am I using drugs to tranquilize the animal, which I can't do as near as many? I can run 30 deer through a chute and test 30 deer an hour through a chute. And I charge by the hour and by the mile. So obviously, the more deer I get my hands on in a shorter period of time, the less it costs the producer. And I just charge whatever the lab fees are. So.
And would you agree that, if there's a test, if this RT Quick actually works, and there's a test that can determine it in 2 to 3 months with the sensitivity of a tablespoon to a pool, why, and regardless whether the FDA approves that or not, why wouldn't we be using that?
Because y'all haven't given us permission yet and told us what a false positive is.
All right, hypothetically, you've got permission, so why wouldn't you do that?
As long as I had a defined false positive. So in other words, if I run, and I would be one of those persons that's willing to whole herd test my herd. These lights are flashing me. Am I supposed to pay attention to those?
Okay, keep going.
I would do a whole herd test, and I would want to remove any positive. I would be willing to remove any positive, and I would have the gold standard IHC test done on the lymph nodes and the brainstem. And if those samples came back not detected, leave me alone. Let me stay in business. Don't treat it as the sky is falling, doom and gloom. Unfortunately, in this world, if the word gets out there that I'd had a positive, whatever, I'm done anyhow. But I think that would be a start of why couldn't we come in and just RT Quick every captive deer in breeding facilities in the state of Texas? Wouldn't that be a faster way to detect? The problem is you got to define what false positive is, because there likely would be some false positive.
Right. It seems like thered be a real market for what you're doing with this SS genotype. All your deer are that. You could be a SS certified gold platinum deer breeder that people are going to want to buy their deer from you, I would suspect.
I would hope that'd be the case.
You would hope. That's probably why you're doing it, I suspect.
I'm doing it because, one, actually, whitetail deer is my passion. That's not how I make my living. I make my living as a mixed animal practitioner. I love whitetail deer, and I have since the first time that I went out to a deer facility and did it. And so I do it more for the passion. Yes, I'm trying to make money too, at least let it pay for itself. But yeah, if that would help the business out.
Great. Okay, thanks very much.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate
Thank you.
Okay, next, Dr. David Hewitt.
Okay, so we're going to jump back outside the pen now. Dr. Hewitt, I think many of you are familiar with. He's been involved in deer management and research in Texas for over 25 years, was the editor of a multi-author book of biology and management of white-tailed deer. He's a certified biologist, a member of the Wildlife Society, the Texas Wildlife Association, a professional member of the Boone and Crockett Club, and Dr. Hewitt is also a member of our CWD task force.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Chairman and Vice Chairman and Commission for having us here to share information. I know I'm between y'all and lunch, and so we've covered a lot of ground. I might go a little quicker through this than I had originally planned because we've covered a fair amount of that material. But I'm going to be coming at this from a little different perspective than some of the other speakers in that at the Cesar Claiborne Institute, we do a lot of applied research, and we work closely with landowners and hunters. And so this isn't a lab up talk. This is going to be more a practitioner, kind of free-ranging deer look at why it's important for all of us to be concerned about chronic wasting disease. And again, we're asked to do 3 quick takeaways. Chronic wasting disease kills deer, and it affects deer populations. Our best science says that, and I'll go through that real quick. CWD threatens deer hunting in Texas. I think there's some legitimate reasons why that's the case. And finally, our best management strategy today is to do everything we can to prevent the increase in the disease so that tomorrow's solutions can be effective. And we really haven't talked a huge amount about that. That's how I'd like to end when I get to that point. So prevalence patterns of CWD, long-term disease, we've talked about that. Data from Wisconsin, 10 years before you can really even start imagining that population being impacted, 15 to 20 years before kind of hit a plateau in prevalence, with bucks being higher than does and younger deer being lower than that. Haven't talked a lot about natural spread. How does this disease move across the landscape? And that's important, in our free-ranging deer. Again, data from Wisconsin where they've been dealing with this for a long time. See 5, 10, 15, 20 years across the axis there. About 20 years for that disease to move 60 miles from where it was first detected. So this isn't a vector-borne disease that, at least with natural deer movements, spreads dramatically. Again, slow disease takes time. Texas rangelands, these Wisconsin data may not be directly applicable. Our deer have larger home ranges, greater dispersal distances. We do have high fences in Texas, which I think really could have a big impact on kind of natural spread of the disease. And obviously moving deer and moving deer parts is going to be a very different situation with this pattern of spread. Talk just real quick about these captive facilities, and y'all have made these points already, that if you turn your back on these, they turn into a mess. So facility in Wisconsin with 79% positive CWD. This is the Hunt County facility data, where this isn't a 10 or 20 year to get up to high prevalence. This was 3 years. And the last 2 quarters, every deer they've tested in there has been CWD positive. And you can see about 2 years ago, a big increase in mortalities in that. So concentrating the deer is a very different situation. I want to give just a real quick kind of understanding of these population impacts, because we've seen some numbers, but sometimes there's some additional interpretation you need to really fully understand those. There's 2 ways this can be done. One is to actually measure the populations, and any of you who have managed deer know that our techniques for getting a good estimate of the number of deer, let's say in a 10,000 acre pasture, are not great. There's big error bars, and that's what those orange things on there. And you might envision, let's look in the bathtub. We see the water level. It's got waves. That's adding some uncertainty. We want to know if that population has gone down. Has that water level gone down? We're trying to measure that, and it can be difficult with a lot of our current techniques and without a huge investment. The other thing is we don't always know the cause. Wildlife populations go up and down, so we don't always know the cause. There's another way we can do this, and that's by not worrying so much about where that water level is in the tub, but measuring something we can get good measurements on. How much, how many fawns are coming into the population and how quick deer are leaving the population. And so looking at recruitment and deaths, if more are coming in than leaving, then the population's going to get bigger and vice versa. And so a couple of these studies have been mentioned already. Mule deer population in Colorado, again, a 40% decline in 20 years.
some of this mule deer population in Wyoming, 31% decline during the course of a 4 or 5 year study there. Longer term data in that graph with the population declining from near 15,000 to near 8,000 deer as CWD prevalence rose. So, so those are some measures, but again, don't always know the reason why those populations were changing. I think a more powerful, interesting way of looking at this is to do some of the studies that are coming online now in some of these states that have lived with CWD for a long time. They'll go in, capture deer, put collars on them, test them. Some of those deer are positive, some are not detected. And then, again, you're looking at the faucet of deer coming in, you're looking at the drain of deer going out, and you can get an understanding of how that population has to change. This is just math, it's just calculations. And out of all that, CWD doesn't seem to be having big impacts on recruitment. That doesn't change dramatically, but that in every study that's been done in this kind of framework, CWD is always impacting survival or mortality. And so 3 whitetail deer studies, a couple mule deer studies, average adult survival around 80% for deer that are non-detected for CWD, dropping down to 30 to 50% survival for deer that are CWD positive. Another thing that hadn't really been talked about is we're talking about kind of year-long looks at survival. They've got a study going on in Arkansas, and in January 2021, January 2022, they had a couple of these polar vortexes come through. The survival of the CWD positive deer in that particular study plummeted. And we're not going to necessarily have polar vortexes in a lot of our places in Texas, but we do get environmental streams. We get droughts. We get other things that are going to impact it. And so I think that's going to contribute to some of these population changes. If you go in and take birth rates, death rates, calculate changes in the population over time, this idea of a growth rate, it's 1 if the population's staying constant. So again, a couple studies with 10 to 21% declines annually out of these particular studies. So these studies have all been done in places where CWD is prevalent, where the prevalence is high. We thankfully are not in that situation in Texas, but I think it'd be good to try to get an understanding of how this could play out in Texas if it does end up in some places and get high enough prevalence to really have an impact. And so some scientists took data from ranches in South Texas, and the comment was made earlier that whitetail deer populations have the ability to outgrow this mortality from CWD, so maybe we don't need to worry about it. Average fawn-doe ratios in South Texas are 35 fawns per 100 does. Some of these other areas where the disease is more prevalent, Wyoming, 54, 63 fawns per 100 does. Wisconsin, an average of several populations up there, 84 fawns per 100 does. Those other areas have the ability to outgrow or at least not be heavily impacted by the additional mortality from chronic wasting disease. You might ask how our populations are able to sustain themselves with this real low fawn-doe ratios. They do it through high survival. The adults have high survival, much higher than some of these northern populations. And as a result of that, you can't go in and heavily harvest those populations. In fact, on the ranches that we were working with, it was a light harvest. It's 2% annually. It's not a big harvest, and that's been sustainable over a couple decades in these populations. And so CWD reduces adult survival. That's going to affect harvest, and in some of these instances has affected deer density. I want to give you a sense what these different fawn-doe ratios in our Texas rangelands mean for dealing with CWD. So this graph right now, we've got a harvest rate of 2% on these populations with no chronic wasting disease. We went in and took what would happen on the deer mortality side if CWD grew slowly, like it got to 8% prevalence over 25 years, if it grew at a medium rate, 21% prevalence over 25 years, or a rapid rate, like maybe some of this Wisconsin, it gets over 50% in 25 years. And obviously dumping any CWD on our South Texas populations, the first thing you lose is harvest. If you want to have a sustainable population, you lose the ability to harvest that because our harvest rates, sustainable rates, are so low. If we take the fawn-doe ratios from this population of Wyoming, so this 53 fawns per 100 does, and we plug it in, and let's say South Texas deer now have that fawn-doe ratio, Now you get very different harvest rates possible, 12% with no CWD, and even with a rapidly increasing CWD at the end of 25 years, you could still be harvesting that population at 4 or 5%. And if we take the much higher rates in Laramie and those Wisconsin rates, yes, those populations in those areas do have the ability to kind of keep ahead of the mortality from CWD, but our rangeland populations in Texas, I don't think that's a safe assumption. Now, we can turn our deer herds into Wisconsin-type deer herds. They're nutritionally limited on our rangelands, and it's a common practice for that reason to provide supplemental food to whitetail deer. And you can get your fawn-doe ratios up much higher. You can increase that fawn production, and that may be a way of trying to live in the face of CWD. But I would argue that transmission of CWD from deer to deer is going to get ramped way up, and it's going to be much different than it would be in the natural populations. And I think you start getting over into some of these kind of captive facilities that the CWD really rocks. It's not the same progression that we see in wild deer. This has been mentioned too, lower buck age structure because of the higher mortality. So harvest, baiting and supplemental feeding, managing for old bucks, those are all complicated by CWD. Moving deer and deer parts is complicated by CWD, whether it's triple T or breeder deer or carcass disposal. And these are programs that have been I'm going to say a huge benefit of being a deer manager in Texas. You've got a lot of options. CWD at the very least complicates those options, and for some real important reasons, may take those off the table. Same thing with concentrating deer. The DMP programs, deer breeders, you can see what happens from some of that previous data when you concentrate deer heavily and get chronic wasting disease in there and then don't do anything about it. I've talked a fair amount about these hunter impacts. They're not well understood. We've talked about the Centers for Disease Control recommending not eating positive meat. If we're trying to recruit hunters into this field, a lot of the hunters that I think we have the ability to recruit are going to get into it for the food reasons. They're going to love venison. These are people, the rural communities, we can get them interested in hunting, but they're the minority of the Texas public. Getting people in cities interested in hunting, this food deal is going to be a big thing. And if they see food, venison, as something that is not healthy, that could have a potential risk for it, they're on the cusp of wanting to go hunting anyway. It's pretty easy for them to go find something else to do. Bird watch, there's all kinds of things they can do in the outdoors, but they might not be buying a license and they might not be interested in hunting. So, and obviously things change dramatically if we ever end up with a BSE type situation. And a little data on impacts of CWD on hunter participation in Wisconsin. This number has been referenced already. Recent study looking at the economic value of Texas and the emphasis that this isn't generating $4 billion in downtown Houston. This is generating $4 billion in Freer and Turkey, Texas, and all over the state. This is rural money, and I think has big impacts on those rural economies. And a great deal of this economic activity is occurring around free-ranging deer. The 95%, that big part of that circle, those are the landowners that are relying on free-living deer, free-ranging deer to support their hunting activities. And then, there are about 5% of those landowners that are bringing shooter bucks in and are deer breeders and doing deer management permit stuff. So. Just to wrap this up, I don't think there's anybody in this room that wants deer to have CWD. That's, I think there's a common base here where we're all coming from. It's for the health of the deer themselves. I haven't shown any picture of those deer in miserable condition, but you can see what that does to a deer, and you wouldn't wish that on your worst enemy. I think there is real evidence that if prevalence gets high and free-ranging deer herds, it does impact those herds, and it has the potential, CWD has the potential to affect hunting and the positive values that we have around deer. Based on a lot of the things we've heard today, I'm actually optimistic. We talked about this, kind of moonshot, type deal to make a difference in CWD. The investment's starting to get there. It's attracting the best minds in the wildlife and animal, industries to start trying to figure this thing out. We talked about the food, kind of therapeutics through food, vaccine trials going on, Dr. Seabury's, kind of breeding approaches, and then with increased testing, we can have a lot more targeted approaches to these. I'm actually optimistic that over the next, let's say, 2 decades, we're going to be living in a different world with CWD because we're going to have options. But the success of those options is going to be dependent on not having CWD across Texas, and it's going to be dependent on having that prevalence low. And I envision this as let's say we've got some kind of smoldering burns, lightning storm gone through. We've got some hot spots out there. You go tackle those. You try to keep them from spreading. You keep them low. You turn your back on that stuff, and we just say, yeah, we're going to have to live with this. We're not going to deal with CWD anymore. Those hot spots turn into wildfires. And now when the rains come, those rains aren't going to put that wildfire out. When this science comes to help us manage this disease, we're not going to be able to deal with it. It's going to be too late. We've talked about the importance of time. So, I guess my final point is this idea of management today, this investment today buys time for tomorrow's solutions to be successful. And so I would go into, thinking about these different ways of managing the disease as an investment. An investment is delayed gratification. There may be things we want to do today, but if we delay that gratification, it's going to put us in a lot better position in the future. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Dr. Hewitt. Any questions? Okay. Go ahead.
Patton. I guess I wanted to ask maybe an applied science question regarding potential DMP pen situation. And if you've got if you're a DMP, obviously you know what a DMP, and it's a permit, it's deer management pen, and you have to get a permit every year. It has to be a high fenced area, and you have to meet certain parameters. In the event that within your high fenced area where you capture and then turn back out your DMP deer, in the preceding years you bought a deer from a deer breeder, and then had a trace out that deer breeder at some point had a positive test. Is there, in your opinion, any incremental risk, a greater risk for that individual to have a DMP permit versus not having a DMP permit?
Yeah, and you frame the question right. It's risk. We don't know, so we're rolling the dice on this deal. And for the reasons I just went through at the end of that talk, there's an investment in, let's say, in some DMP type approach in that instance, but there's a risk with that. And if there's a chance that there was a CWD positive deer in that herd, you're going to bring those deer together, put them in a small area. They're all going to eat out of the same food bin. They're all going to be drinking the same water. There's a risk of magnifying that disease, for those, exposing a lot more animals at a lot stronger level. For that time they're held in the DMP pen, and then you turn them out. So, I don't think DMP is bad in its own right, just like moving deer from deer breeders is bad in its own right. It just has to be the risk has to be mitigated, and through testing and things like that would be the way to do it. And I don't know enough about that situation to be able to comment on it, particularly without knowing testing histories and all that kind of stuff in that situation. But that's how I would approach it.
Okay, and so I guess but if they're in a high fenced area anyway, they're eating and drinking, they're all together, they're all contained, and they have been for some period of time. I guess your point is those deer that are in a DMP pen are in a closer proximity for some period of time.
Yeah.
And then it's how do you quantify if that does represent an incremental risk versus being in effectively a larger pen?
Yeah. It kind of gets to Dr. Cook's slide about there's a bunch we don't know about this disease, and there's questions, that supplemental feed question, that contact rates, those are things that are amenable to research. We just don't have the facilities to do that kind of work right now so that the commission and those landowners can make decisions based on data. Right now, we don't know what that risk is, you know, of bringing deer together and all eating out of the same trough. It's kind of a disease principle that doesn't seem like a good idea. And, you know, there are other diseases where that's been proven to be able to increase the prevalence of diseases. But with CWD, I'm not aware that kind of science is available for us to use in making those decisions. So we fall back on that precautionary principle that, you know, is the benefit going to outweigh the risk?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Hewitt. Dr. Reed.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Dr. J. Hunter Reed, Wildlife Veterinarian for Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Now that you've heard about the biology, research, and difficulties, as well as different perspectives surrounding CWD, I want to briefly touch on TPWD's surveillance and management of CWD here in Texas. To start, CWD in Texas is best split between free-ranging and captive surveillance. For free-ranging surveillance, this is largely performed by dedicated parks and wildlife staff across Texas, taking samples from roadkill animals, youth hunts, processors, check stations, department-led hunts on wildlife management areas, state natural areas, state parks, among others. Through these combined efforts, TPWD staff in the most recent sampling season have acquired a record-setting 17,500 samples. Captive surveillance is another important component of CWD surveillance here in Texas and is largely performed by breeding facility owners. Much of the surveillance submitted by these operations is required to maintain movement qualified status for their facility. And this surveillance includes 100% postmortem testing of mortalities 12 months of age or older, antemortem testing prior to transfer to release sites and breeding facilities, substitution testing for missed mortalities, as well as herd plan requirements for epidemiologically linked breeding facilities and release sites. Through these efforts, facility owners have submitted around 32,000 tests in the past year. On the face of it, 17,500 tests for a population of 5+ million free-ranging deer is not the same degree of testing as 32,000 tests for a population of 80,000+ captive deer in Texas, and I don't disagree. This is because Texas utilizes a risk-based surveillance system, one utilized widely by animal health professionals around the world for the management of regulatory diseases. In this approach, the populations at highest likelihood for exposure and greatest potential for adverse consequences following exposure are more intensively tested. For free-ranging populations, the risk of exposure is lower compared to captive populations, with disease introductions most likely originating from local movements and dispersals in addition to improper disposal of carcass parts. The consequences of these exposures are still important, with the detection of CWD resulting in the formation of CWD zones with local mandatory testing and movement restrictions, and the potential for long-term population limiting effects. The combination of these risks and consequences certainly warrants surveillance within these free-ranging populations. However, when we look at captive populations, we not only have the risks associated with free-ranging exposures, but we have the additional industry-related exposure risks such as frequent and longer distance interstate and intrastate movements, as well as international movements. This is in combination with risks from assisted reproductive technologies, shared management or implement, feed and forage input, among others. Along with these exposure risks, we have greater consequences resulting from an exposure. First, there are the inherent consequences of an infected breeding facility exposing surrounding free-ranging populations, which, facilitated by live animal movement, very likely has introduced the disease in an area without a previous detection. This results in new testing requirements, movement restrictions, and additional threat to the long-term population sustainability of free-ranging deer populations in the surrounding area. Second, the department has to consider the great potential of CWD exposure to other breeding facilities and release sites. Again, through the high degree of movement, a positive facility can serve to amplify the effects of a disease exposure from just one facility to dozens of other breeding facilities and release sites. This, in turn, further jeopardizes deer health in both captive and free-ranging populations. These exposures in other facilities necessitate additional testing, and if found positive, may result in depopulation of that breeding facility. Lastly, the sustained detection and dissemination of CWD among breeding facilities and release sites in Texas can even affect international movement. Just recently, Mexico announced it was halting the export of cervids from the United States in response to the continued spread of CWD here in Texas. TPWD has sought to enhance surveillance and mitigate risks in both free-ranging and captive populations. However, in captive populations where there is a disproportionate risk of exposure and severe consequences resulting from such exposures, there have been increased emphasis on surveilling for CWD in deer breeding facilities. Since 2015, when CWD was first detected in a breeding facility in Medina County, when it was first detected in 2012, but when it was first detected in captive populations in 2015, the department has since adopted several improvements to our CWD surveillance program that significantly increased testing for both free-ranging and captive populations. In terms of surveillance between 2015 and 2019, captive populations were required to test 80% of mortalities for animals 6+ months of age or older, instituted a 3.6% mortality rate, and antemortem testing was added for substitution and transfer category upgrades. For free-ranging populations, the creation of the South Central CWD zone contributed significantly to free-ranging surveillance. Total, there were 4 infected captive facilities and 5 counties with free-ranging positives. As you can see in the map in the upper left-hand corner, that is what it looked like in 2018. However, between 2020 and today, our department has learned a lot from several epidemiological investigations, with perhaps the most critical detections beginning in 2021. From those detections, risk-based captive surveillance rules were adopted that increased antemortem testing surveillance, intensified testing for epidemiologically connected facilities, reduced the eligible postmortem age to 12 months of age or older, and increased the minimum mortality rate of 5%. This period saw a substantial increase in detections for captive populations, but also for free-ranging populations. Total today, as shown in the map in the bottom left or bottom right-hand part of the screen, there are 28 infected captive facilities and 11 counties with free-ranging positives. I hear consistently from folks who say, if you test more, you'll find more. I could not disagree more. In the face of substantial increases in testing for both captive and free-ranging populations, test positivity for free-ranging herds has remained fairly constant. We looked for CWD and we found a similar proportion of the population affected by the disease. Meanwhile, the rate nearly doubled for captive facilities over the same period. In other words, we looked for CWD and we found proportionally even more disease. I draw this comparison to make 2 points. First, there are more CWD infected facilities out there still undetected. Second, our risk-based surveillance program is detecting positive herds despite a disproportionately greater reliance on a less sensitive diagnostic test. Regardless, our surveillance program is facilitating the management of CWD in a population with the greatest risks of exposure and potential for consequences. While this surveillance system may seem punitive to some, TPWD has made these improvements to the rules based on information gained from epidemiological investigations with the intention of protecting other captive and free-ranging herds of CWD-susceptible species. For example, consider this positive facility in 2021. This facility had delayed the submission of CWD samples from September 2020 until March of 2021. During this delay in detection, 3 other breeding facilities would receive infected deer from this positive facility and subsequently be depopulated. 2 of these depopulated facilities had the deer in their facility and were expeditiously removed and ultimately detected. However, 1 of these facilities had 1 untested trace animal, the likely infected individual, that was ultimately released to an adjacent release site. And that animal could not be identified or removed for testing expeditiously because it was not identified with permanent ID. Consequently, the facility had to be put up under a 2-year hold order prior to performing a whole herd test for release. This is when the positive animal was discovered. Through the epidemiological investigation, an additional 4th facility was also found to be positive after receiving an infected animal nearly 2 years prior to the detection of CWD in the index positive facility. This example illustrates several things. First, timely sample submission, adopted in 2021, is critical for facilitating a rapid CWD response. Second, antemortem tests prior to movement may have expedited detection and protected some or all of these herds from acquiring an infected animal. Lastly, it demonstrates how our adopted antemortem testing strategy, when used at a population level can successfully identify exposed herds. Another example can be found from just this past year. Since the start of the year, we have had 12 new positive facilities. 1 facility was just recently detected a few days ago. Of the 12 facilities, only 5 facilities were detected through postmortem testing alone. The other 7 were detected using antemortem testing, with the majority of these performing antemortem testing prior to release. Without antemortem testing prior to movement, several of these herds would still be unknowingly transferring infected and/or exposed animals to other breeding facilities and release sites today, facilitating the transmission of this disease. In one instance, the transfer of a CWD positive animal from one breeding facility to another occurred. If antemortem testing prior to transfer to another breeding facility were in place, it very well may have detected this animal prior to completing this transfer. My last example touches on the complexity and magnitude of permitted movements allowed here in Texas. Just this past year, as Texas Animal Health Commission and TPWD worked hand in hand through these several positive facilities, it became apparent how easily a single positive facility can expose dozens of facilities within and outside of Texas very quickly. Furthermore, both departments ended up directly tracing approximately 3,000 exposed animals from or into over 350 facilities, at one point with over half of the breeding industry in Texas under movement restriction. 40% of these facilities have now been released, but many others remain non-movement qualified. Of the 350 facilities, an additional 40% are non-movement qualified DMP facilities and release sites, which receive trace deer but are unable to remove them for testing since the animals lack unique visible identification. This in turn has tied up the breeding facilities that transferred said exposed deer to these same release sites. The remainder, including non-movement qualified nursing facilities that either have, the remainder includes non-movement qualified nursing facilities that either have no deer or all animals are too young for antemortem testing and postmortem testing. These numbers do not even consider the Tier 1 facilities, which made dozens of other breeding facilities non-movement qualified. The so what of this slide is to highlight that the opportunities to deer breeders for live movement in Texas are extensive, and the overall magnitude of live movement of deer is substantial. This can be great for marketability, but conversely, it creates ample opportunities for disease exposure. The resulting epidemiological investigations can be exceptionally complex, and it only further complicated when exposed animals lack permanent, visible ID, leading to subsequent delays in a facility's return to movement qualified status. In short, the long-standing goal of Texas Parks and Wildlife Department's rule changes has been to continuously draw on the principles of the epidemiological triad involving host, agent, and environment, and promote measures that interrupt transmission and/or mitigate the impacts of this deadly disease. To support these efforts, a robust surveillance system is needed, which is also capable of continuous improvement, especially when our epidemiological investigations identify weaknesses or complete gaps that relate to either free-ranging or captive cervid populations. The department's intent is not to detect every case of CWD in Texas, but rather to more quickly and reliably detect infected herds than in the past, especially in captive populations where the potential for exposure and adverse consequences are the greatest. By doing so, we not only will be able to more quickly respond and manage current disease outbreaks, but hopefully we can better characterize past disease exposures, prevent future exposures, and more effectively manage CWD moving forward. These improvements to our surveillance system are no panacea, and they must be coupled with even greater emphasis on preventing disease exposures in the first place, just like has been done in successful infectious disease programs related to livestock species. This will not only involve in-depth review of past and current epidemiological data, but will require regulatory action combined with cooperation from hunters, landowners, and deer breeding facilities in mitigating the already established associated risk factors for CWD exposure. The hope is that our investments into robust CWD surveillance and management strategy transition us from a reactive firefighting approach to a more proactive preventative model, which supports the health and continuity of captive and free-ranging cervids for generations to come. Thank you again, Chairman and Commissioners, for your attention. I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Any questions by the Commissioners?
Patton, how many positives of free-ranging deer did we get from CWD? How many total tests were there?
Over what time period?
At the beginning of your slide, I thought you had referenced.
Yeah, so around 17,500 tests last year. As a total for all CWD positive free-ranging animals, it's around like 103. Which accounts for about 25% of all CWD positive detections.
And where were those? Is there any type of map or anything to show the location? Were they evenly spread? Were they?
That's a great question. No, they're not evenly spread. The vast majority of those free-ranging detections have occurred in the Trans-Pecos and Panhandle zones of Texas, which largely are mule deer.
Okay. Okay. And then at the end of your slide, not to be more alarming, but the map that showed the CWD surveillance and management, I noticed that Brooks County is not colored. Is there a reason that it's not colored?
Sorry.
Do you know where Brooks County is? Yeah, that map.
So
north of.
Yeah, so this was actually, this is not including all of it. This was probably made in July, this map, but with a newer map, it might be slightly different. But the general concept of all trace deer coming from 2015 to 2023, there's a wide dispersion of infected animals, or, well, exposed animals across the state.
Okay, and is it your understanding that Brooks County is certainly under CWD surveillance and management?
Yes.
It should be colored green, I guess, right? Or should it be red?
It just depends on if there were exposed deer that went to release sites in that county. So at the time that this graphic was made, it may not have incorporated those, but in other graphics, it certainly is probably going to change color.
Okay.
Grasping in those new positive facilities.
That's all.
Any other questions? Commissioner Doggett?
For clarification, we were talking about the free range. The statistic we heard earlier was 0.02% were identified to be infected, right?
So it's a very, very low percentage.
Yeah.
Part of what was misleading about that is that it's taken over all of the CWD samples collected across the state. What we know about this disease is very localized. We do not have CWD at a uniform prevalence all across the state. So using surveillance from our highest risk areas that are where we know the disease to either exist or where it's very likely to exist, and draw a conclusion about what the prevalence is across the entire state is a misrepresentation of the data.
So the 0.02%, that's not an accurate number?
So at a face value, if most of those positive samples are coming from mule deer and free-ranging mule deer out there, but we're incorporating a lot of tests from white-tailed deer taken in another part of the state, all across the state.
The other number we heard was less than 1% for pen raised.
Yeah. So based off all of the tests that were taken, sure, it is much lower, but the idea is that we are trying to catch this disease before it gets to higher prevalences.
Then we heard in Colorado, 40% over the last 5 years of the mule deer, the population has decreased. But do we know that that's CWD or not, or what caused all that?
No, that's a good question. So what CWD acts as is an additional mortality factor. So it can make those populations more sensitive when other events such as disease, weather, food availability, whatever, can affect that population. So the idea is that once you get to these higher and higher prevalences, the population just becomes all that much more sensitive to other factors that might reduce that population, in addition to the fact that CWD increases the mortality rate of an individual animal.
Okay, all right, great, thank you.
Can I ask one more or maybe
Sure.
a comment, Patton? Maybe it would be more accurate, and if you can answer the question now, can you break out just by species, how many, if there's 17,000 plus or minus, can you differentiate between whitetail and mule deer, and then further differentiate the positives to whitetail and mule deer?
Yeah, we have those. I haven't presented them, but we can certainly give that to you.
Do you think it would be more accurate or relevant, or certainly it'd be more detailed?
I think it would put those numbers that were previously stated into more context, not just the ones that I presented, but also the ones that others have presented as well.
All right, thank you.
You know, it would be nice, captive deer, free-range deer, breakout free-range mule deer, whitetail, how many tests, how many positives by calendar year?
We can share that.
Okay, so get like after lunch?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, great, all right. All right, so thank you. Great presentations. Any other final questions, comments, issues? Hopefully, we're all a bit more enlightened on a complex issue. All right, so I think what we're going to do, if possible, can we do work session 4 and 5 and then break for lunch? Okay, so we're going to do that. So we're going to finish out the CWD issues, and then we're going to break for lunch, or executive session. Okay, great. All right, Mr. Kane, make your presentation. And talk fast.
This first one's a long one. I wish I could go quick. For the record, I'm Alan Kane, Big Game Program Director in the Wildlife Division. This morning I'll be presenting proposed changes to the CBD detection and response rules and deer breeder permit rules and requesting permission to place this item on tomorrow's agenda for action. So the proposed changes stem from a deep concern expressed by a variety of stakeholders and organizations in response to the current trajectory of CWD in Texas, and 4 separate formal petitions for rulemakings that the department received this summer in response to the continued CWD outbreak, unidentified sources of CWD for some of these positive facilities, and lack of compliance with from a number of trace release sites. The chart on the slide illustrates that the cumulative trends in CWD detections in breeding facilities since the first detection in 2015 to the 11 new positives that have occurred in 2023. And actually, that'd be 12, I believe. As you can see, since 2020, we've seen a significant uptick in detections in captive facilities. The continued revisions and enhanced rules pertaining to CWD surveillance in breeder facilities adopted in 2021 has helped in the discovery of these recent detections. However, These proposed rule changes being presented today are necessary as we continue to work towards management actions to help curtail the spread of CBD to both captive and free-ranging deer populations. I will note that of the 28 breeding facilities where CBD was detected, including a suspect positive in Cherokee County we learned about Monday, 13 have been depopulated, and of the remaining 15 facilities, one of those facilities is under a research herd plan with no additional positives. One is tied up in litigation with the department. 2 are generally unresponsive to the department's request and Animal Health Commission's request for herd plans, and the other 11 are in the process of completing herd plan agreements. In 2023 alone, breeder operations, release sites, and landowners have all been impacted by the scurvy of CBD and confirmed in 11 new breeding facilities in 2023, as well as the movements associated with CBD-exposed breeder deer from these positive facilities. As you can see from the statistics provided on the slide, there's 343 total facilities that have been impacted in 104 counties, and about 2,700 trace deer that sent to release sites. As such, the department is proposing several measures to manage and mitigate CBD risk associated with the live deer movement, improve rule compliance among EpiLink release sites, and modify rules associated with the TTP permit and modification of carcass movement restrictions and carcass disposal rules. Staff, the first proposed rule includes a requirement for antemortem testing for any deer prior to movement between breeder facilities, as well as removing the 3-year sunset provision governing the antemortem testing prior to release. Antemortem testing prior to release has been an integral part of the general surveillance strategy and is responsible for identifying the 6 CWD positives facilities this year, as Dr. Reed pointed out. Next, staff are also proposing a 6-month residency requirement for breeder deer prior to being eligible for transfer to another breeder facility or release site. The next proposed change is to establish a deadline for Category B trace facilities to antemortem test all test-eligible deer within 60 days of notification of Class B status. And just as a reminder, a Category B facility is a trace-out breeding facility that does not have 100% of the trace deer available for testing. And so to further reduce the risk also of live animal movements from nursing facilities and the complexity of epidemiological investigations, staff proposed to eliminate provisions allowing deer breeders to transfer fawns to external facilities for nursing purposes, which would require, if adopted, all fawns to remain in the herd of origin to at least 6 months of age, at which point they could receive an antemortem test prior to movement. And all existing nursing facilities would either have to redesignate as a breeder facility or become a contiguous pen to an existing breeder facility or close out completely. To mitigate the risk between breeding facilities and release sites, the following changes are also proposed. Reproduce the statutory provisions governing the required permanent visible ID tags and breeder deer to facilitate the prompt removal of CWD exposed animals so that the disease status of EpiLink release sites can be determined. On that same vein, staff further proposed to prohibit the release of breeder deer prior to April 1 of the year following birth to ensure that no animals can be released between 6 and 9 months of age that would otherwise not be required to be retained for identification. Next, proposed rules are also designed to increase compliance of EpiLink release sites or trace release sites that receive trace deer. As mentioned earlier, there's been a sustained non-compliance from these EpiLink release sites, with only 45% actually submitting all the required harvest and testing information. Proposed rules would include a requirement for trace release sites to remove every trace animal within 60 days, either by lawful hunting or as specifically authorized in writing by the department. The prompt removal of CWD exposed animals is a requirement for EpiLink breeder facilities, and this change would provide consistency between breeder facilities and exposed release sites. The proposal states that samples should be submitted within 1 day of mortality, but staff would recommend modifying that to 7 days for a more reasonable time period to submit samples. The proposed change would also allow for the suspension of MLD from MLD for landowners that refuse to comply with the testing and reporting requirements for EpiLink release sites. The next proposed change would be a change to the trap, transport, and process permit that would require the permittee to submit all CWD samples within 7 days of collection. Currently, the TTP rules only require results to be submitted by May 1st of each permit year. And so staff are proposing this change in response to CBD positive detection in Bexar County in Hollywood Park, where the sample for that positive deer was collected in late January this past year via the TTP permit, but we didn't receive those test results until May of this year. So modifying the current rule will allow the department to respond to CBD detections in a more timely manner. And the last change staff are proposing is related to statewide carcass disposal rules. Staff recognize that proper carcass disposal is an important management strategy to minimize unintended spread of CWD, especially in areas where CWD is not known to exist. Staff also recognize that the current carcass movement restrictions in CWD zones can be burdensome on hunters, especially with the department's updated approach of establishing smaller 2-mile zones around positive breeding facilities. With these smaller zones, the department is not always able to establish check station locations within the zone where a hunter could take a whole deer in to be sampled, and often there's no deer processor in the zone. Therefore, staff are proposing a statewide carcass disposal rule. The disposal rule would only apply if a hunter is taking deer from the property of harvest to another location. The proposed rule would require any unused parts to be disposed of in the following manner. 1, dispose of unused parts in a permitted landfill. And for the vast majority of hunters, this simply means they could take their unused parts and throw it away in the dumpster, the trash can, the trash service at your house, you know. And you could still take your carcasses to a deer processor, the locker plant, the taxidermist. This is whoever's in final possession of those unused parts. One of the options could be dispose of that in a permitted landfill. So most landfills that are receiving, they're permitted by TCEQ, are going to be able to receive this type of unused parts. Other option is to bury the unused parts at least in a 3 feet deep hole and cover it with 3 feet of soil. Or return unused parts to the property of harvest. So if I bring it back to my house and I clean a deer and I've got the spine and the head, well, I can take it back there if I didn't want to utilize one of those other options. So the disposal rules would also allow any person that harvests a deer in a Texas CBD zone to transport that whole carcass out of a zone as long as they dispose of the unused parts by one of the options I just mentioned. But before leaving that zone, the hunter must obtain a TPWD issued check station receipt. And just to note is if this proposal or part of the proposal was adopted, the change would not take effect till the 24-25 season, so next season. We wouldn't implement this in the middle of this season. So I think there's just public comments and what I've heard from folks over the last month or two, there's been a little confusion, so I just wanted to provide kind of a snapshot of what this means for a hunter. So to be clear, if a hunter harvests a deer and they're not removing it from that property, they can process a deer and discard those unused parts on that property. You can go about your normal business. The disposal rules don't apply. So if I kill a deer on my ranch, I can process it right there and I can pitch the carcass parts out there. I don't have to bury them. I don't have to put them in a dumpster. I can go along about my business. And the proposed rules wouldn't apply. If a hunter is taking a carcass from the property of harvest to another destination other than that site of harvest, then the hunter could, one, is debone the carcass at the site of harvest. But to do that, they must maintain a cold storage record book on that property, and all that required information associated with the record book must be entered in the log. And so once that's entered into the log, the proof of sex and tagging requirements cease. So there's an option for people to debone carcasses right now. They just have to follow that cold storage record book requirement. A hunter could also take a whole deer or quartered carcass or a head to a locker plant, a deer processor, a taxidermist to their house. They can donate the meat or carcass or take it to another location. And if these rules were adopted, they would just need to dispose of those unused parts in one of those three options that we just talked about. And again, just a reminder, if they're taking a deer, a whole carcass or anything from the zone, they would need to get a department check station receipt at that check station prior to leaving that zone. So that covers the bulk of that covers the proposed changes. I'll go over the public comments that we've received thus far. Actually, that slide's a little out of date. As this morning, we received 3,940 public comments on our TPWD website, with 33.7% of those folks agreeing with the proposed changes, 63.3% disagreeing with the proposal, and 3% disagreeing specifically with parts of the proposal. The department's also received a number of letters from various organizations and legislators that I'll share, as well as a general summary of the written comments that we received on the website. So we did receive a letter from the Texas Deer Association with 6 specific points of concern or disagreements with the proposal. And they are in opposition to the proposed visible ID requirement and prohibition on release of deer prior to April 1 following their birth year is related to that identification requirement, noting that this is a matter to be addressed by the legislature and that the current statute is silent on visible ID in free-ranging deer, i.e. deer that are released on a release site. They also had concerns with the 6-month residency requirement that could be problematic for deer breeders with multiple non-contiguous facilities or breeder pens on the same property, in which a lot of those breeders will have multiple pens, and so they want to move deer between those different pens, whether it's age classes or whatever they're doing. But if they're not contiguous right now, they have to have a separate facility, and so that residency requirement would impact them. They also noted that the stipulation submit CBD samples within 1 day of harvest on trace release sites is unreasonable, and there should be a longer time period, which I mentioned that we would recommend that be 7 days. They also have concerns with the antemortem testing requirement from breeder to breeder testing, noting that the antemortem testing should provide more value than just surveillance, in suggesting such as using antemortem tests to clear trace or tier deer or facilities. They also suggest that if antemortem testing is adopted, then Tier 1 testing requirements, it's in rule but not currently talked about in the proposal, should be removed from regulations, and that CBD zones should be abolished. Lastly, they recommend 100% of all TTP deer captured under that permit be CBD tested, noting that the change in the time period does not mitigate the disease risk. We also received a letter from Senator Juan Hinojosa expressing concerns over the timeline to adopt these proposed rules, noting that there's not been enough time to review and provide detailed responses to public comments and any needed revisions to the proposed rules. Senator Hinojosa requested that the Commission delay consideration and adoption of the proposed rules until the January 2024 meeting, or only adopt portion of the rules such as antemortem testing requirements for breeder-to-breeder movements. We also received a single sign-on letter signed by Senators Bob Hall, Senator Charles Perry, Senator Mays Middleton, Senator Angela Paxson, Senator Tan Park, and Senator Drew Springer, also echoing similar comments as Senator Hinojosa to delay consideration and adoption of the rules until the January meeting, and also expressed concern with the department's use of emergency rulemaking and not allowing time for adequate public input and comment, and that the legislature to have oversight with respect to the process. They also lastly noted in their letter that TPWD had failed to prepare a detailed economic impact statement for the proposals considered for adoption. So we had a lot of public comments and a lot of written comments, and this is a quick summary of what those are for those comments that disagree or disagreed specifically with portions of the proposal. And of the written comments received, a majority of the commenters felt the rules were that disagreed with the proposal. They felt the rules were overreaching and burdensome on deer breeders and release sites and would have negative impacts on small businesses, family ranches, and deer hunting. And then there was a significant number of comments, of those written comments, that provided a standard response with 6 items of specific concern, and those were the same items that were listed by the Texas Deer Association letter. So I'm not going to review all those. You can see them on the screen there, just essentially to reiterate what those were. Other public comments that disagree with the proposal, or specifically parts of the proposal, include concerns with the carcass disposal rule being too burdensome on hunters, that it could discourage hunter participation, and being too expensive for hunters. There was also a fair number of written comments that disagreed specifically with those carcass disposal rules, but not disagreeing with other parts of the proposal. Other comments include requests to shut down live animal movements, also that no new rules are added because the rules adopted in 2021 are working to detect CBD in breeder facilities. Some noted that CBD is not a concern and the rules are not necessary. There was also concerns that the antemortem testing tissue requirement, or antemortem testing requirement, they would run out of tissues if somebody had to test deer multiple times. It was moving through the facilities quite frequently. Other commenters suggested there's be no transport of breeder deer until a more reliable antemortem test is available. Others were concerned that there was an open-ended statement pertaining to the proposed release site provision to remove trace animals within 60 days and test 100% of the harvested deer until the department is confident that CBD is not present. That caused a bit of concern. And lastly, there was recommendations that animal health and disease issues should be administered by the Texas Animal Health Commission rather than the department. The department has also received a single sign-on letter of support for the proposed rules from most of the organizations listed on this slide, and individual letters from the Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Associations, in which their letter provided support for the proposal and noted that the commission should continue to welcome other solutions which garner broader consensus among stakeholders while providing meaningful protection for the state's whitetail deer. The Texas Sheep and Goat Raisers Association also provided a letter supporting TPWD's efforts to contain and eradicate the disease. We also received a separate letter from the Texas Wildlife Association supporting the proposed rules, specifically noting the importance of visible ID requirements upon release. TWA also supports the statewide carcass disposal rules, but urges the department to prioritize education of hunters before carcass disposal rules would go into effect to minimize hesitation and confusion among hunters, and continue to look for opportunities to simplify CBD regulations for hunters and reduce the amount of high-risk carcass parts being transported down the road. Now, we did, obviously, in addition to the comments, written comments received, those that disagree, we received quite a few that agreed with the proposal, and those included reasons for the rules were needed to help protect the deer population, hunting heritage, and the hunting economy. Also, to help reduce the spread of CBD, many noted that visible ID to identify trace deer on release sites to aid in prompt removal for disease management purposes was critical. Some noted support for the proposed rules, but asked that TPWD look for ways to allow deboning of carcasses at the ranch of harvest. Some suggested artificial movement be stopped and high fencing not be allowed. And we did have opportunity to run these proposed changes by the Whitetail Deer Advisory Committee a couple of weeks ago in October. They provided feedback on the proposal with support for most of the proposed rules. There were some items with mixed support or other suggestions from members of that advisory committee, including that all deer captured under a TTP permit be required to be tested, or some variation where a percentage of the total number captured be tested. And there was one suggestion to require that the first 15 deer captured be sampled if samples had not already been submitted by other previous collection means. The majority of the committee supported the visible ID requirement, but there were several that disagreed with the visible ID, stating that this is a personal choice for release site owners. There was also mixed support for the 6-month residency requirement, with several members suggesting that residency requirement is not necessary if antemortem testing for breeder to breeder is in place. They also noted that the residency requirement would impact those facility owners, again, with multiple non-contiguous facilities on a single property. The committee did indicate that the number of days to submit samples on the trace release sites should be extended from 1 to some other time period, such as 7 days. And lastly, they were supportive of the carcass disposal rules, but wanted to make sure staff worked towards options to allow hunters to debone carcasses again at the site of harvest without needing a cold storage log. And with that, staff requests that this item be placed on Thursday's agenda for public comments and action. I hope I got through that quick enough.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Kane? Okay.
Foster, I have a question. Early in your presentation, you talked about the lack of compliance from trace release sites. What are specifically, what kind of non-compliance are you talking about?
So there's a couple of things. One is just testing deer and submitting those tests. Or they're killing deer and they're not either filling out the harvest log and providing tests to us or test results to us, or they're simply just, when they're harvesting deer, they're not getting them tested. And so that's the big concern there. So there could be some that are submitting, harvesting deer, maybe getting a few tests and not submitting everything in the harvest log, but the vast majority of those are just not submitting tests.
And what are the consequences of them, of non-compliances? Do we have any ability to enforce it?
So if one of the rules gets adopted, I believe they can receive citations. Actually, if Stormy King is in here, Chief of Wildlife Law Enforcement, he could probably respond to that. But they might be able, it's citations. They can receive citations shortly.
Good morning, everyone. For the record, Stormy King with Law Enforcement. A specific question on citations or?
I was just curious how we enforce when we have non-compliance.
The last time I checked, I think it was right before the last commission meeting, we had issued around 70 citations and 110-ish warnings. We run into issues where perhaps that Class C is not much of a deterrent to folks compared to the alternatives. We are taking some steps now to streamline what we can on enforcement side in regard to cases where we can establish a venue in Travis County, which is going to be submission of test results, submission of harvest logs, things like that. But as far as whether or not we can file a citation on someone for failing to kill a deer on a release site can be very difficult to enforce that.
Thank you.
It's Commissioner Bell. With the comments that you've gotten, I do see where, some of the comments had some impact in terms of changing from 1 day to 7. How did any other comments suggest adjustments to the team that would seem to be more universally accepted? I'll just use that terminology.
I didn't notice anything in the written public comments that would suggest universally acceptance by all the different sides in this, other than just the 7-day thing. But I think there's obviously antemortem testing. There's one group that is not supportive of that unless there's some other conditions, I guess. And then the other side, there's other support for antemortem testing, breeder. Those are just examples. The ID stuff, it's across the board. I think that, the CWD task force, as I recall, there was general support for the antemortem testing, breeder-to-breeder movements, and for the closing of nursing facilities or non-contiguous nursing facilities.
And does Just in like a question in regard to the visible tag as an issue, doesn't technology also allow us to put electronic tags?
Yes, one of the tagging requirements is an electronic ID, so that can be a RFID button tag or a microchip, but that doesn't always mean that it's a visible ID.
But is the purpose of the ID to be able to track the animal? If so, would RFID not provide a similar outcome?
So yes, certainly for inventory purposes in the facility itself, definitely tracking. If you're talking about related to this proposal, and I think what the department and many people are asking for is to be able to visibly ID a trace deer on a release site, because if it's got a microchip in it and that's a trace deer, it's either got me held up as a ranch or holding somebody else up, and I can't identify that deer, then there's no way for me to know which one I need to remove out there. And so that's why there's the proposal for the visible, to enforce what's in statute with the visible ID.
So I have one more. It seems like quite a few people have asked us to delay this until January, including, 8 or 9 senators, which is?
At least 7.
Okay, 7, so that's 30% of the Senate. What impact, is there any big risk or damage that would be done by delaying this? What are your thoughts on that?
Obviously, if you don't have, just as one option, is if you don't have breeder-to-breeder testing in place, and I'm not sure there's a whole lot of movement going on right now, but if there was, it's able to catch that disease quicker before it gets transported to somewhere else. And so that would be a value of adopting the proposal today, And then certainly visible ID is going to be helpful, although there's fewer releases this time of year. It's past the 10-day cutoff period, but certainly next spring you're going to see that ramp up. And so if you get to January and we had to redo the proposal or whatever we had to do, and then you're looking at a March adoption, well, you could get to next spring and that you could start to see a ramp up of movement in ID. And so not having ID or whatever testing or movement, things like that. And then, you just have to weigh the cost benefit there, so.
Good, thanks, good question. Any other questions? Kind of in follow-up to Commissioner Foster's question on, obviously there's been quite a bit of opposition and advocates for these rules. Do you know what statutory authority do we have to require visible identification tags?
So as I understand the statute, it requires ID in those deer, and it specifies the tag itself. And then I think the way the statute is worded, that tags can only be, or they can't be removed except to replace those tags. In other words, if it's damaged or it's illegible, then you could replace that tag. That's my understanding.
Okay. But you have to have 2 of the 3, is that correct?
Yeah.
A tattoo, an RFID, or a visible tag?
Yeah.
And it's your choice?
Yeah, you have to have 2 of those.
Okay, correct. Looks like there's some debate on that.
So for the record, Todd George, Assistant General Counsel. The statute requires you have to have a dangle tag, and then you can pick between the microchip and the RFID tag, and you have to have a tattoo.
Statute requires a dangle tag?
Yes.
That's not what I'd seen, but, I'd like to hear more about that. So you're saying it's mandatory?
it is mandatory to put a dangle tag on a deer in a breeding facility by March 31st after the year it was born.
In a breeding facility.
In a breeding facility.
Understand.
And
Okay,
the
so, I want the full answer. So, but if you release that deer, we don't have the statutory right.
Well, the statute requires all breeder deer to have that dangle tag by March 31st. The statute says a breeder is not required to remove a tag for any purpose, and says that they may remove a tag only for the purpose of replacing it with a tag that meets the requirements of the statute.
Okay.
And so the rule language that's proposed just mirrors the language that's currently in statute.
Understand. Okay, thank you. Alan, couple other questions. So on the residency requirement, any scientific reasons for residency? I mean, if we're testing these deer anyway, I mean, what relevance does that have?
So I think a couple of things. One is if you have deer in those facilities for a longer period of time, if there's, if they're exposed to positive deer, you're likely to pick it up before they get transferred out of that facility with the antemortem test, just because they're sitting there longer. As you heard today, if a deer is infected, within a month or two of being in that facility, it doesn't move for 6 months, then we do an antemortem test or some other test 2 or 3 months down the road, then we're more likely to potentially pick it up. And there's some concern that in the past, at least, or even currently, that you have brokers, so to speak, that are moving deer quickly. It's like I'm sending deer to Commissioner Bell, but you're the middleman, so I send it to you, have it for a day or two in your facility, and then it goes to him, and that quick turnaround can lock up these other facilities if they're a positive. We've seen that this year, and so.
But every time that deer is transferred, it would have to be tested. So in your example, that's one deer gets 3 tests or 2 tests.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, but the test, if I transfer a deer, if I test it today and I transfer it to you, you got to test it tomorrow. Well, the test within a matter of a week or two, it's not going to tell you, it's not going to change much in the disease detection.
Sure. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Last question to Commissioner Foster's issue of potentially some delay. If I walk through these rules, the ones that you believe, like, for example, carcass disposal doesn't occur until the 24-25 hunting season, right? So a delay in January is not going to be an issue.
It would, if we adopted it now.
It would have no effect.
It would have no effect, but it would give us time to educate people.
Understand. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but if I tick down through these, require any mortem testing of test-eligible deer. I mean, we already have that, correct? So I'm trying to see the rules that will have effect now that are problematic and ones that we can maybe think about more scientific data, more maybe visual opportunities, visual identification means, things of that sort. So if you walk down for the commissioners, in your mind, just from start to finish, which ones have the most impact today?
The biggest ones from the department standpoint is the antemortem testing requirement, breeder to breeder, because we're getting more surveillance in the facilities for any movement. So
Okay.
that's
Got that.
the removing the sunset provision for antemortem testing prior to release. When that got adopted in 21, we had it sunset, so that would be important. The residential requirement, again, that's something that could probably be discussed or looked at a little bit better, especially if the concern is over non-contiguous facilities on a particular release site, because the important part is the antemortem testing, but that's obviously these are all important for the department. The Category B deadline to establish to antemortem test within 60 days. Todd, we have a rule right now that says 45 days, as I remember, right? Correct. So that could be postponed because we already have a requirement to test in 45 days for Category B facilities. This just gives them a little bit longer window to deal with vet availability to conduct those generally whole herd antemortem test.
What about
The
transfer of funds to external facilities for nursing purposes?
That would, I think that would be important to consider before fawning season next year. The visible ID, the department certainly would believe that's important for deer that are getting turned out on release sites to be able to track those deer.
7-day deadline for submission of CWD test exams?
Those are related. The tagging things are related, so.
But pretty straightforward, pretty benign, right? I mean, I would think that is.
Yeah, you just want to make sure that it, if we didn't adopt this, then somebody in theory could release a deer or have a deer that's tagged during that not tagged during that 6 to 9 month time period.
Okay.
But they're again required to have
any others?
Let's see. The trace out. Again, to remove the trace deer within 60 days of notification. That's a tough one. That would certainly help get deer off the landscape. If they're trace deer, you can find them, but it doesn't always completely eliminate the risk if you can't find every deer on that trace release site. If there needed to be more discussion on that, suspension from MLD for non-compliant release sites, that could probably wait just because they're already enrolled in MLD. If they're non-compliant this year, we could come back. The TTP, it would just allow us to respond quicker, but again, TTP is not going to happen generally till later in the year. You see a lot of these places do that in January, February, so we have some time. The statewide carcass disposal rules, to your point, it's not going to be, if it was adopted, it wouldn't be implemented next season, but it would provide us an opportunity to really try to educate hunters starting January and essentially meet the deadline to get stuff if we had to wait till adopt till March. That's pushing a timeline to get the information to Outdoor Annual, which has always been a challenge.
And on the carcass rules, I think it's fairly logical. Do you think that you've got multiple provisions in there? They're too complicated for the standard hunter?
I don't. I don't see that it really changes a whole lot how you do business. Most people are taking deer to a locker plant or a processor, or they're quartering it at their ranch to harvest, and I don't think a lot of people know that they can debone deer at the site of harvest as long as they're maintaining a cold storage log. That changed a couple of years ago, and so I don't see this as an overly complicated issue, and it would certainly help people in CUD zones that don't have an opportunity to take a deer to a processor.
Understood. Okay.
And Chairman,
yes, sir.
James Murphy, General Counsel for the record. I just want to add a little context on the question. We do have an emergency rule in place on the antemortem testing prior to breeder transfer, as well as restating the statutory requirements of visible identification. Those would expire if we were to delay adoption until January, and just want to give those dates for you. You would have the opportunity to do a 60-day extension on that emergency rule, which would put it to about mid-January, the 19th. And then that upcoming commission meeting would be in late January, the 25th, 26th. From there, we do have a requirement for 20 days before a rule becomes effective, as well as the preparation of the response to comments, and that's that March time frame that Alan just alluded to. So you would end up with a gap of, possibly a couple months there on those two requirements.
Okay, great. Thank you, James. Anything else, Mr. Kane? All right, no, thank you, Alan. I think you've got one more surveillance zones.
Yes.
Work session 5.
Okay, so I'll be seeking permission to, again, Alan Kane, Big Game Program Director in the Wildlife Division, for the record. I'll be seeking permission to publish proposed amendments pertaining to the establishment of new CBD zones in Kimball, Medina, and Cherokee counties, and in the Texas Register for public comment. On August 21 of this year, a suspect positive female white-tailed deer was detected in a captive breeding facility as a result of antemortem testing in Kimball County. In response to the confirmation of this positive deer on September 7th, the department established a surveillance zone around the positive facility through emergency rule. The 2-mile surveillance zone that's outlined in yellow on the map illustrates that particular area. The proposed zone will encompass about 90,000 acres, so that's that area with the gray there, where all those properties that are wholly or partially contained in the surveillance zone. And this proposed rule would replace the emergency rule. This slide provides a general reference for the location of the proposed zone on the left in relationship to the current zone that has been in place since 2020. Hunters in the proposed zone are able to utilize a drop box at the entrance of South Llano River State Park to drop off heads for CWD sampling, which denoted by that red star just north of the proposed zone, or they could take the head to a manned check station in Segovia, as denoted by the red star over there in the current zone. The next proposed zone is in Medina County. On October 11th this year, a suspect positive male whitetail deer was detected in a captive breeding facility as a result of antemortem testing, and that deer was confirmed positive on October 19th. The 2-mile surveillance zone is again outlined in yellow. This zone encompasses about 21,000 acres of that gray area and includes about 110 landowners that are partially or wholly contained within that zone. And again, just to provide a little context where that proposed zone is in relation to the current zone in Medina County, hunters in this proposed zone, if adopted, would be able to take deer to the manned check station in Hondo where that red star is, or utilize the drop box there. And then lastly, we had a suspect positive on Monday of this week in a 52-month-old male whitetail deer. We would propose to establish a 2-mile surveillance zone. Again, that area in yellow, this is just southeast of Jacksonville in Cherokee County in East Texas. It encompasses about 13,000 acres and 436 properties. And so staff would seek permission to publish these proposed amendments to the rules governing CWD detection, response, and management to the Texas Register for Public Comment. And just to clarify, if we're still waiting on the confirmation from that Cherokee County deer, but assuming that comes in prior to this being published, then we would include that.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kane. Any questions, comments? Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. All right, we're gonna move the executive session up, and then we'll come back and.
Chairman, if I could just interject for a moment, I apologize. This is James Murphy, General Counsel, for the record. I would just ask if it's your decision to move the previous item that Alan presented on the CWD rules adoption to public comment and action on Thursday, and just want to confirm that you authorize publication of this rule proposal in the Texas Register. Just want to make sure. I implied that you did. Just want to confirm, sir.
Yeah, so are you asking, do we want comments from the public on this and that we want to move forward with? I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
And then we'll make a determination from there.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman, I did want to mention one thing. Appreciate being able to talk about the zones, but we have some new technology. One of the things that y'all requested last meeting, and Chris Cerny, our business analyst, is going to provide some of the updates on how we manage or display CWD zones.
Oh, good.
Well, I appreciate the chance to be here. It's my privilege to be between this room and lunch, so I'll go quick. For the record, my name is Chris Cerny, Wildlife Division Business Analyst. Given the growth in the number of CWD zones, we feel it is important to provide this commission with an overview of the tools TPWD has available to both the general public and specifically to our hunters to help deliver critical information. I'm excited to highlight one new feature in particular, which is an interactive CWD zone map that has just been released in a mobile format in response to suggestions received from this commission. So to start, TPWD uses 3 primary mechanisms to deliver CWD-related information to the public. First up is the TPWD website, which includes an excellent information page on CWD. This page was just reformatted by our communications team, and it provides a neatly organized overview of general CWD information, including background of the disease, open access to the department's management plan, and detailed information on zone regulations and locations. The site is also where hunters access the lookup tool that is used to find test results collected through our statewide surveillance efforts. Next up is the Outdoor Annual, which all hunters should be familiar with. Both the print and mobile app versions contain relevant information for hunters regarding CWD zone requirements and locations, as you see on screen. The mobile app also includes static maps that work in offline mode in that mobile version, as shown here for Gonzales County. And so there's a map available for all zone locations to take offline. And then last but not least is the My Texas Hunt Harvest mobile app, which provides a couple of important features geared specifically to hunters that I'll briefly highlight in greater detail. So as you may recall, the My Texas Hunt Harvest mobile app provides a variety of services to hunters and anglers, including tools for harvest reporting and digital tagging. I mention these two functions specifically because they provide us with the opportunity to provide targeted notifications regarding CWD zones to hunters who report harvest in a county that does contain a zone. So on your screen is an example of one of the types of notices that's provided to a hunter, including a direct link to the Outdoor Annual. So again, if a hunter reports a harvest and that harvest is in a county that has a zone, they will see that notice regarding the zone warning, and then they have a link to go directly to the Outdoor Annual to find information about that zone. This notification feature has been available in the app for several years, and it provides an excellent method to get information to hunters at the time of harvest, especially given the expansion of digital tagging options over the past couple of years. That said, the majority of harvest is still not reported via this app in the state, with only approximately 35,000 deer reported last year. So that means we need more options to provide hunters with access to zone info. And so to that point, members of this commission recently suggested that a tool be developed that takes advantage of mobile device map capabilities. I'm happy to share that we just released an updated version of the app within the last week that does exactly that. A CWD zone info option is now available on the homepage of My Texas Hunt Harvest, as shown on your screen here. When users access this tool, they are provided information regarding how zones function and how to use the map tool. So reminders about properties that are either wholly or partially in the zone, for example, to make sure they know where they're hunting. Once on the map page, users are instructed to tap the map to receive the zone information for any location in the state. If a customer has location services enabled, they'll see their blue dot. And of course, customers don't have to enable location services. So regardless of whether location services are enabled, customers can still navigate the map to locate their hunting spot and determine its proximity to a zone. Messaging in the app informs the hunters if they are more than 20 miles from a zone, as shown on your screen here at TPWD headquarters. Or if under 20 miles, then they'll start seeing specific exact mileage to the nearest zone with the name of that zone. And then, of course, once in a zone, then it'll name that zone if they tap within that zone area. So we're very excited to provide this feature in time for the start of general deer season. To help inform customers of this new feature, we included reference to this new service in an e-blast that went out within the last few days and went to more than 1 million license holders. We also had a press release that went out earlier this week to announce this feature as well. So I appreciate y'all's time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions regarding this new tool.
Any questions? Good work. I mean, that's fantastic.
Thank y'all.
And will the CWD, the drop-off zones or check stations, is that going to be loaded on anywhere?
That's available in the Outdoor Annual at this time.
Okay, but not kind of integrated into that?
Not integrated in this at this time, no.
It might, just be something that you want to try to do, just so it's kind of full service, comprehensive.
Yes, sir.
If you're in one, where to go, what to do, make it as simple as we can to hunters. Okay, great. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So, quick question on: have you had any feedback or discussion with people about the cell phone range or data range or being out of range whenever they're needing to access the app?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the app does work in offline mode for reporting features, for example. So for digital tag holders, or I should say digital license holders who execute a digital tag, that works whether you have data service or you're in total offline mode. This map service does rely on having data service at this time. To provide something that could be downloaded to the phone, at least at a statewide scale, would require a very large data package. And we haven't had time to develop more zone-specific downloads that would be smaller in size to digest, but it's something we have talked about. So if you hunt, for example, in the Duval County area, we could create a Duval County map that would be more appropriately sized to be downloaded, and then that would be available in offline mode. But we haven't had time to develop that yet.
But most people, I mean, they have coverage, don't they?
In an awful lot of the state these days, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. All right, at this time, I'd like to announce that pursuant to the requirements of Chapter 551 Government Code, referred to as the Open Meetings Act, an executive session will be held at this time for purpose of deliberation of real estate matters under Section 551072 of the Open Meetings Act, seeking legal advice under Section 551071 of the Open Meetings Act, including advice regarding pending or contemplated litigation, and delivering the evaluation of personnel under Section 551074 of the Open Meetings Act. The time is 1:37 p.m. and we'll now recess for executive session.
This is Passport to Texas.
I was once a captured slave. Now I'm just a black man who came to be.
In the 19th century, black men who served in the 9th and 10th Regiments of the Cavalry and the 24th and 25th Regiments of Infantry of the United States Army were...
I am a buffalo soldier.
It's said the Indians, whom they fought during the Indian Wars, gave troops the name because of their hair texture and their courage and ferocity in battle.
He feared and respected the buffalo, and he learned to fear and respect the black soldier as well.
That's Buffalo Soldier reenactor John Oliveira, who says Buffalo soldiers played a major role in settling Texas.
75% of the soldiers that settled this area were buffalo soldiers. The only white men that were with them were the commanding officers. Almost all of the forts were manned and built by Buffalo soldiers.
Texas Parks and Wildlife Department offers Texas Buffalo Soldier outdoor educational programs. Find their schedule on the Parks and Wildlife website.
The Buffalo Soldiers fought not only the Indians and outlaws, but racism and prejudice. We had a job to do, and we done it.
That's our show for today. Funding provided in part by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. A tragic accident in 2013 took the life of 18-year-old Harper High School senior Jacob Krebs. Texas Parks and Wildlife biologist Joyce Moore.
Will and Mary Krebs raised him to be active in all facets of the community. He was an Eagle Scout. He was a reenactor at Nimitz Museum in Fredericksburg. When Jacob died, Will Krebs came to me and he said, "Joyce, I would like to memorialize my son. Could you help me?" And so I said, we should ask the Harper Wildlife Association if they would help us do this.
And they did by creating a youth hunt for wounded warriors in memory of Jacob Krebs. All participants had a connection with the military. Jacob's mother, Mary.
Jacob loved hunting and he also loved wounded warriors. He was so proud to acknowledge any veteran that he saw. We decided to honor them and have a youth hunt.
Mary Krebs says Jacob's impact didn't end there. He was also an organ donor.
Jacob saved the lives of 4 people on April the 2nd, 2013, and he has greatly enhanced the lives of at least 80 more around the United States through tissue and bone and cornea donations.
Learn about Jacob Krebs' lasting legacy next week on the Texas Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS. Check your local listings. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Commercial crab fishermen use baited wire traps to lure their prey. Sometimes traps end up missing due to storms or they're simply discarded. These traps continue ghost fishing for months or years, capturing fish and other marine creatures, including endangered species, thus taking an environmental and economic toll on Gulf fisheries. In February 2002, Parks and Wildlife conducted the first abandoned crab trap removal program. During a 10-day period in February, volunteers like you joined Parks and Wildlife staff and partners in removing derelict traps. More than 32,000 traps have been removed from the Gulf since 2002, saving tens of thousands of marine organisms. This year's cleanup is February 16th through the 25th. The big cleanup push is Saturday, February 17th from 10 to noon. The cleanup is the only time citizens may remove these traps from Gulf waters. Parks and Wildlife facilitates roughly 20 coastal sites and provides disposal facilities, tarps, gloves, crab trap hooks, and other items to help volunteers remove troublesome traps. To volunteer for this year's program, visit the Abandoned Crab Trap Removal page on the Parks and Wildlife website. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Theoretically, you can plant trees all year long. However, for the best outcome, do so while temperatures are cool.
It's just much easier on them.
Scott Harris is a certified arborist in Austin. Although fall is the best time to plant trees, the best tree planting window in Texas runs from October through March.
Getting the trees in the ground in the fall, they have the entire cool season, dormant season to spread roots out before the big demands on roots and water start in the spring.
So there's still time to get your trees in the ground to take advantage of cool winter temperatures and spring rains. On another note, just because a tree will grow in Texas doesn't mean it should grow here. Harris advises we stick with natives.
The biggest thing to avoid is non-natives. Our natives have all of the features you would want, but they've spent thousands and thousands of years getting used to being here, and with all of the other wildlife used to having them too. It's all a web, and you can't tell which string you can pull out without upsetting things.
Tomorrow we'll have tree planting tips to help your newly planted tree thrive. And you can go to the Texas Parks and Wildlife website and find a native plant database. That's our show. Thank you for joining us. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Trees provide habitat for wildlife as well as shade and beauty for us. If you're adding new trees to your landscape this year, know the rules.
People frequently ask how close they can put a tree to the house because shade on the house obviously is a huge energy savings. The general rule of thumb is you go no closer to the house than the eaves are high. So if you measure up to the eaves of your house and it's 10 feet high, you need to get 10 feet back from the house.
Scott Harris, a certified arborist in Austin, recommends planting native trees. For your tree to get the best start in life, he recommends the following.
You always want to plant your trees at the exact same level that they were in the pot. Don't dig a big deep hole, dig a big wide hole. Always use the same soil you took out to backfill, but you can put your compost underneath the mulch, and then all of that organic goodness will dribble down in the way that nature intended.
Water your new trees infrequently and deeply. This helps them to develop extensive root systems.
If you just have a little bit of water in one area, that's where the roots are going to go. But if you water very deeply, it'll spread into the surrounding soil and the roots will follow that moisture out.
A robust root system helps trees remain vigorous and able to better withstand Texas droughts. That's our show. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Larval monarchs have very specific nutritional needs.
Larval monarchs depend on milkweed species. Essentially, that's the only plant that monarch caterpillars consume.
Ben Hutchins, state invertebrate biologist, says availability of milkweed in Texas is vital to their survival.
As monarchs migrate north from their overwintering grounds in Mexico, Texas is one of their first stops, and this is where they begin to reproduce. And so all of the monarchs that then migrate farther north through the U.S. and Canada, those future generations depend on successful reproduction in the spring here in Texas.
Yet Texas is just one stop along their migration route.
Monarchs also reproduce and depend on milkweed in the Midwestern states in the United States. And we know that in many of those states, for example in the Corn Belt region, that the availability of milkweed plants has declined substantially over the last several decades. And so there is some pretty good science that suggests that decline in milkweed availability in the Midwest directly relates to the monarch population declines that we've been seeing.
The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. El Camino Real de los Tejas is a historic trail from Spanish colonial times that shaped Texas history. Learn more on a segment of the Texas Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS.
I'm Stephen Gonzalez, and I'm Executive Director of El Camino Real de los Tejas National Historic Trail Association. El Camino Real de los Tejas is the old royal road that came up from Mexico City to establish Texas in Spanish colonial times. It's the road that led to the founding of Texas. There are many Caminos Reales that make up the Camino Real. In times past, these roads had different names because of the places that they were going to. The old San Antonio Road, the Nacogdoches Road, La Bahia Road, and the Laredo Road. Every Texan of note that we can think of, all the way from Spaniards such as Alonso de Leon to Davy Crockett, Jim Bowie, Sam Houston, they all traveled along portions of the Camino Real at one time or another, and it's really elemental to the state's history. We think about things like the Battle of the Alamo and Goliad, and we forget that those troops were actually traveling along roadways, pathways, and that those were largely the Camino Real and segments of it. So one of our goals is to make the public more aware of it.
Learn more next week on the Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS. Check your local listings. That's our show, funding provided in part by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Have your kids been begging you to take them on an overnight camping trip at a Texas state park? Have they talked excitedly about sleeping in a tent and making s'mores over a campfire? Or maybe even catching a fish? If you've been putting them off because you're out of practice or never learned the skills in the first place, we can help. Texas Parks and Wildlife Department offers the Texas Outdoor Family Program to help you hone or develop your outdoor skills. During 1 or 2 night workshops, state park staff lead families through the basics of setting up camp and getting the most out of their time in nature. All camping gear and equipment required for an overnight stay at the park is included with each reservation. Just bring your family, that's up to 6 people, sheets, blankets, and food, and you're ready for a camping adventure. But you need to register in advance, and workshops fill fast. Workshops are scheduled in March at Lake Tawakoni State Park, Galveston Island State Park, Bisher State Park, Lake Ray Roberts State Park, and Huntsville State Park. There are more workshops in April, May, and June at other state parks. Texas Outdoor Family Workshops are always fun. You'll leave the park with new confidence in your ability to enjoy overnight camping with your family and friends. Find details in the calendar section of the Texas Parks and Wildlife website. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Wildlife biologist Sean Gray stays busy most days in his role as Parks and Wildlife pronghorn and mule deer program leader in the Trans-Pecos.
I get to oversee all of the management and research for the 2 species for Texas Parks and Wildlife.
This includes orchestrating the restoration of these species to their native range. Last year, Parks and Wildlife successfully relocated 109 pronghorn.
Our surplus populations are located in the northwest and northeast panhandle. We take animals from healthy populations there to boost our local populations in the Trans-Pecos that have, in recent years, have seen historic decline.
Texas Parks and Wildlife worked with partners to redistribute the animals.
Translocation has been one of the management tools that we've been able to do to help those populations rebound. There's a whole suite of things that we do to improve populations, and of course we always need help from Mother Nature to make all those things work for us.
Drought was a leading factor in the pronghorn's decline in the Trans-Pecos, but Gray says the reasons are more complex than that alone. After trapping the animals, each received a health checkup. Some were fitted with radio collars.
Through time and our management practices, the populations have been responding well.
The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series and funds pronghorn restoration in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Wildlife biologist Sean Gray finds pronghorns fascinating and hopes you will too.
Pronghorn is a very unique mammal of North America. It's the only one found in its family. It's the fastest mammal in North America.
Gray is the pronghorn program leader and oversees the pronghorn restoration project for Parks and Wildlife. Because it's a game species, hunting them should pick up as their population grows, thus benefiting local communities.
2008, we issued probably 800 buck-only hunting permits, and in 2009 or 10, we were issuing less than 100. Not only is it the money that they get for trespass access for hunting, but the hunters come to the local communities and spend time and money. So there's a lot of economic impacts as well with a much reduced pronghorn population out here.
The Trans-Pecos pronghorn population dipped below 3,000 in 2012, and Gray says through translocation and natural reproduction, they hope to see the numbers rise to 10,000.
Most of the local communities in the Trans-Pecos miss the pronghorn, and they want to see pronghorn back on the landscape at numbers that they are used to seeing.
With the continued success of the restoration project, they may get their wish. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series and funds pronghorn restoration in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. The Share Lunker program is a promotion and enhancement program for lunker bass fishing in Texas. It selectively breeds trophy largemouth bass donated by anglers.
For this year, we expanded that program to include 8-pound bass, 9-pound bass, 10-pound bass, etc., all the way up and over 13 pounds.
Kyle Brookshire oversees the Toyota Texas Share Lunker program. Why the change?
We wanted to get involved with more anglers out there and begin to recognize them for their achievement, because really a 13-pound bass is a fish of a lifetime, but so is an 8, 9, 10. So we want to recognize anglers at other levels of achievement for their catches.
Collecting data on bass 8 pounds plus helps Parks and Wildlife better understand the influence of share lunker genetics in each public water body. He says they'll continue to collect and spawn 13-pound bass caught January 1st through March 31st.
And then we're not only stocking some of those fingerlings out into the lakes of Texas, but the new change is we are incorporating them into our broodstock development so that eventually we'll greatly increase the number of fingerlings that are direct sharelunker descendants that are stocked out in Texas public lakes.
Find details at texassharelunker.com. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. This year, the Toyota Share Lunker program expanded to include largemouth bass 8 pounds or more. Anglers may submit data year-round into one of 4 classes: Lunker, Lunker Elite, Lunker Legend, and Lunker Legacy.
And anglers can submit a fish into one of those 4 classes through our mobile app or our web-based form.
Kyle Brookshire oversees the program.
Our mobile app allows an angler to enter the data fields, such as the date and time that it was caught, the weight, the length, and then document those with a photograph, and then submit those to us. And once they're reviewed and confirmed, they're accepted in the program.
Lunker Legacy class permits anglers to submit their data and loan 13-plus pound lunkers caught during the January 1st through March 31st spawning window.
For entering, an angler in any of those categories receives a catch kit. In addition to that, everyone who enters into one of those 4 categories is included in a grand prize drawing of a $5,000 shopping spree at the end of the year. Those anglers that enter the Legacy class program are in an additional drawing for another $5,000 shopping spree.
Find details about the program changes, as well as the items found in each catch kit and how to submit your catch data at texassharelunker.com. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Man mimics nature when he uses fire as a land management tool. He does this with controlled burning and with prescribed fire. David Riskin, Director of Natural Resources for State Parks, says there's a difference between the two.
Control burning is a term that people use that you start at part A and you burn until you get to part B. Professional land managers use the term prescribed fire because you have specific objectives, you have specific outcomes, you burn under very specific conditions. And so a prescription is a planning document. You lay everything out ahead of time and then you implement it with very specific objectives in mind.
As well as a range of various objectives a landowner may hope to achieve.
There can be a whole series of objectives, from very simple things like fuel load reduction. You can have specific habitat objectives to change the vegetation structure and composition to support waterfowl or to support antelope or lesser prairie chickens or Houston toads for that matter.
You can learn more about prescribed fire on the Texas Parks and Wildlife website. We record our series at the Block House in Austin, and Joel Block engineers our program. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Here's what you need to know about scientific discovery. It starts with a question, and that leads to, not answers, not immediately anyway, it leads to more questions.
They just keep coming.
Ben Hutchins, the state's invertebrate biologist, has been asking a lot of questions lately about monarch butterflies.
That's right. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know. And so many of us that are involved in monarch conservation have been to a number of conferences, meetings, workshops, symposia, and a big emphasis is on all of the questions that we still have about monarch biology. I think the biggest question, particularly for conservationists, for natural resource managers, is what can we do to make the landscape good monarch habitat? How can we be good stewards of the land to make sure that monarchs are getting what they need?
See what I mean?
We have lots of questions about how particular land management practices, like using controlled burns or reseeding with native plants, how those practices can best be used to produce good monarch habitat. We have lots of questions about patch size, too.
And if your next question is, what does Ben Hutchins mean by patch size? You'll have to listen next time to find out. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. For as long as biologists have been studying the iconic monarch butterfly, they've come up with more questions than answers about its biology and basic needs. The biggest question, do land management practices like controlled burns and reseeding with native plants improve monarch habitat?
We have lots of questions about patch size, too.
That's Ben Hutchins, the state's invertebrate biologist. So what is patch size?
When I say patch size, what I mean is how far will a monarch travel to get from one plot of nectar-producing plants to another? How big of a prairie do we need to support healthy monarch populations? How many milkweed and at what density do we need across the landscape to promote healthy breeding populations?
Expansive patches of prairie are best, but hard to come by due to urbanization. Having said that, all is not lost.
Even urban environments have lots of potential for habitat to support monarchs moving through, and so you can have urban corridors. So there's no property that's too big or too small to help out monarchs and other native pollinators.
That means even planting native nectar-producing plants and milkweed in empty lots, on building rooftops, or in containers on your downtown balcony. Whenever you do that, you're playing a role in supporting monarchs and native pollinators. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Game for some friendly competition? Then join teams from 60 cities on 6 continents to compete during the City Nature Challenge, April 27th through 30th. Teams will attempt to document more plant and animal species in their regions than competitors in other regions.
And we are using a format called iNaturalist, which is a real easy way of collecting data. All you have to do is take pictures of things. You don't even have to know what it is.
Biologist and Austin Area Challenge Coordinator Marcia May says they need more experts to help verify data.
Professionals, people who know their plants, people who know their insects, their invertebrates, any of these organisms, to help us verify the data. You don't have to live in any of the regions. Go to iNaturalist, especially those who use it regularly, because we need to get the data verified for it to count towards the contest.
7 regions in Texas are hosting teams. Find them on the Nature Trackers page on the Texas Parks and Wildlife website.
It would be a good idea in advance if people would check out iNaturalist.org and join iNaturalist and see what it's all about, practice it, and then when the time comes, they would just join the project as they're collecting their data.
How the City Nature Challenge works, that's tomorrow. That's our show for today. Funding provided in part by Ram Trucks. Guts, glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Document local flora and fauna when you participate in the worldwide 2018 City Nature Challenge, April 27th through 30th.
Each city will have a leader, and that leader will bring in partners, and they will ask participants to do bioblitzes within that city. BioBlitz is where you collect data on all the plants and the animals throughout the area.
Marcia May is a biologist and Austin Area Challenge Coordinator. Teams from 6 continents will upload their observations to iNaturalist.org in an attempt to document more species than their competitors.
Then all that data is collected in iNaturalist, and it will be evaluated a week after the challenge is over, and a winner will be announced.
Experts from various fields will verify the data. No prizes will be given to winners, but they will get bragging rights and a chance to help researchers.
We have many species in Texas that are species of greatest conservation need, and when we do these bioblitzes, oftentimes those species are identified within that project, and those species are very important for us to know where they're located, how many there are out there, and this is just a way where citizens help quite a bit.
For more details on the 2018 City Nature Challenge on April 27th through 30th, go to citynaturechallenge.org. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. An old-timey freshwater fish is getting new attention. What is it?
A traditional fish that's been caught by Texas anglers for many, many years.
That's more of a clue than an answer, Dave Terry. Dave is Chief of Inland Fisheries Research and Management. Here's another clue. Parks and Wildlife produces and then stocks this fish in Texas water bodies.
Yes, we do produce many, many catfish in our state fish hatchery system in Texas.
Catfish, but you knew that, right?
As a matter of fact, we stock literally thousands of advanced-sized channel catfish in small ponds located throughout the state. One of our stocking programs is our neighborhood fishing program, where we're stocking every 2 weeks adult channel catfish 12 inches or larger into some 14 water bodies across the state to offer up great fishing opportunities for people who reside in urban areas of our state, which is definitely a group that we would like to reach out to.
To the original point, serious anglers are rediscovering catfish, but why?
Texas is changing. We're going to be experiencing more drought conditions in Texas, and what we know about catfish, it's catfish are able to deal with fluctuating water levels better than largemouth bass, which have been and will continue to be a popular sport fish in Texas.
With heavy stocking and a new eye toward management, catfish is a traditional species for changing times. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series and funds fisheries research in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Largemouth bass is hands down the favorite sport fish among Texas anglers.
Today in Texas, about 50% of our anglers say they prefer largemouth bass.
Dave Terry, Chief of Inland Fisheries Research and Management, says one fish is gaining on largemouth.
About 20% of anglers prefer fishing catfish in Texas.
That's right, the humble catfish. Catfish are better able than largemouth bass to survive and thrive when water levels are low, such as during drought.
We're trying to study catfish more intensively to determine how we can make fishing for catfish even better.
Texas Parks and Wildlife developed a management strategy to guide the future of this sport fish in Texas.
Most people in Texas, if they think of a fish, they think of a catfish. I think that's the honest truth. Bass get more notoriety, but catfish are very important, and I think a perfect fish to start new anglers on fishing and to get a new generation of Texas interested in fishing.
Texas is home to at least 10 species of catfish. 3 provide important fishing opportunities to anglers: channel, blue, and flathead catfish. We have a link to the Catfish Management Plan at passporttotexas.org. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series and funds fisheries research in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. March 2nd is an important date in Texas history. It's when Texas declared its independence from Mexico, and each year we celebrate where it all began, Washington on the Brazos State Park and Historic Site. The Texas Independence Day celebration is an annual 2-day living history event. This year it's on Saturday and Sunday, March 3rd and 4th. It's when we celebrate the day when 59 delegates met in 1836 to make a formal declaration of independence from Mexico. This admission-free event features live music, food, demonstrations, living history presentations, kids' activities, and a whole lot more. Historical reenactors set up an accurate Texas Army camp where visitors may wander freely among the tents to learn how the soldiers and their families lived in 1836. During that weekend, admission fees are waived for the site's attractions. Admission to the grounds, on-site shuttles, and parking are also free. Washington on the Brazos State Historic Site is halfway between Houston and Austin. Come out and celebrate with us March 3rd and 4th. Find more details on the Texas Parks and Wildlife website. We record our series at the Block House in Austin, Texas, and Joel Block engineers our program. Well, that's our show for today. Funding provided in part by Ram Trucks. Guts, glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas.
I was once a captured slave. Now I'm just a black man who came to be.
In the 19th century, black men who served in the 9th and 10th Regiments of the Cavalry and the 24th and 25th Regiments of Infantry of the United States Army were...
I am a buffalo soldier.
It's said the Indians, whom they fought during the Indian Wars, gave troops the name because of their hair texture and their courage and ferocity in battle.
He feared and respected the buffalo, and he learned to fear and respect the black soldier as well.
That's Buffalo Soldier reenactor John Oliveira, who says Buffalo soldiers played a major role in settling Texas.
75% of the soldiers that settled this area were buffalo soldiers. The only white men that were with them were the commanding officers. Almost all of the forts were manned and built by buffalo soldiers.
Texas Parks and Wildlife Department offers Texas Buffalo Soldier outdoor educational programs. Find their schedule on the Parks and Wildlife website.
The buffalo soldiers fought not only the Indians and outlaws, but racism and prejudice. We had a job to do, and we done it.
That's our show for today. Funding provided in part by Ram Trucks, Guts Glory Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. A tragic accident in 2013 took the life of 18-year-old Harper High School senior Jacob Krebs. Texas Parks and Wildlife biologist Joyce Moore.
Will and Mary Krebs raised him to be active in all facets of the community. He was an Eagle Scout. He was a reenactor at Nimitz Museum in Fredericksburg. When Jacob died, Will Krebs came to me and he said, "Joyce, I would like to memorialize my son. Could you help me?" And so I said, we should ask the Harper Wildlife Association if they would help us do this.
And they did by creating a youth hunt for wounded warriors in memory of Jacob Krebs. All participants had a connection with the military. Jacob's mother, Mary.
Jacob loved hunting and he also loved wounded warriors. He was so proud to acknowledge any veteran that he saw. We decided to honor them and have a youth hunt.
Mary Krebs says Jacob's impact didn't end there. He was also an organ donor.
Jacob saved the lives of 4 people on April the 2nd, 2013, and he has greatly enhanced the lives of at least 80 more around the United States through tissue and bone and cornea donations.
Learn about Jacob Krebs' lasting legacy next week on the Texas Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS. Check your local listings. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Commercial crab fishermen use baited wire traps to lure their prey. Sometimes traps end up missing due to storms, or they're simply discarded. These traps continue ghost fishing for months or years, capturing fish and other marine creatures, including endangered species, thus taking an environmental and economic toll on Gulf fisheries. In February 2002, Parks and Wildlife conducted the first abandoned crab trap removal program. During a 10-day period in February, volunteers like you joined Parks and Wildlife staff and partners in removing derelict traps. More than 32,000 traps have been removed from the Gulf since 2002, saving tens of thousands of marine organisms. This year's cleanup is February 16th through the 25th. The big cleanup push is Saturday, February 17th from 10 to noon. The cleanup is the only time citizens may remove these traps from Gulf waters. Parks and Wildlife facilitates roughly 20 coastal sites and provides disposal facilities, tarps, gloves, crab trap hooks, and other items to help volunteers remove troublesome traps. To volunteer for this year's program, visit the Abandoned Crab Trap Removal page on the Parks and Wildlife website. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Theoretically, you can plant trees all year long. However, for the best outcome, do so while temperatures are cool.
It's just much easier on them.
Scott Harris is a certified arborist in Austin. Although fall is the best time to plant trees, the best tree planting window in Texas runs from October through March.
Getting the trees in the ground in the fall, they have the entire cool season, dormant season to spread roots out before the big demands on roots and water start in the spring.
So there's still time to get your trees in the ground to take advantage of cool winter temperatures and spring rains. On another note, just because a tree will grow in Texas doesn't mean it should grow here. Harris advises we stick with natives.
The biggest thing to avoid is non-natives. Our natives have all of the features you would want, but they've spent thousands and thousands of years getting used to being here, and with all of the other wildlife used to having them too. It's all a web, and you can't tell which string you can pull out without upsetting things.
Tomorrow we'll have tree planting tips to help your newly planted tree thrive. And you can go to the Texas Parks and Wildlife website and find a native plant database. That's our show. Thank you for joining us. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Trees provide habitat for wildlife as well as shade and beauty for us. If you're adding new trees to your landscape this year, know the rules.
People frequently ask how close they can put a tree to the house because shade on the house obviously is a huge energy savings. The general rule of thumb is you go no closer to the house than the eaves are high. So if you measure up to the eaves of your house and it's 10 feet high, you need to get 10 feet back from the house.
Scott Harris, a certified arborist in Austin, recommends planting native trees. For your tree to get the best start in life, he recommends the following.
You always want to plant your trees at the exact same level that they were in the pot. Don't dig a big deep hole, dig a big wide hole. Always use the same soil you took out to backfill, but you can put your compost underneath the mulch, and then all of that organic goodness will dribble down in the way that nature intended.
Water your new trees infrequently and deeply. This helps them to develop extensive root systems.
If you just have a little bit of water in one area, that's where the roots are going to go. But if you water very deeply, it'll spread into the surrounding soil and the roots will follow that moisture out.
A robust root system helps trees remain vigorous and able to better withstand Texas droughts. That's our show. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Larval monarchs have very specific nutritional needs.
Larval monarchs depend on milkweed species. Essentially, that's the only plant that monarch caterpillars consume.
Ben Hutchins, state invertebrate biologist, says availability of milkweed in Texas is vital to their survival.
As monarchs migrate north from their overwintering grounds in Mexico, Texas is one of their first stops, and this is where they begin to reproduce. And so all of the monarchs that then migrate farther north through the U.S. and Canada, those future generations depend on successful reproduction in the spring here in Texas.
Yet Texas is just one stop along their migration route.
Monarchs also reproduce and depend on milkweed in the Midwestern states in the United States. And we know that in many of those states, for example in the Corn Belt region, that the availability of milkweed plants has declined substantially over the last several decades. And so there is some pretty good science that suggests that decline in milkweed availability in the Midwest directly relates to the monarch population declines that we've been seeing.
The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. El Camino Real de los Tejas is a historic trail from Spanish colonial times that shaped Texas history. Learn more on a segment of the Texas Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS.
I'm Stephen Gonzalez, and I'm Executive Director of El Camino Real de los Tejas National Historic Trail Association. El Camino Real de los Tejas is the old royal road that came up from Mexico City to establish Texas in Spanish colonial times. It's the road that led to the founding of Texas. There are many Caminos Reales that make up the Camino Real. In times past, these roads had different names because of the places that they were going to. The old San Antonio Road, the Nacogdoches Road, La Bahia Road, and the Laredo Road. Every Texan of note that we can think of, all the way from Spaniards such as Alonso de Leon to Davy Crockett, Jim Bowie, Sam Houston, they all traveled along portions of the Camino Real at one time or another, and it's really elemental to the state's history. We think about things like the Battle of the Alamo and Goliad, and we forget that those troops were actually traveling along roadways, pathways, and that those were largely the Camino Real and segments of it. So one of our goals is to make the public more aware of it.
Learn more next week on the Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS. Check your local listings. That's our show, funding provided in part by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Have your kids been begging you to take them on an overnight camping trip at a Texas state park? Have they talked excitedly about sleeping in a tent and making s'mores over a campfire? Or maybe even catching a fish? If you've been putting them off because you're out of practice or never learned the skills in the first place, we can help. Texas Parks and Wildlife Department offers the Texas Outdoor Family Program to help you hone or develop your outdoor skills. During 1 or 2 night workshops, state park staff lead families through the basics of setting up camp and getting the most out of their time in nature. All camping gear and equipment required for an overnight stay at the park is included with each reservation. Just bring your family, that's up to 6 people, sheets, blankets, and food, and you're ready for a camping adventure. But you need to register in advance, and workshops fill fast. Workshops are scheduled in March at Lake Tawakoni State Park, Galveston Island State Park, Fisher State Park, Lake Ray Roberts State Park, and Huntsville State Park. There are more workshops in April, May, and June at other state parks. Texas Outdoor Family workshops are always fun. You'll leave the park with new confidence in your ability to enjoy overnight camping with your family and friends. Find details in the calendar section of the Texas Parks and Wildlife website. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Wildlife biologist Sean Gray stays busy most days in his role as Parks and Wildlife pronghorn and mule deer program leader in the Trans-Pecos.
I get to oversee all of the management and research for the 2 species for Texas Parks and Wildlife.
This includes orchestrating the restoration of these species to their native range. Last year, Parks and Wildlife successfully relocated 109 pronghorn.
Our surplus populations are located in the northwest and northeast panhandle. We take animals from healthy populations there to boost our local populations in the Trans-Pecos that have, in recent years, have seen historic decline.
Texas Parks and Wildlife worked with partners to redistribute the animals.
Translocation has been one of the management tools that we've been able to do to help those populations rebound. There's a whole suite of things that we do to improve populations, and of course we always need help from Mother Nature to make all those things work for us.
Drought was a leading factor in the pronghorn's decline in the Trans-Pecos, but Gray says the reasons are more complex than that alone. After trapping the animals, each received a health checkup. Some were fitted with radio collars.
Through time and our management practices, the populations have been responding well.
The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series and funds pronghorn restoration in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Wildlife biologist Sean Gray finds pronghorns fascinating and hopes you will too.
Pronghorn is a very unique mammal of North America. It's the only one found in its family. It's the fastest mammal in North America.
Gray is the pronghorn program leader and oversees the Pronghorn Restoration Project for Parks and Wildlife. Because it's a game species, hunting them should pick up as their population grows, thus benefiting local communities.
2008, we issued probably 800 buck-only hunting permits, and in 2009 or 10, we were issuing less than 100. Not only is it the money that they get for trespass access for hunting, but the hunters come to the local communities and spend time and money. So there's a lot of economic impacts as well with a much reduced pronghorn population out here.
The Trans-Pecos pronghorn population dipped below 3,000 in 2012, and Grace says through translocation and natural reproduction, they hope to see the numbers rise to 10,000.
Most of the local communities in the Trans-Pecos miss the pronghorn, and they want to see pronghorn back on the landscape at numbers that they are used to seeing.
With the continued success of the restoration project, they may get their wish. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series and funds pronghorn restoration in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. The Share Lunker program is a promotion and enhancement program for lunker bass fishing in Texas. It selectively breeds trophy largemouth bass donated by anglers.
For this year, we expanded that program to include 8-pound bass, 9-pound bass, 10-pound bass, etc., all the way up and over 13 pounds.
Kyle Brookshire oversees the Toyota Texas Share Lunker program. Why the change?
We wanted to get involved with more anglers out there and begin to recognize them for their achievement, because really a 13-pound bass is a fish of a lifetime, but so is an 8, 9, 10. So we want to recognize anglers at other levels of achievement for their catches.
Collecting data on bass 8 pounds plus helps Parks and Wildlife better understand the influence of share lunker genetics in each public water body. He says they'll continue to collect and spawn 13-pound bass caught January 1st through March 31st.
And then we're not only stocking some of those fingerlings out into the lakes of Texas, but the new change is we are incorporating them into our broodstock development so that eventually we'll greatly increase the number of fingerlings that are direct ShareLunker descendants that are stocked out in Texas public lakes.
Find details at TexasShareLunker.com. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. This year, the Toyota Share Lunker program expanded to include largemouth bass 8 pounds or more. Anglers may submit data year-round into one of 4 classes: Lunker, Lunker Elite, Lunker Legend, and Lunker Legacy.
And anglers can submit a fish into one of those 4 classes through our mobile app or our web-based form.
Kyle Brookshire oversees the program.
Our mobile app allows an angler to enter the data fields such as the date and time that it was caught, the weight, the length, and then document those with a photograph, and then submit those to us. And once they're reviewed and confirmed, they're accepted in the program.
Lunker Legacy class permits anglers to submit their data and loan 13-plus pound lunkers caught during the January 1st through March 31st spawning window.
For entering, an angler in any of those categories receives a catch kit. In addition to that, everyone who enters into one of those 4 categories is included in a grand prize drawing of a $5,000 shopping spree at the end of the year. Those anglers that enter the Legacy class program are in an additional drawing for another $5,000 shopping spree.
Find details about the program changes, as well as the items found in each catch kit and how to submit your catch data at TexasShareLunker.com. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Man mimics nature when he uses fire as a land management tool. He does this with controlled burning and with prescribed fire. David Riskin, Director of Natural Resources for State Parks, says there's a difference between the two.
Control burning is a term that people use that you start at part A and you burn until you get to part B. Professional land managers use the term prescribed fire because you have specific objectives, you have specific outcomes, you burn under very specific conditions. And so a prescription is a planning document. You lay everything out ahead of time and then you implement it with very specific objectives in mind.
As well as a range of various objectives a landowner may hope to achieve.
There can be a whole series of objectives, from very simple things like fuel load reduction. You can have specific habitat objectives to change the vegetation structure and composition to support waterfowl or to support antelope or lesser prairie chickens or Houston toads for that matter.
You can learn more about prescribed fire on the Texas Parks and Wildlife website. We record our series at the Block House in Austin, and Joel Block engineers our program. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Here's what you need to know about scientific discovery. It starts with a question, and that leads to, not answers, not immediately anyway, it leads to more questions.
They just keep coming.
Ben Hutchins, the state's invertebrate biologist, has been asking a lot of questions lately about monarch butterflies.
That's right. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know. And so many of us that are involved in monarch conservation have been to a number of conferences, meetings, workshops, symposia, and a big emphasis is on all of the questions that we still have about monarch biology. I think the biggest question, particularly for conservationists, for natural resource managers, is what can we do to make the landscape good monarch habitat? How can we be good stewards of the land to make sure that monarchs are getting what they need?
See what I mean?
We have lots of questions about how particular land management practices, like using controlled burns or reseeding with native plants, how those practices can best be used to produce good monarch habitat. We have lots of questions about patch size, too.
And if your next question is, what does Ben Hutchins mean by patch size? You'll have to listen next time to find out. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. For as long as biologists have been studying the iconic monarch butterfly, they've come up with more questions than answers about its biology and basic needs. The biggest question, do land management practices like controlled burns and reseeding with native plants improve monarch habitat?
We have lots of questions about patch size, too.
That's Ben Hutchins, the state's invertebrate biologist. So what is patch size?
When I say patch size, what I mean is how far will a monarch travel to get from one plot of nectar-producing plants to another? How big of a prairie do we need to support healthy monarch populations? How many milkweed and at what density do we need across the landscape to promote healthy breeding populations?
Expansive patches of prairie are best, but hard to come by due to urbanization. Having said that, all is not lost.
Even urban environments have lots of potential for habitat to support monarchs moving through, and so you can have urban corridors. So there's no property that's too big or too small to help out monarchs and other native pollinators.
That means even planting native nectar-producing plants and milkweed in empty lots, on building rooftops, or in containers on your downtown balcony. Whenever you do that, you're playing a role in supporting monarchs and native pollinators. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Game for some friendly competition? Then join teams from 60 cities on 6 continents to compete during the City Nature Challenge April 27th through 30th. Teams will attempt to document more plant and animal species in their regions than competitors in other regions.
And we are using a format called iNaturalist, which is a real easy way of collecting data. All you have to do is take pictures of things. You don't even have to know what it is.
Biologist and Austin Area Challenge Coordinator Marcia May says they need more experts to help verify data.
Professionals, people who know their plants, people who know their insects, their invertebrates, any of these organisms, to help us verify the data. You don't have to live in any of the regions. Go to iNaturalist, especially those who use it regularly, because we need to get the data verified for it to count towards the contest.
7 regions in Texas are hosting teams. Find them on the Nature Trackers page on the Texas Parks and Wildlife website.
It would be a good idea in advance if people would check out iNaturalist.org and join iNaturalist and see what it's all about, practice it, and then when the time comes, they would just join the project as they're collecting their data.
How the City Nature Challenge works, that's tomorrow. That's our show for today. Funding provided in part by Ram Trucks. Guts, glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Document local flora and fauna when you participate in the worldwide 2018 City Nature Challenge, April 27th through 30th.
Each city will have a leader, and that leader will bring in partners, and they will ask participants to do bio-blitzes within that city. Bio-blitz is where you collect data on all the plants and the animals throughout the area.
Marcia May is a biologist and Austin Area Challenge coordinator. Teams from 6 continents will upload their observations to iNaturalist.org in an attempt to document more species than their competitors.
Then all that data is collected in iNaturalist, and it will be evaluated a week after the challenge is over, and a winner will be announced.
Experts from various fields will verify the data. No prizes will be given to winners, but they will get bragging rights and a chance to help researchers.
We have many species in Texas that are species of greatest conservation need, and when we do these bio-blitzes, oftentimes those species are identified within that project, and those species are very important for us to know where they're located, how many there are out there, and this is just a way where citizens can help quite a bit.
For more details on the 2018 City Nature Challenge on April 27th through 30th, go to citynaturechallenge.org. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. An old-timey freshwater fish is getting new attention. What is it?
A traditional fish that's been caught by Texas anglers for many, many years.
That's more of a clue than an answer, Dave Terry. Dave is Chief of Inland Fisheries Research and Management. Here's another clue. Parks and Wildlife produces and then stocks this fish in Texas water bodies.
Yes, we do produce many, many catfish in our state fish hatchery system in Texas.
Catfish, but you knew that, right?
As a matter of fact, we stock literally thousands of advanced-sized channel catfish in small ponds located throughout the state. One of our stocking programs is our neighborhood fishing program, where we're stocking every 2 weeks adult channel catfish 12 inches or larger into some 14 water bodies across the state to offer up great fishing opportunities for people who reside in urban areas of our state, which is definitely a group that we would like to reach out to.
To the original point, serious anglers are rediscovering catfish, but why?
Texas is changing. We're going to be experiencing more drought conditions in Texas, and what we know about catfish is catfish are able to deal with fluctuating water levels better than largemouth bass, which have been and will continue to be a popular sport fish in Texas.
With heavy stocking and a new eye toward management, catfish is a traditional species for changing times. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series and funds fisheries research in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Largemouth bass is hands down the favorite sport fish among Texas anglers.
Today in Texas, about 50% of our anglers say they prefer largemouth bass.
Dave Terry, Chief of Inland Fisheries Research and Management, says one fish is gaining on largemouth.
About 20% of anglers prefer fishing catfish in Texas.
That's right, the humble catfish. Catfish are better able than largemouth bass to survive and thrive when water levels are low, such as during drought.
We're trying to study catfish more intensively to determine how we can make fishing for catfish even better.
Texas Parks and Wildlife developed a management strategy to guide the future of this sport fish in Texas.
Most people in Texas, if they think of a fish, they think of a catfish. I think that's the honest truth. Bass get more notoriety, but catfish are very important, and I think a perfect fish to start new anglers on fishing and to get a new generation of Texas interested in fishing.
Texas is home to at least 10 species of catfish. 3 provide important fishing opportunities to anglers: channel, blue, and flathead catfish. We have a link to the Catfish Management Plan at passporttotexas.org. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series and funds fisheries research in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. March 2nd is an important date in Texas history. It's when Texas declared its independence from Mexico, and each year we celebrate where it all began, Washington on the Brazos State Park and Historic Site. The Texas Independence Day celebration is an annual 2-day living history event. This year it's on Saturday and Sunday, March 3rd and 4th. It's when we celebrate the day when 59 delegates met in 1836 to make a formal declaration of independence from Mexico. This admission-free event features live music, food, demonstrations, living history presentations, kids' activities, and a whole lot more. Historical reenactors set up an accurate Texas Army camp where visitors may wander freely among the tents to learn how the soldiers and their families lived in 1836. During that weekend, admission fees are waived for the site's attractions. Admission to the grounds, on-site shuttles, and parking are also free. Washington on the Brazos State Historic Site is halfway between Houston and Austin. Come out and celebrate with us March 3rd and 4th. Find more details on the Texas Parks and Wildlife website. We record our series at the Block House in Austin, Texas, and Joel Block engineers our program. Well, that's our show for today. Funding provided in part by Ram Trucks. Guts, glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas.
I was once a captured slave. Now I'm just a black man who came to be.
In the 19th century, black men who served in the 9th and 10th Regiments of the Cavalry and the 24th and 25th Regiments of Infantry of the United States Army were...
I am a buffalo soldier.
It's said the Indians, whom they fought during the Indian Wars, gave troops the name because of their hair texture and their courage and ferocity in battle.
He feared and respected the buffalo, and he learned to fear and respect the black soldier as well.
That's Buffalo Soldier reenactor John Oliveira, who says Buffalo soldiers played a major role in settling Texas.
75% of the soldiers that settled this area were buffalo soldiers. The only white men that were with them were the commanding officers. Almost all of the forts were manned and built by buffalo soldiers.
Texas Parks and Wildlife Department offers Texas Buffalo Soldier outdoor educational programs. Find their schedule on the Parks and Wildlife website.
The buffalo soldiers fought not only the Indians and outlaws, but racism and prejudice. We had a job to do, and we done it.
That's our show for today. Funding provided in part by Ram Trucks. Guts, glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. A tragic accident in 2013 took the life of 18-year-old Harper High School senior Jacob Krebs. Texas Parks and Wildlife biologist Joyce Moore.
Will and Mary Krebs raised him to be active in all facets of the community. He was an Eagle Scout. He was a reenactor at Nimitz Museum in Fredericksburg. When Jacob died, Will Krebs came to me and he said, "Joyce, I would like to memorialize my son. Could you help me?" And so I said, we should ask the Harper Wildlife Association if they would help us do this.
And they did by creating a youth hunt for wounded warriors in memory of Jacob Krebs. All participants had a connection with the military. Jacob's mother, Mary.
Jacob loved hunting and he also loved wounded warriors. He was so proud to acknowledge any veteran that he saw. We decided to honor them and have a youth hunt.
Mary Krebs says Jacob's impact didn't end there. He was also an organ donor.
Jacob saved the lives of 4 people on April the 2nd, 2013, and he has greatly enhanced the lives of at least 80 more around the United States through tissue and bone and cornea donations.
Learn about Jacob Krebs' lasting legacy next week on the Texas Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS. Check your local listings. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Commercial crab fishermen use baited wire traps to lure their prey. Sometimes traps end up missing due to storms, or they're simply discarded. These traps continue ghost fishing for months or years, capturing fish and other marine creatures, including endangered species, thus taking an environmental and economic toll on Gulf fisheries. In February 2002, Parks and Wildlife conducted the first abandoned crab trap removal program. During a 10-day period in February, volunteers like you joined Parks and Wildlife staff and partners in removing derelict traps. More than 32,000 traps have been removed from the Gulf since 2002, saving tens of thousands of marine organisms. This year's cleanup is February 16th through the 25th. The big cleanup push is Saturday, February 17th from 10 to noon. The cleanup is the only time citizens may remove these traps from Gulf waters. Parks and Wildlife facilitates roughly 20 coastal sites and provides disposal facilities, tarps, gloves, crab trap hooks, and other items to help volunteers remove troublesome traps. To volunteer for this year's program, visit the Abandoned Crab Trap Removal page on the Parks and Wildlife website. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Theoretically, you can plant trees all year long. However, for the best outcome, do so while temperatures are cool.
It's just much easier on them.
Scott Harris is a certified arborist in Austin. Although fall is the best time to plant trees, the best tree planting window in Texas runs from October through March.
Getting the trees in the ground in the fall, they have the entire cool season, dormant season to spread roots out before the big demands on roots and water start in the spring.
So there's still time to get your trees in the ground to take advantage of cool winter temperatures and spring rains. On another note, just because a tree will grow in Texas doesn't mean it should grow here. Harris advises we stick with natives.
The biggest thing to avoid is non-natives. Our natives have all of the features you would want, but they've spent thousands and thousands of years getting used to being here, and with all of the other wildlife used to having them too. It's all a web, and you can't tell which string you can pull out without upsetting things.
Tomorrow we'll have tree planting tips to help your newly planted tree thrive. And you can go to the Texas Parks and Wildlife website and find a native plant database. That's our show. Thank you for joining us. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Trees provide habitat for wildlife as well as shade and beauty for us. If you're adding new trees to your landscape this year, know the rules.
People frequently ask how close they can put a tree to the house because shade on the house obviously is a huge energy savings. The general rule of thumb is you go no closer to the house than the eaves are high. So if you measure up to the eaves of your house and it's 10 feet high, you need to get 10 feet back from the house.
Scott Harris, a certified arborist in Austin, recommends planting native trees. For your tree to get the best start in life, he recommends the following.
You always want to plant your trees at the exact same level that they were in the pot. Don't dig a big deep hole, dig a big wide hole. Always use the same soil you took out to backfill, but you can put your compost underneath the mulch, and then all of that organic goodness will dribble down in the way that nature intended.
Water your new trees infrequently and deeply. This helps them to develop extensive root systems.
If you just have a little bit of water in one area, that's where the roots are going to go. But if you water very deeply, it'll spread into the surrounding soil and the roots will follow that moisture out.
A robust root system helps trees remain vigorous and able to better withstand Texas droughts. That's our show. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Larval monarchs have very specific nutritional needs.
Larval monarchs depend on milkweed species. Essentially, that's the only plant that monarch caterpillars consume.
Ben Hutchins, state invertebrate biologist, says availability of milkweed in Texas is vital to their survival.
As monarchs migrate north from their overwintering grounds in Mexico, Texas is one of their first stops, and this is where they begin to reproduce. And so all of the monarchs that then migrate farther north through the U.S. and Canada, those future generations depend on successful reproduction in the spring here in Texas.
Yet Texas is just one stop along their migration route.
Monarchs also reproduce and depend on milkweed in the Midwestern states in the United States. And we know that in many of those states, for example in the Corn Belt region, that the availability of milkweed plants has declined substantially over the last several decades. And so there is some pretty good science that suggests that decline in milkweed availability in the Midwest directly relates to the monarch population declines that we've been seeing.
The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. El Camino Real de los Tejas is a historic trail from Spanish colonial times that shaped Texas history. Learn more on a segment of the Texas Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS.
I'm Stephen Gonzalez, and I'm Executive Director of El Camino Real de los Tejas National Historic Trail Association. El Camino Real de los Tejas is the old royal road that came up from Mexico City to establish Texas in Spanish colonial times. It's the road that led to the founding of Texas. There are many Caminos Reales that make up the Camino Real. In times past, these roads had different names because of the places that they were going to. The old San Antonio Road, the Nacogdoches Road, La Bahia Road, and the Laredo Road. Every Texan of note that we can think of, all the way from Spaniards such as Alonso de Leon to Davy Crockett, Jim Bowie, Sam Houston, they all traveled along portions of the Camino Real at one time or another, and it's really elemental to the state's history. We think about things like the Battle of the Alamo and Goliad, and we forget that those troops were actually traveling along roadways, pathways, and that those were largely the Camino Real and segments of it. So one of our goals is to make the public more aware of it.
Learn more next week on the Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS. Check your local listings. That's our show, funding provided in part by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Have your kids been begging you to take them on an overnight camping trip at a Texas state park? Have they talked excitedly about sleeping in a tent and making s'mores over a campfire? Or maybe even catching a fish? If you've been putting them off because you're out of practice or never learned the skills in the first place, we can help. Texas Parks and Wildlife Department offers the Texas Outdoor Family Program to help you hone or develop your outdoor skills. During 1 or 2 night workshops, state park staff lead families through the basics of setting up camp and getting the most out of their time in nature. All camping gear and equipment required for an overnight stay at the park is included with each reservation. Just bring your family, that's up to 6 people, sheets, blankets, and food, and you're ready for a camping adventure. But you need to register in advance, and workshops fill fast. Workshops are scheduled in March at Lake Tawakoni State Park, Galveston Island State Park, Bisher State Park, Lake Ray Roberts State Park, and Huntsville State Park. There are more workshops in April, May, and June at other state parks. Texas Outdoor Family workshops are always fun. You'll leave the park with new confidence in your ability to enjoy overnight camping with your family and friends. Find details in the calendar section of the Texas Parks and Wildlife website. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Wildlife biologist Sean Gray stays busy most days in his role as Parks and Wildlife pronghorn and mule deer program leader in the Trans-Pecos.
I get to oversee all of the management and research for the 2 species for Texas Parks and Wildlife.
This includes orchestrating the restoration of these species to their native range. Last year, Parks and Wildlife successfully relocated 109 pronghorn.
Our surplus populations are located in the northwest and northeast panhandle. We take animals from healthy populations there to boost our local populations in the Trans-Pecos that have, in recent years, have seen historic decline.
Texas Parks and Wildlife worked with partners to redistribute the animals.
Translocation has been one of the management tools that we've been able to do to help those populations rebound. There's a whole suite of things that we do to improve populations, and of course we always need help from Mother Nature to make all those things work for us.
Drought was a leading factor in the pronghorn's decline in the Trans-Pecos, but Gray says the reasons are more complex than that alone. After trapping the animals, each received a health checkup. Some were fitted with radio collars.
Through time and our management practices, the populations have been responding well.
The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series and funds pronghorn restoration in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Wildlife biologist Sean Gray finds pronghorns fascinating and hopes you will too.
Pronghorn is a very unique mammal of North America. It's the only one found in its family. It's the fastest mammal in North America.
Gray is the pronghorn program leader and oversees the Pronghorn Restoration Project for Parks and Wildlife. Because it's a game species, hunting them should pick up as their population grows, thus benefiting local communities.
2008, we issued probably 800 buck-only hunting permits, and in 2009 or 10, we were issuing less than 100. Not only is it the money that they get for trespass access for hunting, but the hunters come to the local communities and spend time and money. So there's a lot of economic impacts as well with a much reduced pronghorn population out here.
The Trans-Pecos pronghorn population dipped below 3,000 in 2012, and Gray says through translocation and natural reproduction, they hope to see the numbers rise to 10,000.
Most of the local communities in the Trans-Pecos miss the pronghorn, and they want to see pronghorn back on the landscape at numbers that they are used to seeing.
With the continued success of the restoration project, they may get their wish. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series and funds pronghorn restoration in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. The Share Lunker program is a promotion and enhancement program for lunker bass fishing in Texas. It selectively breeds trophy largemouth bass donated by anglers.
For this year, we expanded that program to include 8-pound bass, 9-pound bass, 10-pound bass, etc., all the way up and over 13 pounds.
Kyle Brookshire oversees the Toyota Texas Share Lunker program. Why the change?
We wanted to get involved with more anglers out there and begin to recognize them for their achievement, because really a 13-pound bass is a fish of a lifetime, but so is an 8, 9, 10. So we want to recognize anglers at other levels of achievement for their catches.
Collecting data on bass 8 pounds plus helps Parks and Wildlife better understand the influence of share lunker genetics in each public water body. He says they'll continue to collect and spawn 13-pound bass caught January 1st through March 31st.
And then we're not only stocking some of those fingerlings out into the lakes of Texas, but the new change is we are incorporating them into our broodstock development so that eventually we'll greatly increase the number of fingerlings that are direct ShareLunker descendants that are stocked out in Texas public lakes.
Find details at TexasShareLunker.com. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. This year, the Toyota Share Lunker program expanded to include largemouth bass 8 pounds or more. Anglers may submit data year-round into one of 4 classes: Lunker, Lunker Elite, Lunker Legend, and Lunker Legacy.
And anglers can submit a fish into one of those 4 classes through our mobile app or our web-based form.
Kyle Brookshire oversees the program.
Our mobile app allows an angler to enter the data fields such as the date and time time that it was caught, the weight, the length, and then document those with a photograph, and then submit those to us. And once they're reviewed and confirmed, they're accepted in the program.
Lunker Legacy Class permits anglers to submit their data and loan 13-plus pound lunkers caught during the January 1st through March 31st spawning window.
For entering, an angler in any of those categories receives a catch kit. In addition to that, everyone who enters into one of those 4 categories is included in a grand prize drawing of a $5,000 shopping spree at the end of the year. Those anglers that enter the Legacy Class program are in an additional drawing for another $5,000 shopping spree.
Find details about the program changes, as well as the items found in each catch kit and how to submit your catch data at TexasShareLunker.com. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Man mimics nature when he uses fire as a land management tool. He does this with controlled burning and with prescribed fire. David Riskin, Director of Natural Resources for State Parks, says there's a difference between the two.
Control burning is a term that people use that you start at part A and you burn until you get to part B. Professional land managers use the term prescribed fire because you have specific objectives, you have specific outcomes, you burn under very specific conditions. And so a prescription is a planning document. You lay everything out ahead of time and then you implement it with very specific objectives in mind.
As well as a range of various objectives a landowner may hope to achieve.
There can be a whole series of objectives, from very simple things like fuel load reduction. You can have specific habitat objectives to change the vegetation structure and composition to support waterfowl or to support antelope or lesser prairie chickens or Houston toads for that matter.
You can learn more about prescribed fire on the Texas Parks and Wildlife website. We record our series at the Block House in Austin, and Joel Block engineers our program. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Here's what you need to know about scientific discovery. It starts with a question, and that leads to, not answers, not immediately anyway, it leads to more questions.
They just keep coming.
Ben Hutchins, the state's invertebrate biologist, has been asking a lot of questions lately about monarch butterflies.
That's right. The more you know, the more you realize you don't know. And so many of us that are involved in monarch conservation have been to a number of conferences, meetings, workshops, symposia, and a big emphasis is on all of the questions that we still have about monarch biology. I think the biggest question, particularly for conservationists, for natural resource managers, is what can we do to make the landscape good monarch habitat? How can we be good stewards of the land to make sure that monarchs are getting what they need?
See what I mean?
We have lots of questions about how particular land management practices, like using controlled burns or reseeding with native plants, how those practices can best be used to produce good monarch habitat. We have lots of questions about patch size, too.
And if your next question is, what does Ben Hutchins mean by patch size? You'll have to listen next time to find out. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. For as long as biologists have been studying the iconic monarch butterfly, they've come up with more questions than answers about its biology and basic needs. The biggest question, do land management practices like controlled burns and reseeding with native plants improve monarch habitat?
We have lots of questions about patch size, too.
That's Ben Hutchins, the state's invertebrate biologist. So what is patch size?
When I say patch size, what I mean is how far will a monarch travel to get from one plot of nectar-producing plants to another? How big of a prairie do we need to support healthy monarch populations. How many milkweed and at what density do we need across the landscape to promote healthy breeding populations?
Expansive patches of prairie are best, but hard to come by due to urbanization. Having said that, all is not lost.
Even urban environments have lots of potential for habitat to support monarchs moving through, and so you can have urban corridors. So there's no property that's too big or too small to help out monarchs and other native pollinators.
That means even planting native nectar-producing plants and milkweed in empty lots, on building rooftops, or in containers on your downtown balcony. Whenever you do that, you're playing a role in supporting monarchs and native pollinators. The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Game for some friendly competition? Then join teams from 60 cities on 6 continents to compete during the City Nature Challenge, April 27th through 30th. Teams will attempt to document more plant and animal species in their regions than competitors in other regions.
And we are using a format called iNaturalist, which is a real easy way of collecting data. All you have to do is take pictures of things. You don't even have to know what it is.
Biologist and Austin Area Challenge Coordinator Marcia May says they need more experts to help verify data.
Professionals, people who know their plants, people who know their insects, their invertebrates, any of these organisms, to help us verify the data. You don't have to live in any of the regions. Go to iNaturalist, especially those who use it regularly, because we need to get the data verified for it to count towards the contest.
7 regions in Texas are hosting teams. Find them on the Nature Trackers page on the Texas Parks and Wildlife website.
It would be a good idea in advance if people would check out iNaturalist.org and join iNaturalist and see what it's all about, practice it, and then when the time comes, they would just join the project as they're collecting their data.
How the City Nature Challenge works, that's tomorrow. That's our show for today. Funding provided in part by Ram Trucks. Guts, glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Document local flora and fauna when you participate in the worldwide 2018 City Nature Challenge, April 27th through 30th.
Each city will have a leader, and that leader will bring in partners, and they will ask participants to do bioblitzes within that city. BioBlitz is where you collect data on all the plants and the animals throughout the area.
Marcia May is a biologist and Austin Area Challenge Coordinator. Teams from 6 continents will upload their observations to iNaturalist.org in an attempt to document more species than their competitors.
Then all that data is collected in iNaturalist, and it will be evaluated a week after the challenge is over, and a winner will be announced.
Experts from various fields will verify the data. No prizes will be given to winners, but they will get bragging rights and a chance to help researchers.
We have many species in Texas that are species of greatest conservation need, and when we do these bioblitzes, oftentimes those species are identified within that project, and those species are very important for us to know where they're located, how many there are out there, and this is just a way where citizens can help quite a bit.
For more details on the 2018 City Nature Challenge on April 27th through 30th, go to citynaturechallenge.org. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. An old-timey freshwater fish is getting new attention. What is it?
A traditional fish that's been caught by Texas anglers for many, many years.
That's more of a clue than an answer, Dave Terry. Dave is Chief of Inland Fisheries Research and Management. Here's another clue. Parks and Wildlife produces and then stocks this fish in Texas water bodies.
Yes, we do produce many, many catfish in our state fish hatchery system in Texas.
Catfish, but you knew that, right?
As a matter of fact, we stock literally thousands of advanced-sized channel catfish in small ponds located throughout the state. One of our stocking programs is our neighborhood fishing program, where we're stocking every 2 weeks adult channel catfish 12 inches or larger into some 14 water bodies across the state to offer up great fishing opportunities for people who reside in urban areas of our state, which is definitely a group that we would like to reach out to.
To the original point, serious anglers are rediscovering catfish, but why?
Texas is changing. We're going to be experiencing more drought conditions in Texas, and what we know about catfish, it's catfish are able to deal with fluctuating water levels better than largemouth bass, which have been and will continue to be a popular sport fish in Texas.
With heavy stocking and a new eye toward management, catfish is a traditional species for changing times. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series and funds fisheries research in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Largemouth bass is hands down the favorite sport fish among Texas anglers.
Today in Texas, about 50% of our anglers say they prefer largemouth bass.
Dave Terry, Chief of Inland Fisheries Research and Management, says one fish is gaining on largemouth.
About 20% of anglers prefer fishing catfish in Texas.
That's right, the humble catfish. Catfish are better able than largemouth bass to survive and thrive when water levels are low, such as during drought.
We're trying to study catfish more intensively to determine how we can make fishing for catfish even better.
Texas Parks and Wildlife developed a management strategy to guide the future of this sport fish in Texas.
Most people in Texas, if they think of a fish, they think of a catfish. I think that's the honest truth. Bass get more notoriety, but catfish are very important, and I think a perfect fish to start new anglers on fishing and to get a new generation of Texas interested in fishing.
Texas is home to at least 10 species of catfish. 3 provide important fishing opportunities to anglers: channel, blue, and flathead catfish. We have a link to the Catfish Management Plan at passporttotexas.org. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series and funds fisheries research in Texas. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. March 2nd is an important date in Texas history. It's when Texas declared its independence from Mexico, and each year we celebrate where it all began, Washington on the Brazos State Park and Historic Site. The Texas Independence Day celebration is an annual 2-day living history event. This year it's on Saturday and Sunday, March 3rd and 4th. It's when we celebrate the day when 59 delegates met in 1836 to make a formal declaration of independence from Mexico. This admission-free event features live music, food, demonstrations, living history presentations, kids' activities, and a whole lot more. Historical reenactors set up an accurate Texas Army camp where visitors may wander freely among the tents to learn how the soldiers and their families lived in 1836. During that weekend, admission fees are waived for the site's attractions. Admission to the grounds, on-site shuttles, and parking are also free. Washington on the Brazos State Historic Site is halfway between Houston and Austin. Come out and celebrate with us March 3rd and 4th. Find more details on the Texas Parks and Wildlife website. We record our series at the Block House in Austin, Texas, and Joel Block engineers our program. Well, that's our show for today. Funding provided in part by Ram Trucks. Guts, glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas.
I was once a captured slave. Now I'm just a black man who came to be.
In the 19th century, black men who served in the 9th and 10th Regiments of the Cavalry and the 24th and 25th Regiments of Infantry of the United States Army were,
I am a buffalo soldier.
It's said the Indians, whom they fought during the Indian Wars, gave troops the name because of their hair texture and their courage and ferocity in battle.
He feared and respected the buffalo, and he learned to fear and respect the black soldier as well.
That's Buffalo Soldier reenactor John Oliveira, who says Buffalo soldiers played a major role in settling Texas.
75% of the soldiers that settled this area were buffalo soldiers. The only white men that were with them were the commanding officers. Almost all of the forts were manned and built by buffalo soldiers.
Texas Parks and Wildlife Department offers Texas Buffalo Soldier outdoor educational programs. Find their schedule on the Parks and Wildlife website.
The buffalo soldiers fought not only the Indians and outlaws, but racism and prejudice. We had a job to do, and we done it.
That's our show for today. Funding provided in part by Ram Trucks, Guts Glory Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. A tragic accident in 2013 took the life of 18-year-old Harper High School senior Jacob Krebs. Texas Parks and Wildlife biologist Joyce Moore.
Will and Mary Krebs raised him to be active in all facets of the community. He was an Eagle Scout. He was a reenactor at Nimitz Museum in Fredericksburg. When Jacob died, Will Krebs came to me and he said, Joyce, I would like to memorialize my son. Could you help me? And so I said, we should ask the Harper Wildlife Association if they would help us do this.
And they did by creating a youth hunt for wounded warriors in memory of Jacob Krebs. All participants had a connection with the military, Jacob's mother, Mary.
Jacob loved hunting and he also loved wounded warriors. He was so proud to acknowledge any veteran that he saw. We decided to honor them and have a youth hunt.
Mary Krebs says Jacob's impact didn't end there. He was also an organ donor.
Jacob saved the lives of 4 people on April the 2nd, 2013, and he has greatly enhanced the lives of at least 80 more around the United States through tissue and bone and cornea donations.
Learn about Jacob Krebs' lasting legacy next week on the Texas Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS. Check your local listings. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Commercial crab fishermen use baited wire traps to lure their prey. Sometimes traps end up missing due to storms or they're simply discarded. These traps continue ghost fishing for months or years, capturing fish and other marine creatures, including endangered species, thus taking an environmental and economic toll on Gulf fisheries. In February 2002, Parks and Wildlife conducted the first abandoned crab trap removal program. During a 10-day period in February, volunteers like you joined Parks and Wildlife staff and partners in removing derelict traps. More than 32,000 traps have been removed from the Gulf since 2002, saving tens of thousands of marine organisms. This year's cleanup is February 16th through the 25th. The big cleanup push is Saturday, February 17th from 10 to noon. The cleanup is the only time citizens may remove these traps from Gulf waters. Parks and Wildlife facilitates roughly 20 coastal sites and provides disposal facilities, tarps, gloves, crab trap hooks, and other items to help volunteers remove troublesome traps. To volunteer for this year's program, visit the Abandoned Crab Trap Removal page on the Parks and Wildlife website. The Sportfish Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Theoretically, you can plant trees all year long. However, for the best outcome, do so while temperatures are cool.
It's just much easier on them.
Scott Harris is a certified arborist in Austin. Although fall is the best time to plant trees, the best tree planting window in Texas runs from October through March.
Getting the trees in the ground in the fall, they have the entire cool season, dormant season to spread roots out before the big demands on roots and water start in the spring.
So there's still time to get your trees in the ground to take advantage of cool winter temperatures and spring rains. On another note, just because a tree will grow in Texas doesn't mean it should grow here. Harris advises we stick with natives.
The biggest thing to avoid is non-natives. Our natives have all of the features you would want, but they've spent thousands and thousands of years getting used to being here, and with all of the other wildlife used to having them too. It's all a web, and you can't tell which string you can pull out without upsetting things.
Tomorrow we'll have tree planting tips to help your newly planted tree thrive. And you can go to the Texas Parks and Wildlife website and find a native plant database. That's our show. Thank you for joining us. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Trees provide habitat for wildlife as well as shade and beauty for us. If you're adding new trees to your landscape this year, know the rules.
People frequently ask how close they can put a tree to the house because shade on the house obviously is a huge energy savings. The general rule of thumb is you go no closer to the house than the eaves are high. So if you measure up to the eaves of your house and it's 10 feet high, you need to get 10 feet back from the house.
Scott Harris, a certified arborist in Austin, recommends planting native trees. For your tree to get the best start in life, he recommends the following.
You always want to plant your trees at the exact same level that they were in the pot. Don't dig a big deep hole, dig a big wide hole. Always use the same soil you took out to backfill, but you can put your compost underneath the mulch, and then all of that organic goodness will dribble down in the way that nature intended.
Water your new trees infrequently and deeply. This helps them to develop extensive root systems.
If you just have a little bit of water in one area, that's where the roots are going to go. But if you water very deeply, it'll spread into the surrounding soil and the roots will follow that moisture out.
A robust root system helps trees remain vigorous and able to better withstand Texas droughts. That's our show. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Larval monarchs have very specific nutritional needs.
Larval monarchs depend on milkweed species. Essentially, that's the only plant that monarch caterpillars consume.
Ben Hutchins, state invertebrate biologist, says availability of milkweed in Texas is vital to their survival.
As monarchs migrate north from their overwintering grounds in Mexico, Texas is one of their first stops, and this is where they begin to reproduce. And so all of the monarchs that then migrate farther north through the U.S. and Canada, those future generations depend on successful reproduction in the spring here in Texas.
Yet Texas is just one stop along their migration route.
Monarchs also reproduce and depend on milkweed in the Midwestern states in the United States. And we know that in many of those states, for example in the Corn Belt region, that the availability of milkweed plants has declined substantially over the last several decades. And so there is some pretty good science that suggests that decline in milkweed availability in the Midwest directly relates to the monarch population declines that we've been seeing.
The Wildlife Restoration Program supports our series. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. El Camino Real de los Tejas is a historic trail from Spanish colonial times that shaped Texas history. Learn more on a segment of the Texas Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS.
I'm Stephen Gonzalez, and I'm Executive Director of El Camino Real de los Tejas National Historic Trail Association. El Camino Real de los Tejas is the old royal road that came up from Mexico City to establish Texas in Spanish colonial times. It's the road that led to the founding of Texas. There are many Caminos Reales that make up the Camino Real. In times past, these roads had different names because of the places that they were going to. The old San Antonio Road, the Nacogdoches Road, La Bahia Road, and the Laredo Road. Every Texan of note that we can think of, all the way from Spaniards such as Alonso de Leon to Davy Crockett, Jim Bowie, Sam Houston, they all traveled along portions of the Camino Real at one time or another, and it's really elemental to the state's history. We think about things like the Battle of the Alamo and Goliad, and we forget that those troops were actually traveling along roadways, pathways, and that those were largely the Camino Real and segments of it. So one of our goals is to make the public more aware of it.
Learn more next week on the Parks and Wildlife TV series on PBS. Check your local listings. That's our show, funding provided in part by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. For Texas Parks and Wildlife, I'm Cecilia Nasty. This is Passport to Texas. Have your kids been begging you to take them on an overnight camping trip at a Texas state park? Have they talked excitedly about sleeping in a tent and making s'mores over a campfire? Or maybe even catching a fish? If you've been putting them off because you're out of practice or never learned the skills in the first place, we can help. Texas Parks and Wildlife Department offers the Texas Outdoor Family Program to help you hone or develop your outdoor skills. During 1 or 2 night workshops, state park staff lead families through the basics of setting up camp and getting the most out of their time in nature. All camping gear and equipment required for an overnight stay at the park is included with each reservation. Just bring your family, that's up to 6 people, sheets, blankets, and food, and you're ready for a camping adventure. But you need to register in advance, and workshops fill fast. Workshops are scheduled in March at Lake Tawakoni State Park,
Is there any incentive to try to get it to?
Okay. All right. We'll now reconvene the work session on November 1st, 2023 at 3:30 p.m. Before we begin, I will take roll. Hildebrand present. Scott? Present. Abel? Present. Bell?
Present.
Doggett? Present. Foster? Present. And Patton? Present. Okay. We are now returning from the executive session where we discussed the work session, real estate item numbers 12, 13, and 15, litigation item number 16, and personnel matter item number 17. Item number 14 was withdrawn. If there are no further questions, I will place items numbers 12, 13, 15, and 17 on the Thursday Commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Regarding item number 16, litigation, no further action is needed at this time. We'll now resume the work session agenda, beginning with work session item 6. Mr. Gaislin, will you make your presentation? Did I pronounce that correctly?
Mr. Gieslin, yes, sir.
Gieslin, excuse me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, Dr. Jaskowitz, fellow commissioners. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I won't sprint, but I'll run through and just hit the highlights given where we are this afternoon. Today, I bring before you our coastal statewide regulations preview. Keep in mind, that's just a preview. If we were to develop a proposal, that would come back before you in January, and then at the March meeting, we would be seeking adoption if we move forward with that. Just a quick refresher of what brings me here today. Our February freeze, 2021. That was the largest freeze-related fish kill since the 1980s. Our speckled trout population especially takes it on the nose every time we get a freeze. They simply have that lower thermal tolerance level. Following the freeze, the Commission enacted several regulatory actions, the first being an emergency action, the second one being folded up into our statewide action. That lasted for approximately 3 spawning seasons, and that action expired or sunset on August 31st of 2023. In the next few slides, I'll just give a brief summary of where we are now with our spotted sea trout population, coming from our resource sampling. And one of the primary tools we use to evaluate our finfish or sport fish population is our gill net gear. That targets adult fish. And just as a point of orientation on the graph, you'll see the x-axis contains our time series of years, and the y-axis is a mean catch rate. That horizontal dashed line running across the middle of the graph, that is a 10-year mean. And the take home here is since the freeze of 2021, the catch rate of trout has been less than that 10-year average, and some of the lowest catch rates we've seen since 2009. you'll see a gap there. That's the 2020 COVID year when we're unable to get out and sample. This slide shows the link distribution in inches of the fishery of those trout that we catch in our gill nets. You'll see the percentage of fish over on the y-axis. On that smaller end, and this is particularly noteworthy when we start talking slot limits, on the smaller end, note that approximately 40% of those fish that we catch in our gill nets over the past 10 years are in that 14 to 16 inch size class. Additionally, going out a couple more inches, 60% of adult fish in our gill nets are between 14 and 18 inches. On the larger side of the scale, and this is also noteworthy, less than 10% of trout in our gill nets reach trophy size. And we'd say trophy size certainly in the eye of the beholder, but we say about 25 inches and greater is a trophy trout. Only 1% or less get up to 30 inches or greater. This slide shows our recent bag seine data. This is simply an indicator of recruitment. Our fish recruit at the highest rate through June through September. And you can see since the freeze of 2021, there's been an increasing recruitment, which is good for us to see. This is a good sign as there's simply just more young fish in the water, an indication that some of the recovery of that stock of fish is occurring. I'll now transition into landings patterns. This comes through our creel survey. This is simply harvest of spotted sea trout, and our harvest has decreased coast-wide since 2020. Presumably, we attribute that to a couple things. The emergency regulations and the statewide regulations that restricted harvest, but also anecdotally, we heard through our angling community that folks were practicing more catch and release practices. So naturally, you just see more or decreased harvest. Either way, the reduced harvest keeps more fish in the water and certainly aided in the recovery. All right, this next slide is angler trends and trip satisfaction. This is something our creel agents ask anglers as they intercept them at our boat ramps and docks. And this is useful for us in gauging how anglers feel about their fishing experience. Of note, of the anglers that land trout, most folks only land one trout. The graphs on the right show angler satisfaction with a 5-fish bag, and on the lower graph, a 3-fish bag. The take home here is that angler satisfaction is similar when the bag limit is approached or reached, regardless of what that bag limit is. These next couple of slides, I'll show the estimated population impacts associated with a couple of our commonly used fisheries management techniques. And that's going to be a bag limit change and a slot limit change. These are expressed as increase to spawning stock biomass through a modeled population. Our spawning biomass is a combined weight of all sexually mature female trout within the population. Naturally, that increases recruitment to the fishery. This graph shows the modeling results of bag limit reductions from the current 5-fish bag. For example, the 3-fish bag limit would result, or it has the potential to result in increased spawning biomass of approximately 7% compared to that current 5-fish bag limit. Another commonly used fisheries technique is the slot limit. Our current slot limit is 15 to 25 inches with one over 25 inches that counts as part of that daily bag limit. The y-axis shows a variety of slot limits starting at the current minimum size length at 15 inches and works all the way up to 17 inches. Coupled together, the bag limit and the slot limit have an additive impact on the spawning biomass. For example, that box on the right, if you couple together a slot limit of 15 to 20 inches and a 3-fish bag, you could expect a 27% increase in spawning stock biomass. Now that wouldn't happen overnight. That would take at least about a generation of a trout, which is about 6, 7, sometimes older, 6, 7 years. But by year 2, approximately 70% of that benefit is realized. The next couple of slides, I'll highlight our public scoping efforts. You all will recall that in our August public hearing, the anglers expressed concern over the temporary, more restrictive harvest regulations being lifted or sunsetting. We also heard those same concerns beginning in sometime in the spring, and we committed to doing those public scoping efforts. Those efforts are simply aimed at getting input and feedback from the angling community and gathering their preferences about how they feel, how they would like to see the trout population managed, or trout fishery managed. All in all, we conducted a series of 6 public scoping meetings along the coast. We conducted an angler survey and met with our Coastal Resources Advisory Committee, and I'll talk about those in subsequent slides. But this slide highlights the summary of those public scoping meetings, those in-person meetings. And of note, when we received 275 comments, either in person at those meetings or in follow-up emails or phone calls to us. We took record of those, and of note, only 4%, very small percentage, opposed any changes to the limits, to the regulatory structure that we have right now. And those that commented specifically on a slot limit change, 39% preferred a 17 to 23 inch slot, and 29% preferred a 15 to 20 inch slot. Of those that commented specifically on a bag limit change, 83% of those that commented supported a 3-fish bag limit. Now I'll highlight the angler survey that we conducted as part of our scoping efforts. And using the database of license holders who have the opportunity to fish in saltwater, we sent electronic surveys through email and contracted out with Texas A&M University to conduct this survey. They sent over 10,000 emails and surveys, electronic surveys, to randomly selected non-guide anglers and approximately 1,500 guide anglers. The survey was designed to gather input on a suite of slot limits and bag limit size changes, including the following: 15 to 20 inches, 15 to 25 inch slots, 17 to 23, and a bag limit change of either 3 or 5 fish. And now I'll highlight some of the survey results. Those preliminary survey results, and that survey just closed yesterday, so we probably still have a few surveys trickling in. But from both the recreational angler and the guides, both groups of anglers, the most commonly supported management option was a 15 to 20 inch slot and a 3-fish bag with 1 oversized fish. Likewise, the least supported option was a 17 to 23 inch slot with a 5-fish bag and again 1 fish over the maximum size. Just last Friday, we met with our Coastal Resources Advisory Committee here in Austin. They came up with a recommendation after much deliberation and discussion. The advisory committee recommended a 3-fish bag with a 16 to 20 inch slot with 1 oversized tag, very similar to our red drum tag, per year. And that oversized would be 30 inches. So that's what our Coastal Resource Advisory came to the table with. And I'll leave you, this is my last slide, just a few management options to consider and think about as we think about where we may move with any type of proposal. A bag limit, what we're hearing most of is in support of is a 3-fish bag limit. The status quo is currently 5. And also a slot limit change, either going from 15 to 20. Keep in mind our current slot limit is 15 to 25. We've also heard support for a 16 to 20. Or any of those other combinations of slot limits that I showed you earlier. Regarding the oversized fish, and this is not anything that's new to the department, we currently have that oversized fish bonus tag for our redfish. But as far as a 1-fish oversized as part of the daily bag limit, with an oversized being greater than 20, 25, or 30 inches. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll take any question or happy to receive any input you may have.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Giesler. Any questions?
Yeah, Dacus. I think one thing that I'd like is that we're going to come back in January, to vote on this to put it in effect. What do we, you've got all the data here. I'm looking at what you're doing, and I think I'll be surprised if most all the commissioners aren't agreeable with the numbers in the slot. So I don't know what we got to do, but we come back and vote on that in January.
Well, James, you want to take that one or you want me to?
You can go ahead.
Okay,
guys.
so
Yeah, you got it.
good point, Vice Chairman Scott. We will come back in January if we move forward with a formal proposal. And at that time, the commission we would seek permission to put that in the Texas Register. That would initiate that public comment period, and then we'd be seeking adoption in the next meeting in March.
Okay.
What would it take to adopt that in January? How do we accelerate the process to whatever we decide?
Yes, Chairman James Murphy, General Counsel for the record. If you were interested in making changes sooner than that and adopting in January, we can put that on into the Texas Register with your instruction here today. That would then trigger the public comment period over the December to January timeframe prior to the late January commission meeting. And that would give you an opportunity then to see adoption occur with an effective date sometime in March, because we do have that 20-day effectiveness cooling off period after we file with the register. So we can skip the permission to publish step if that is the decision of the commission.
And do we have to motion that today, or do we have to?
What I would suggest that we do is we develop a motion for you that we could present perhaps tomorrow and have that then ultimately get instructed to go to the Texas Register. So if that's your decision and wanting to get that done earlier, we can send for publication for that 30-day public comment sometime in December.
Well, I'd like to hear from any other commissioners on their perspective on this.
Patton. Okay, I'm in favor of accelerating. If that, I wasn't going to lead with that, but and I certainly think 3 fish is an overwhelming, all in favor say aye kind of number, particularly even in I can speak to the Port Aransas area. The slot limit, I think, is a little trickier. I think it probably merits some discussion. And then the oversized fish is maybe even a whole nother issue, meriting even more discussion. I did have a question, though, that occurred to me on your coastwide spotted sea trout landings number that seemed to be decreasing, particularly over the last two, if I'm reading it right, at least 2 years. Is that adjusted by our reduction in the bag limit from 5 to 3 is a 40%. So just by nature of the emergency action, there's going to be fewer landings. So is this a gross number or is it an apples to apples number?
No, great question, Commissioner Patton. I think it would probably be both, right? We had a restricted harvest in place to aid in that recovery. So this is probably a function of that, but also that the angler practice. After the freeze, folks were taking a more conservative approach in the fishery, and we heard that folks were practicing, even some of the tournaments were practicing more catch and release. So as our creel survey agents intercepted folks at the docks, they simply saw less fish being harvested from the bays.
Another thing I think for the commission's consideration, particularly if we're going to do something today, is there a male-female size correlation here, particularly at the 20-inch and over area? Is it fair to say that the great majority of any spotted sea trout over 20 inches is likely going to be a female?
There is some sexual preferences there, or where as they get larger, those above 20 inches are primarily female.
And can you go further on primary to, would you quantify it? That's what I'm trying to get at. Are we talking 90% or, and I know as we get higher, I think you can't say 100 because at 23 inches, maybe you're getting close to 100, but I'm asking you.
No, and I would say very few, a small percentage of males ever reach that 25-inch, that trophy, less than 1%. Less than 1% males reach that 25-inch trophy designation. At that point, they're almost 99.9% female.
And that really, in terms of recruitment and biomass and doing the most we can do to make sure there is more broodmare females are going to be better for the recruitment of spotted sea trout, period, right?
If our goal is to get more fish in the water, you certainly want to protect those spawning females. But I will say that the bulk of those females are stacked up in probably that, those smaller size classes. Just so few of those fish, whether it's male or female, even reach that 25-inch range.
And another side comment, maybe personally, I've seen these spotted sea trout tournaments, and when they have them at 5, and pretty much when you can go unlimited on the length, it's gutting, the breeding population, in my opinion. And if we go to a 3-fish limit and the shorter on the length, it's going to have the effect, which I personally think is a good effect, but you're going to really cut into the fishing tournament world, which is going to be good, because when some of these tournaments in particular are huge, and when the limit's 5 and they can go up to a length, they're all going to pretty much hit it, and what they do to the population is really significant. So I would be in favor of, I guess, I hate to be random on picking numbers, but I think the 15 to 20 is a good number, and it's going to have a really good effect on hitting some of these fishing tournaments, and quite frankly, hopefully eliminate them. But I know that'd be a back way door to do it. But if we could do it, I think we should. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any other, James?
Commissioner Abel, my only concern on tightening the slot to 16 to 20 is the trout's just not a very hardy fish. And if the bag limit's going to be 3, and there's a lot of catch and release of undersized or oversized fish, that a certain amount of those fish are probably not going to make it anyway. I think 15 to 20, I mean, just adding that in seems like maybe that cuts out a little bit of that. As far as the oversized fish, as you said, probably not many of them are making it past 25 anyway. Rather than have a tag, an additional tag, I'd suggest doing something like keeping one oversized over, say, 28 inches, just on the chance you catch the fish of a lifetime that day, you can keep it without having to get a tag out.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I just wanted to, Commissioner Bell, just to make sure we're clear on the procedural side of this, if we were looking to move forward so this could be in place for the I'll call it the early spring season, you would go back and come back and you would come back tomorrow with a recommendation that we could motion on and choose to approve if we liked, in which case then it would go forward, be published in the Texas Register, and this could be voted on in January for implementation shortly thereafter, once the time is cleared.
That's correct, Commissioner Bell. I would offer that Robin has a little nuance on just the timing of the fishing seasons to add.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, my name is Robin Reichers, Director of Coastal Fisheries, and certainly we can do as you just suggested, which is go and get it published and bring it back in January for adoption, and are more than prepared to do that if you'd like. But as we've discussed these options as well, thinking through that a little bit similar to the way we did when we passed it as a regular rule with the freeze, you could also come back, we could go ahead and propose it in January, adopt it in March. We could hurry that publication, which is kind of more our traditional schedule. We could hurry that publication into the register and probably have it in place somewhere in the 1st of May timeframe, or first 2 weeks of May, still before really the peak spawn or the spawning season, which lasts from April to September, and certainly before the peak fishing season that occurs. Just a little bit of a slowdown on that timetable to offer you, not saying that that's what you want to do, but just also recognizing those peak fishing times that occur. So,
Well, look, I think it's pretty clear. So if we want to put as much spawning biomass in the water, you believe that a 3-bag, 15 to 20-inch slot is the combination that does that?
That's certainly what we heard through our public scoping.
What do you think?
I think the way to achieve improved recovery is to bump up that spawning stock biomass. There's a lot of different ways to get there. It's two dials we're turning, a slot limit and a bag limit. But certainly from our public scoping, we heard that the 3-fish bag, and that would get you 7%, and then that 15 to 20 slot limit would get you another 20%. So you're at 27% increase over the period of lifetime of a trout, about 7 years.
Okay. And then lastly, the oversized tag, Commissioner Abel, you help me here, but if it's not a tag process, then hypothetically, someone could go out, catch a 28-inch day one, 3 days later, they could catch another and another and another. Sounds low probability, but.
I would agree with that. If they're doing that, I want to fish with them. But to that point, Commissioner Abel, that's extremely rare. Almost just less than 1% of those fish are getting up to that size. You could do it either way. You could do it as part of the daily bag, as you have it now, one oversized that counts as part of your 3-fish bag, or we could think about how we would structure, and we have the mechanics for implementing a tag system with our redfish, similar to our redfish.
It seems as though a tag system, you bag one trophy trout per year, and that should be sufficient for any one man or woman. So, look, I think, and you think that's very doable. I mean, we already do that now, right?
Mr. Chairman, I'd love to say it is doable. I'd want to confer with our law enforcement and some of the digital tagging folks that you heard from earlier today over in wildlife, but absolutely, it's a possibility.
Okay. Well, look, let's confirm. Do we require, James, a motion or a directive today, or what do we require?
Chairman, you can grant the decision to grant permission to publish rests with you as presiding officer of the commission. And so if you know today what the bag, the slot, and then the oversize right now, you can direct us here, grant us permission to publish, and then we will take that, develop it, and put it into the Texas Register for public comment. We don't need to take any additional steps tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, just one other consideration. That digital tag, that would take a little bit longer than fast tracking and implementing this rule package by the high use season or the spawning season. It'd probably take a little bit longer to get that implemented fully by a March or April timeframe.
So if we approve in Jan, when does it become effective?
So there is a little bit of processing time with response to public comment, as well as that 20-day period before it becomes effective. So we'd be looking at approximately a month and a half at most from that late January. So you'd be looking at sometime in early March that it would be fully effective after the adoption is published in the register.
Sounds like plenty of time for our IT group to handle that tagging standpoint. Agreed?
Well, Patton, speaking on the tagging, if we were going to have a tag, we could have the tag a year later or something to that effect, because I think that we ought to think about the tag kind of aspect of it. I'd rather do that than just the random, you can have one extra fish, but I think the tag is it requires more. And I bet they can't get a tag in this season ready. And then I might also add, if we're moving on this and feels like we're moving a little fast, I know Shane's in the audience, and I bet he's got an opinion too, and at least I'd like to hear his opinion. If I don't know if that's appropriate, if he's ready on that.
Sure.
Sorry. Come back up. I do want to just make sure we're clear on this tag question, since you just suggested we might have some trouble with it. So to put any sort of paper tag in place, it would have to be on the Gordon Darby system, the point of sale system, and that certainly could not be in effect by the time that you're talking about. That would at best be for the next license year, and frankly, there's no room on that paper tag right now because we have looked into that as well. So the other option is to put it in the My Texas Hunt Harvest app, which is similar to what we're doing now for red snapper. We have flounder and others. But that too would take some level of programming effort and time. I'm not suggesting I know what that exact time is here, but it would take some level of time to get that in place. And of course, then to get it advertised and communicated in a fashion so that people could be adhering to that. So just understand that as we walk through this tag discussion.
Okay, so the tag's problematic. All right, got that. So what's the solution for?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Are we gaining anything by hurrying this, by not just doing it the way you originally suggested it?
Fair question, Commissioner Foster. The advantage there, and I think Robin described that, is if you fast-tracked it, you adopted in March, and we got that through the register, public comments, we could have that, conceptually, we could have that in place before what we call the high-use season, high-use fishing season, and prior to when those fish make their big spawning movements, and that's throughout the summer. That's an April through September timeframe. So there would be advantage in getting that through, before that time period.
Commissioner Abel, I have a proposal. Why don't we go ahead and fast track the 15 to 20 and the 3 fish bag limit and not have any oversized fish for a year and immediately move on pursuing a tagging system for the following license year?
Comments?
I like where you're going, but that you got to realize, and you brought up, I'm going to pick on you, Commissioner Abel, because you brought about the mortality. I do get concerned about folks fishing and catching an oversized, and while there is various mortality rates with different baits, different hooks, all that, if you had a tag or a 1 per day, and you hooked into a big fish, and you tried to revive it, you tried to get it back, you would be able to harvest that fish. Otherwise, it goes back in the environment, feeding the crabs.
Okay, that being said, where would you be comfortable with that oversized limit? 20, 25 plus, 30 plus?
The current limit is 1 over 25. Our anglers are accustomed to that. They know that. Again, such a small percentage of those fish even reach that size. Personally, I think
do you think moving it above 25 would move the needle at all?
Biologically, no.
If I may, Commissioner Abel, kind of in the same response, because you were offering a solution that basically allowed us to think about it being, enacting portions of it now and then a different portion maybe as of August 31st. In effect, and Dak has just got to it, and you did as well, one option is to do the 3 fish, 15 to 20, leave the 1 over 25 inside the bag limit now, and then if you choose to also direct us to do at a different time frame the September 1 start date of a 1 over 25 per year or something like that, as you had suggested, we could easily enough do that inside the context of the rule, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds good, and it's part of your options that you've listed here. And so, look, my point on trying to accelerate this is per Commissioner Patton's comments. I mean, fishing tournaments and the bay's getting hammered at five fish. And all the testimony that we hear says, move this thing back to 3 fish. And so we might as well move forward with some zeal on this. We can handle it from a governance standpoint, correct? So just, does anyone have any opposition to 3 fish, 15 to 20, and as part of the bag limit, 1 oversized fish greater than 25 inches? Does anyone have an issue with that?
Well, isn't the actual language that one oversized fish over 20? Because what would you call a fish in between 20 and 25? Is that, see where I'm going with
You
that?
definitely have a gap there. You would have a
Oh, okay,
regulatory
so the
gap.
20 to 25 would be released. You
Correct.
couldn't have a fish
Correct.
in your 3 fish. Oh.
Correct. Correct.
I'm all in favor.
Okay. All right, great. So let's direct the staff to proceed forward so we can put that on the agenda tomorrow.
And if you would just provide your approval for staff to publish in the register for the record, we're good to go, Chairman.
Yes, you have my approval.
And we do not need to do anything tomorrow, Chairman.
Do not.
Do not. No, with this today and your permission to publish,
Great.
we can take
And
this to the
everyone's,
register.
everyone's happy with this? Okay. Okay. This is, how do we preserve what we've got in the bays? How do we increase the spawning biomass and do it now versus waiting? Right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Work session item number 7, statewide hunting and migratory and game bird proclamation preview. Mr. Sean Oldenburger and Mr. Alan Kane.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman, Vice Chairman, fellow commissioners. For the record, my name is Sean Oldenburger. I'm currently Small Game Program Director. Myself and Alan Kane will give a brief preview of potential changes to 24-25 statewide hunting and migratory game proclamations. I will also regurgitate what James and Dak has said earlier. In January, we will have formal proposals that'll go out and come to the commission and seek permission to publish. Those will go out for public comment, and then we'll seek adoption in March. So these are all informal until January, and so I'll move on. For brevity, I'm not going to go into 2023 status updates, which we normally do. Basically, just I'm going to tell you that there's no federal framework changes as a result of population or habitat status for migratory game birds by the United States Fish and Wildlife Service for this next migratory game bird season. All season lengths and daily bag limits will be maintained during the season with the exception of one, and we'll go into that. Additionally, as far as process, at the end of the month after Thanksgiving, we're going to meet both with our Texas Parks and Wildlife Migratory Game Bird Technical Committee, which is our internal sounding board, and then meet with our Migratory Game Bird Advisory Committee, which is our external sounding board, to formalize more proposals to come forward to you in January. Some things I will talk about 24-25 Migratory Game Bird Proclamation Preview, Mexican ducks, greater white-fronted geese, special white-winged dove area, and light goose regulations. So we'll jump right into that. Here's a picture of some Mexican ducks, which you would find normally around the Rio Grande River or the Trans-Pecos area. Also find it down the brush country in some areas as well. But just to kind of give a background on this species, the American Ornithological Union, which is the AOU, is the leading authority on taxonomy in the United States and Canada. So they go through and they decide whether you are a species or a subspecies. They're kind of the lumpers and splitters of the bird world. So there's a formal proposal that you put in front of them, and they decide how to proceed. So they're kind of the ultimate keepers of taxonomy for birds in North America. They had a proposal in front of them in 2019 from Dr. Phil Lavritsky from the University of Texas, El Paso. He's kind of one of the premier mallard geneticists in the world. He's at UTEP, and so he put a proposal in front of AOU with regards to the Mexican duck based on his research he had done for the previous years. AOU in 2020 did accept that as a species. They considered that to meet the bar. And so that started a process with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service too, which tends to actually agree with AOU when it comes to taxonomy. And they have what we call the 1013 list, and that's the 50 CFR 1013 listed there. And so this year they actually put that on the 1013 list, which means it's protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. So with regards to that, basically, now that's a federal regulation, our state regulations have to conform with that. So really simply, I'll skip some of this, but basically we do have a regulation on dusky ducks as we define as mottled ducks, Mexican-like ducks, black ducks, and their hybrids. So basically our proposal in January will just remove the dash like, basically, and just say it's Mexican duck. So that'll be in the definition of dusky ducks moving forward. And so like we have to conform to Fish and Wildlife Service regulations, so that'll meet that definition. Next, moving on to greater white-fronted geese. So we do manage this population with management plans. These are approved by United States Fish and Wildlife Service, Canadian Wildlife Service, and all the flyway councils. There was a new management plan that was approved in March of 2023 on the mid-continent population, which winters here in Texas. And so currently, these are regulations when it comes to dark geese, both in the eastern zone and the western zone, as you see in front of you. And so there in the western zone, dark goose aggregate daily bag limit currently for this season is no more than two white-fronted geese. And so simplistically, it'll just go down to 5 with no species limitations for basically the next hunting season. All right, moving on to doves. You can see there the 3 zones that we have. These are grandfathered by the Fish and Wildlife Service. We can't have more than 3 zones, so we're allowed to have 3 zones. The special white-winged dove days are in the south zone, and that whole area, we did change that a few years ago to allow more opportunity across the south zone. So normally, we do calendar progression with dove seasons, and now we have 6 days for special white-winged dove days compared to 4. We did change that a few years ago with Fish and Wildlife Service approval. So this year it worked out really well because September 1st was on a Saturday. But thanks to a leap year and calendar progression, next year's September looks a little uglier with September 1st falling on a Sunday. And then you have Labor Day. And then you follow the 7th and 8th, and then the 14th, which the 14th is the earliest we can have regular dove hunting in the south zone. So we're going to have to decide where to put those 6 days. And so it's going to be a little bit more complicated, and it just won't be weekends and Fridays like it has been the last couple of years. So just a heads up on that next year's dove calendar, especially in the south zone, will look a little bit uglier no matter what proposal we have forward to the commission in January. All right, moving on to light goose regulations. Last year, you may recall, that we did have a proposal to eliminate the light goose conservation order. We did pull that proposal after internal discussion, and so we wanted to get a little bit more information on that. As you can see here, these are our midwinter waterfall survey, basically our estimates of our light geese on the Texas coast. You can see here we were hitting pretty good highs even into the late 90s, early 2000s of almost 1 million geese, if not a little bit over. And obviously that has declined some for various reasons, but this last year we were well under 200,000 geese, so a fairly large decline over the last 20 years on the Texas coast. And also looking at a population level, the mid-continent light goose population, this population has grown substantially in the 90s and into the 2000s and 10s. And then here in the last decade, it has actually declined significantly due to limited recruitment on the, due to the coast conditions in the Arctic and subarctic. So at the last estimate, we had 6 million light geese, and that means both snow geese and Ross's geese from the Arctic, fall flight. That's down from about 17, 18 million that we just had about a decade ago. So basically, we are going to hold a couple scoping sessions next week, one on November 8th and November 9th. The press release just came out this afternoon, so hunters will be able to do that. So they're going to be able to come here and give some comments to the department of potential changes to light goose regulations, which include status quo as well, and then also contact us online or Kevin Cryer, who is our waterfall program leader as well. So we will come forth back into January with a formal proposal what to do with light goose regulations. All right, you don't necessarily need to read these, but these are the things we're going to talk about in the statewide hunting proclamation, and then Alan will follow me with more on the statewide hunting proclamation briefing. So some things about upland game birds, and most of these are going to be wild turkey. One thing we are going to propose is to remove subspecies from wild turkey regulations from next year. And so the reason for this is people get really confused. Is that an eastern? Is that a Rio Grande? We're one of the few states that actually have subspecies tags. When you look at them on your license, one will say eastern, one will say Rio Grande. And we'd rather just have seasons and annual bag limits and species regulations tied to counties, not subspecies. Also, with regards to this, some naming stuff when we were going through the TAC, we did find a number of years ago, we did switch from antelope to pronghorn in our regulations. There's a few things we missed, so we'd like to correct that as well. And I'll give an example of the subspecies issue. You can see here, these gentlemen in North Texas had a fine hunt last year. You can see a lot of variation in these birds. So we get a lot of questions. Is this an eastern? Is this a Merriam's? Is this a Rio Grande? They're all Rio Grandes, but there's a lot of variation on the landscape, even on individual ranch level. So we just want to clear the confusion to make simpler regulations by removing that subspecies and just manage at a county level. So. All right, moving onwards to some potential closures we're discussing internally. Right here, you can see here that red hashed area in Fannin, Lamar, in basically Red River, and also Bowie counties. So this area right here, basically, and you can also see the green dots. Those are our eastern wild turkey stockings that we've been doing in the Piney Woods in East Texas for a number of years now. We trap birds out of state, get those birds. This last year we got a bunch of birds from Maine. We flew those to Texas and released those to try to restore eastern populations in the Piney Woods area. You can also see the gray boxes there. Those are where we potentially currently still have eastern turkeys. Obviously a large portion of the population there is up along the Red River. So this area in Hash is south of 82. And so we do have mandatory reporting in these counties as well. And so I'm just going to go through this and show some of the harvest we've had in the last few years. Here's 2018 with our mandatory reporting. We talked about My Texas Hunt Harvest app earlier. You can see there the red dot, that is one of the released areas we had in 2018 for turkey restoration. And as we move forward through these, you'll see not a whole lot of harvest south of that red line in that hashed area until we actually started restoring birds closer to that area. So birds started dispersing. And so here, and then 2023, we released a bunch more turkeys in that landscape, and we actually saw some more harvest there south of that line. And so what we're not trying to do with those red dots and those release sites is put a put and take situation. That is not our effort here. Our effort from the department standpoint is to actually restore wild turkeys to the piney woods of East Texas. And so we potentially could be proposing to close that area south of Highway 82 to the county line to help protect this restoration that we have ongoing by the agency. So here you can actually see here's a little bit of a blown up map. We did put some radio markers on some birds there in the far northwest release site, and you can see those birds did move around quite a bit. Actually, one bird moved at least 12 miles, and so 12 miles will get in the county line, and actually some of those birds, we didn't put radio markers on in those other areas, red dots. Some of those green marks are probably actually some of those birds that we released from Maine. All right, moving on to other potential closures. The last couple of years, the Army Corps of Engineers and surrounding landowners around Granger Lake have asked for us to release some Rio Grande turkeys in that neighborhood. This area now is east of I-35. If anybody that's driven from DFW to San Antonio, you've seen a lot of changes in the last decade east of I-35 with a lot of increase in houses. And so that 35 marker has kind of closed off that population a little bit. And so we have a lot of birds west of I-35, not so many east of I-35. We actually did have a meeting about this last week, and Wednesday we had about 40 individuals come, including landowners in the surrounding area, as well as hunters. And the fair amount of consensus was amongst those groups was to actually close Bell County, Williamson County, east of I-35, and all of Milam County to turkey hunting for the next few years while we do a restoration process and release a bunch of Rio Grande turkeys in this landscape to see how well they do. Usually we do this for about 5 years and then kind of go back and look at population status to see if closures will continue. But more than likely this will be a formal proposal we bring back to you in January with closing this area to actually turkey hunting for restoration purposes. All right, moving on to some potential changes, basically with regards to regulations here. Here you can see the colors, the one gobbler zone in pink, kind of in the beige, the north zone, 4 birds, south zone, they're in light blue. And so all those areas in the beige, I have a north zone regulation right now with 4 birds that you can shoot per season, including the area we just showed as well. That's hashed there in red, which we'll probably propose to close next in January. But you can also see the hashtag there in black. That area has been highly developed here in the last 10 years, as I mentioned earlier. And so you can shoot 4 birds on that where there's very few birds. There's some good pockets of birds still in some areas in that location, but it's getting more isolated as we speak and every day as we have more houses pop up in this neck of the woods and more development. And so it's right now regulations are not very commensurate to population size. And so what we'll probably be proposing to do is to move that part of those counties to a 1 gobbler zone like they're in pink, which is an April 1st to 30th regulation, and 1 bird per county where you can harvest in that area. And so that'll be more commensurate to population size than the current regulations where you can have 4 birds in the annual bag limit. Also, west of the Pecos River, the Jeff Davis, Brewster, Pecos, and Terrell counties, we currently have that as a 4 bird in the annual bag limit as well. There's not many birds in this part of the world, especially since the drought, going back to 11 and 12, and even more recent drought. And so there's not a lot of birds in this landscape. It has 4 birds in the daily bag limit. So right now, currently, staff have discussed moving this to a 1 gobbler area as well, in April 1 to 30th zone as well, just like the ones we showed. All right, moving onwards to a bigger topic. and we kind of touched on this already in the previous presentation with the My Texas Hunt Harvest and mandatory reporting. One thing we have discussed internally is our small game harvest survey and our current ways of measuring harvest in the state. We don't really get really good data when it comes to measuring some of the things that we have as annual bag limits, for instance, like wild turkeys. We do have some mandatory reporting like those one gobbler areas, also in the eastern area. But one thing we have discussed is basically expanding mandatory reporting through the My Texas Hunt Harvest like you currently do with your digital licenses to all wild turkey seasons in the area. And this would be for the 24-25 season is what we propose. As you can see here with digital licenses and mandatory reporting that we've had in open counties, this is from this last year. This is 2,775 reports of harvested wild turkeys. That's a pretty good distribution of wild turkeys in their range in those open counties. And so a lot of people are getting used to mandatory reporting. And in realization of going to all seasons with wild turkey and mandatory reporting, it actually simplified things because then you don't have to realize where you're going to be mandatory reporting, where you're not. Just if you harvest a wild turkey, we would require mandatory reporting. So, and here you can actually see if we break that down a little further with regards to how many per county occurred. You can see there in red, those are the high harvest counties we had with the digital licenses compared to the ones in green. So that gives a little bit there. And the ones that are outlined in black, those are mandatory reporting areas as well. And you can actually see there are some counties who actually had zero reported in those areas where there's very few turkeys. So mandatory reporting and wild turkeys would also help us have immediate information. For instance, our small game harvest data, that gives us an estimate of the previous spring season about 18 months afterwards. And so we can't really manage the species that well with regards to that harvest information. Moving on to the last one that we have, before I turn it over to Alan, we did have some public comment that they would like to extend our fall youth seasons to a Friday. Currently, we have a Saturday and Sunday, but they'd also like to see Friday. I'm not sure if the schools will agree with that, but we're just going to move on with that. So they would like to expand that to wild turkeys, deer, and squirrels. Biologically, adding one more day to the youth seasons is not a big deal. We don't see an issue with that. So this is a proposal we may come forward back to you in January to discuss. So with that, I'll take any questions before I turn it over to Alan for the rest of the presentation. I know I went through that pretty quick.
Any questions? Thank you.
No. So, back again, for the record, Alan Kane, Big Game Program Director in the Wildlife Division. I'll be briefing the Commission on potential changes to the statewide hunting proclamation related to big game species. First up, staff would be considering a proposal to adjust the bighorn sheep hunting season. Currently, the season runs from September 1 through July 31st of each year. That 1 month break in August is necessary to avoid hunting during the survey period in which our biologists are conducting bighorn sheep surveys. However, staff have shifted the survey period from the month of August to October 1 through November 14th in response to revisions to the department's aerial survey protocol, in which we conduct surveys at a cooler time of the year for safety matters. So staff would be considering a proposal to shift the bighorn hunting season to run from November 15th through September 30th each year and avoid hunting during that bighorn sheep survey period that our staff are conducting those surveys. The next change we might be considering bringing a proposal for in January is a modification of rules pertaining to method of take for youth harvest of branched antlered bucks on properties enrolled in the harvest option of MLD program. So currently for harvest option properties under MLD, harvest of branched antlered bucks during the first 35 days of season can only occur with archery equipment, and it doesn't matter who it is, youth, adult, it's only archery equipment harvest. And the harvest option season overlaps with the early use season, which youth hunters following county regulations can actually use a firearm to harvest any buck under a county regulation, which is those two right now. It's currently the weekend prior to the general season is denoted by the yellow there on the calendar. And so this difference between what method of take youth can use to harvest branched antler buck under the harvest option versus the county regulations has been confusing. and provides some restrictions on what youth can actually harvest buck-wise under the harvest option during that early part of the season, or those weekend dates there. Therefore, staff would consider a proposal to simplify regulations and reduce confusion and ease restrictions on method of take for youth under the harvest option by allowing them to take a buck with any firearm on the same dates as early youth season for the county regulations. Staff would also be consider bringing forward a proposal to expand the doe days in 43 counties and portions of the Oak Prairie and the Piney Woods ecoregion. So that map on the slide depicts the current doe day season. That dark green is currently 16 days. That kind of lighter green color in the lower right is a 23-day season. And so all these counties, those 43 counties in that darker green color, they're represented by about 7 different deer management units. Survey data suggests there's an upward trend in the deer population in those 43 counties there. Additionally, our survey data indicates that there's a skewed sex ratio of 3.9 does per buck, which is less than desirable. And our big game harvest surveys indicate that antlerless harvest is about 45% of the total harvest there. And I'll note that staff, myself and some other staff have received feedback from farmers and landowners in that western part of those green counties, kind of along that I-35 corridor, about crop depredation or crop damage issues related to growing deer populations in that area, and also the fact that they're seeing an increase in the amount of habitat fragmentation, habitat loss from development over there. So it's just shrinking those deer populations in small areas and creating some problems. So staff would be considering bringing a proposal in January to expand the doe days from 16 to 23 days. And that would provide more opportunity to manage those deer populations, reduce crop damage in some areas, and provide more antlerless hunting opportunities. Essentially, the change, this is what it would look like on your slide, is the season dates from this year. The current 16-day season runs from opening weekend for 16 days compared to the 23-day season, or approximately 23 days. It runs from opening weekend to the Sunday following Thanksgiving. And so that's what we're proposing, is that change in those 43 counties. The bag limit would remain the same at 2 antlerless deer, and obviously the dates wouldn't stay the same. There'd be a calendar progression shift normally as those seasons move forward. And then over the last couple of years, staff received multiple requests from individuals to replace the muzzleloader season with a primitive weapons season to allow for various methods of take, such as archery equipment, muzzleloader, straight wall, black powder rifles, or other types of primitive weapons. And just to note, muzzleloader season occurs during the 2-week period after the close of general season in North Texas, the North Zone counties there. So rather than create a primitive weapon season, so we're not carving out some special options for people with these different requests, staff would be considering a proposal to eliminate the muzzleloader season and the special late season, the doe and spike season, as it's commonly referred to, in the remaining North Texas counties there, and extend the general season an additional 2 weeks to overlap essentially what the muzzleloader and the special late season is now. And it would allow hunters the opportunity to use any legal means of take rather than, shrinking this down to muzzleloaders or something else. And again, at that time of year, big game harvest surveys show that there's very little harvest related to muzzleloader going on at that point in time. The counties in green are the kind of the area we're talking about where there would be potential changes to extending the general season and removing or eliminating the muzzleloader in the special late season there, about 227 counties. And again, this is just kind of what it would look like from the current season to what could be proposed. So this year, general season runs in the North Zone counties runs from November 4th through January 7th, and then you have the special late or muzzleloader season in those North Texas counties, or North Zone counties from January 8th to the 21st. If we were going to bring forward a proposal, what that would look like next year would be basically opening weekend through that, again, through the 21st, which covers that special late and muzzleloader season. So essentially, we're standardizing general deer season statewide. But the thing is, those North Texas counties wouldn't have a muzzleloader or a special late season. And that's all I have. If there's any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kane. Any questions?
Patton? Okay, so I want to talk about the bighorn sheep season, and I guess, first off, I'm all in favor of the safety aspect of flying in a helicopter during cooler temperatures as opposed to hot temperatures, right? That's we know that's a good idea. Previously, or in the current law, and maybe we'll look at the blackout period just to make it, in my mind, more simple. Currently, and the way it's always been, is the month of August, you don't hunt bighorn sheep. Okay. And now, under the proposed law, you're going to increase that by 15 days roughly and blackout October 1 to November 15th. My first question is, without regard to helicopter safety, I thought August was blacked out because that was kind of the bighorn sheep rut period. Is that true or not true?
It's a good question. I'll get back to you. I don't
Okay,
have an answer on that, when essentially that breeding peak is.
It kind of like flounder, you're not going to get flounder during, their rut. I kind of felt like that was certainly my understanding was why we didn't hunt bighorn sheep in August. And I guess what I'm getting at is if that's true, it probably isn't going to upset any bighorn sheep enthusiast, maybe that we keep black that out and maybe black out a cool temperature time. Because right now you can hunt a bighorn sheep basically for 11 months. Now, I don't know anyone that does that. If they get a tag, they're not hunting 11 months. They're gonna go target a sheep. They're gonna find a sheep. They're gonna kill the sheep. When does mule deer season start out there?
The Trans-Pecos, it's in late November, early December, as I recall.
But November, it shouldn't open by November 15th, because I think if you're trying to fly helicopters while people are shooting, and maybe there was an MLDP.
There's MLD going on then.
So I mean, maybe if we're trying to find a cool weather time, and really October 1st, October 31st, it might not be that cool to begin with, and to get to windy sometimes in October also. Maybe finding a cool weather time would be good, particularly if it was after mule deer season. What does that mean? You're getting into February,
Well,
maybe?
you're getting into, as I recall, lambing season. Those ewes are heavy bred at that point in January and February. So I think they probably avoided that time, less stress on the animals at that point. And right now, I mean, we've been surveying the last couple of years during this time period anyway, when hunting's going on. Obviously, there probably hadn't been a whole lot of hunting going on during this survey period.
Which survey period are you talking about right now?
What we're proposing to change the season to from that
October to
1
November?
through November 14th. I mean, our staff are actually conducting surveys right now in Big Man Ranch State Park, all those areas we have the sheep populations over there. And we hadn't had any issues with that. And that's certain we could bring this, before we come back in January, we could bring this to our Bighorn Sheep Technical Committee, our advisory committee. Froylan Hernandez, our Bighorn Sheep Program leader, could visit with those landowners and constituents out there that this would impact and receive some more feedback on this.
Well, it might not be, I guess, and where I was going to go with this, long story short, is you got two things you're trying to accomplish here, maybe two. One, for sure, helicopter survey safety, which maybe that's paramount. But two, if this August 1 through 31st is kind of the rut, and maybe we'll want to protect them for that, maybe you actually block out two different periods. Because I'd hate to open up the rut unnecessarily.
Yeah, that's a question I would want to run by our Bighorn staff and get their thoughts and opinions on that. But we could certainly look at that, or to your point, maybe just run it from or August 1st through that November 15th.
Well, I don't want to get too drastic. September isn't a bad time to hunt desert bighorn sheep, so
We just want to make sure we're not confusing hunters, and not that there's a lot of tags there, but have a month closed and open, then shut another month. That might be a little confusing.
September's been a good desert bighorn month because they're coming out of that.
rut.
So everybody, there's been data, there's been scouting. It didn't, and we are talking about a small size. Sure. John, did you have something to add?
Yeah, for the record, John Slosky. So my understanding, the bighorn sheep rut lasts for months. It's an extended period. It's not as concentrated sometimes as the deer rut is. And the primary reason why we had blocked out August before was specifically, as Alan said, just so people weren't hunting when we were flying surveys. It wasn't to avoid rut or anything like that. So, and due to the concerns we had with temperature during that August period when we used to fly surveys, we're moving it to cooler weather. So it's strictly a safety factor for our staff. We don't believe, and Alan will confirm with our bighorn sheep team, but we don't think it's going to impact, rut or anything like that for the bighorn sheep. It's strictly a safety factor and not interfering with hunters, so that the landowners will know when we're going to be in the air, and we won't be impacting that.
Okay. Well, I'll speak, call it to my geographic region, which is Sierra Diablos, which is certainly maybe ground zero of desert bighorn sheep behavior. But those sheep, the rams will move to the low country, specifically to the east, all in those flatlands, and the ewes and the lambs will stay up in the high country. So I'd be happy to have a conversation with someone about sheep behavior and year-round rut, but I think there's a pretty narrow window of when they're, I don't know when they're conceiving, but I know when the ewes are birthing, and there is a window there that would imply that there was a rut season, in my opinion, my observation.
Obviously, there's a breeding season. To John's point, it's spread out a little bit more than whitetails, that you'll have a peak over a week or two period, and then it's kind of tapers off.
Okay.
But we can certainly look into that.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all.
Any other questions? Okay, any action required on this?
No, Chairman, no action.
Okay.
Informational.
All right, thank you. All right, work session item number 8, Land and Water Resources Conservation and Recreation Plan. Recommended approval of proposed changes. Mr. Birdsong.
Chairman, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name's Tim Birdsong, Director of the Inland Fisheries Division. This presentation will highlight progress in revising the Land and Water Resources Conservation and Recreation Plan. It's a follow-up to the presentation that I gave in August, which launched the second round of public input on the Land and Water Plan. So this presentation will primarily center on edits and additions made to the plan in response to that second round of stakeholder input. And then I'll also be requesting that this item be placed on the agenda tomorrow for your consideration and action. So the Land and Water Plan has a 10-year planning horizon. It identifies objectives, strategies, and measurable actions to fulfill the agency mission. It serves as a tool to guide and evaluate our performance. There's a formal review process that occurs every 5 years. We also update the commission on progress in delivering the plan at least quarterly as part of each of your commission meetings. There is a subcommittee for conservation and recreation planning that consists of Commissioners Rowling, Abel, and Patton. They provide guidance to department staff on the process for revising the plan. They provide broader guidance for helping the department identify future conservation and outdoor recreation needs for the state. And once the plan is approved, they would continuously monitor progress and delivery of the plan and coordinate with staff and the broader commission on any necessary amendments that might be needed to the plan that require an additional round of public input and formal action by the commission. The 14 Parks and Wildlife Advisory Committees that are chair appointed, the members of those advisory committees played a key role in the stakeholder process for informing this revision of the Land and Water Plan, both through providing input into the plan, but also coordinating broader input from their respective networks. So this has been a year-long planning process that included, as I said, 2 rounds of public input. We had a workshop with the Subcommittee for Conservation and Recreation Planning that considered the first round of stakeholder input and provided guidance to staff on updating the plan, which occurred primarily in the summer timeframe. We brought that first draft to the full commission at your August meeting. Again, took that draft out for public comment. It was on the street for stakeholder input for just over a month. Early on in that stakeholder input process, we held 4 separate webinars to engage the public on the scope of the plan, changes that were made as compared to the 2015 plan, which was the last time it was updated, and also oriented stakeholders with the opportunity that they had to provide input through that second round. So that public input process closed September 30th. In October, staff and leadership reviewed all that stakeholder input received from the second round. We made edits and additions to the plan, and I'll present those today. So for the first round, I've already discussed this with you in August, but we had 372 survey responses. The survey at that time was designed to engage stakeholders on the importance of the various programmatic strategies that we've been implementing as a department. We've also asked stakeholders to review our performance and to help us prioritize among the various strategies, programmatic strategies that were being implemented by the department, and recommend any additional strategies that we should consider implementing to fulfill our mission. The round 2 process primarily focused on asking stakeholders if we were missing anything, or are there any additional programmatic strategies, actions that we should consider incorporating into the plan. So in total, we had 443 survey responses. Those stakeholders who responded to our surveys identified affiliations with over 160 different outdoor recreation and conservation organizations. And now I'll step through some of the recommendations that we received from that round 2 of stakeholder input that led to substantial edits or additions to the plan. So we had a recommendation to clarify the department's role in consulting with other water agencies, primarily TCEQ and the Water Development Board, on representing the needs of fish, wildlife, and outdoor recreation in water planning and environmental flows and in-stream flow processes. And there was a recommendation to add some clarifying text that was incorporated into multiple strategies and actions. It just better kind of reaffirms the role of the department in those processes. There was also a recommendation to add a new strategy that spoke to our role in consulting on environmental flow standards, which is something the department's already engaged in and was reaffirmed through the recent Sunset Bill, the recent reauthorization of the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. So we added a strategy there that you can read on the screen. There was also quite a bit of stakeholder input in regards to the new acres that would be added over the 10-year life of the plan to the state park system, and some questions about whether the projected acreage would change pending voter approval of Proposition 14, the Centennial Parks Conservation Fund. So state parks assembled some conditional action items pending voter approval. The current action item identifies that the commitment for the department to add 32,000 acres to the state park system over that 10-year life of the plan. Pending voter approval of Prop 14, there would be an updated action item to add 82,000 acres to the state park system by 2033. And that's an initial projection, early projection by the state parks staff. And over the next year, throughout this current fiscal year, staff are assembling a state parks land acquisition strategy. So no doubt that number will be refined as that strategy comes together. And then there would be a new action, again, pending voter approval of Proposition 14, a new action for the department to acquire and initiate development on 5 additional properties to add to the state park system during the 10-year life of the plan. There was also a recommendation from stakeholders to spotlight the Texas Ecosystem Analytical Mapper tool as a resource to help inform land management practices on public and private lands. So we added an action that spotlights that resource. and a recommendation to spotlight the conservation opportunity areas prioritization that's part of our state wildlife action plan planning process. We expect to conduct this spatial prioritization that identifies important areas for conservation of species of greatest conservation need. That's happening as part of the revision of our state wildlife action plan, which is expected to be completed in 2025. So we added a new action to spotlight that effort. There was also a recommendation to clarify the department's role in minimizing and avoiding impacts to fish and wildlife resources from energy projects. There were a couple of existing strategies that were refined to more clearly articulate exactly what our current and anticipated role is. And you'll receive a briefing on this tomorrow, I believe, from Laura Zebahazy. Her team actively engages and provides technical input to minimize impacts to fish and wildlife resources from energy, utility, and fuel technology projects, as is stated in that updated strategy. We also had a recommendation to add actions that focus on growing public awareness and support for the North American model of wildlife conservation. So our communications team added 2 new actions that relate to workshops that they would hold for the public in that regard. So where we're at now, 14 specific objectives, 103 strategies, 77 measurable actions nested under those objectives. Those 77 actions are completely new to the plan. There were no measurable actions in the 2015 plan. There was guidance from through the sunset process that we use this plan to better evaluate the work of the department in fulfilling our mission. The intent was to add more of these measurable actions, which we feel like we've accomplished through this planning process. So as for next steps, we're creating a land and water dashboard, a spreadsheet that would track progress in delivery of those actions, and we would be expecting the various divisions and programs to track and report quarterly. And again, those progress updates would be shared at your commission meetings. We expect final publication of the land and water plan to occur next summer. That would be a version of the plan that includes a supporting narrative, photos, figures, other sort of materials that are not really committing us to any additional strategies or actions, but just telling the story of our resource management activities in the state. And then we would continue to coordinate closely with the subcommittee for conservation and recreation planning to identify any major programmatic changes that may necessitate formal amendments before the commission. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. I'm requesting that this be placed on the agenda for tomorrow's meeting for your consideration for approving this plan.
Thank you, Mr. Birdsong. Any questions by the commissioners? Okay, hearing none, I'll place this item on the Thursday commission meeting agenda for public comment and action. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chairman, just one second. I forgot to recognize Tim. He recognized himself as the new director of inland fisheries. I forgot to do that in my comments this morning. He's been acting, and then he was deputy director for quite a while. So, Tim, welcome aboard, and thank you for serving in that role.
Thank you. It's my first day.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Welcome to the show.
All right, work session item number 9, statewide oyster fishery proclamation, temporary closure of oyster restoration areas in Galveston Bay, recommended adoption of proposed changes. Ms. Emma Clarkson, please make your presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. For the record, my name is Emma Clarkson. I am the Ecosystem Resources Program Director in the Coastal Fisheries Division. Today, I'll be presenting on a recommendation to adopt. This is a follow-up from the request to publish I presented back in August regarding a temporary oyster restoration. And with your permission, it'll be on the agenda for tomorrow. Natural Resource Code, Chapter 76, grants the Parks and Wildlife Commission the authority to close an area that is being reseeded or restocked, and we have been reseeding or restoring 2 oyster reefs in Galveston Bay. In fact, they should be wrapping up about today with the culch placement. That 2-year closure, that temporary 2-year closure allows the oyster larvae that recruit to that habitat to grow to maturity and have 2 cohorts of marketable size oysters on the reef. This image shows the success of an oyster restoration. After 2 years, you can see that market-size oysters recruit to the reef, and that structure is allowed to kind of cement and cohese before harvest. So like I said, in August 2023, just a few months ago, we started restoration on 2 sites on North Dollar Reef and East Redfish Reef in Galveston Bay with funding that was generated from the CARES Act. And the temporary closure that we're requesting is for the footprint of the restoration area only, not of the whole reef, and a total of 64.4 acres would be temporarily closed. You can see the picture on the right there is the engagement that we went through on this process. We did a really intensive engagement effort with the oyster industry, 3 workshops to select the sites and plan the restoration footprint itself. In fact, some folks came out in the field with us to sample the sites. Go. This map shows the location and acreage of the proposed temporary closure areas in Galveston Bay. The white is water, the light gray is oysters, the black is land on this map, and you can see East Redfish Reef kind of on the east, and North Dollar on the southwest portion of that map. The amendment we proposed in August was to temporarily close 2 restoration areas in Galveston Bay. That amendment was published in the September 29th issue of the Texas Register. We received, as of today, I'm updating this, we received 20 public comments that were received during that comment period, 17 of which, or 85%, were in support of the proposal, 2 were neutral, and then there was 1 comment in opposition, but it was unrelated to the proposal. So tomorrow, with your permission, we will recommend adoption. We recommend that the Commission adopts the regulation changes as published in the September 29th issue of the Texas Register. With your permission, putting it on the agenda for tomorrow.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Clarkson. Any questions by the commissioners? All right. Hearing none, I'll place the item on the Thursday Commission meeting agenda for public comment and actions. Thank you very much. All right. Work session item number 10, Oyster Advisory Committee requests permission to publish proposed rules in the Texas Register.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners. For the record, my name is Tiffany Hopper, and I'm the Chief of the Science and Policy Resources Branch in the Coastal Fisheries Division. This afternoon, I'll be presenting a request for permission to publish proposed rules in the Texas Register relating to the creation of an Oyster Advisory Committee. Parks and Wildlife Code 11.0162 authorizes the Commission Chairman to appoint committees to advise the Commission on issues under its jurisdiction. And Government Code Chapter 2110 requires that rules be adopted for each advisory committee. For example, the purpose of the committee and the date on which the committee would automatically be abolished. Staff recommends the creation of an advisory committee to assist in determining and executing appropriate strategies to maximize the long-term health of oyster resources in Texas, as well as the additional habitat and ecosystem services that they provide. This committee would be comprised of up to 24 members of the public, and it would expire on July the 1st of 2026 to align with the expiration date of all other TPWD advisory committees. So at this time, staff is seeking permission to publish those proposed rules in the Texas Register to create an Oyster Advisory Committee. And with that, thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Hopper. Any questions for Dr. Hopper? I've got one. The 24 members of the public, who is the selection committee to put that list together?
I believe you are.
I am. Okay.
Chairman, we'll provide some recommendations, but
boy,
yeah,
never
you don't have to go find
a question if you don't know the answer. So. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, I'll authorize staff to publish the rules in the Texas Register. Thank you very much. All right, last item of the day, work session item number 11, briefing, diversity and inclusion goals. Mr. David Buggs, please make your presentation.
Good late afternoon, commissioners, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. My name is David Buggs, and I am the Director of People Engagement and Inclusion here at Texas Parks and Wildlife, and I'm going to try to go through this as swiftly as possible. One of the things that you all have noted from the last session, that we were advised by Sunset Commission to start tracking some of the measures that we're using to engage the broader audience across the state of Texas, also to share that information with the Commission. So one of the things that I've shared with you once before is the recognition that our values across the state of Texas and across the nation is starting to change when it comes to wildlife. More people are becoming wildlife viewers versus hunters and fishermen. Also, when we start looking at the numbers, the Council for Advancing Hunting and Shooting Sports has also noted that the number of hunters, sales of hunting license has decreased. Actually, it's back to pre-pandemic levels. Also, as you all were noted last time, there has been a relevancy roadmap created, and that roadmap was created by the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies because of information that was coming out. They were saying conservation agencies, especially state and some of the federal conservation agencies, were starting to decrease when it came to relevancy amongst the broader public. So when you start looking at the state of Texas, one of the things that we all know is we are growing quite quickly. We're over 30 million people now. We also are looking at between the ages of 25 and 29 being the fastest growing age demographic across the state of Texas. And they have a lot of different things that they're doing, but one of the things they're not doing as readily as some of our more mature population is engaging in the outdoors. The survey actually says that only about 23% of adults in the state of Texas have outdoor-oriented pastimes. Also, when you start looking at some of the things that are happening with Texas Parks and Wildlife, the lion's share of our revenue comes from license, registration, and tag sales. But when we look at what we've actually sold recently, less than 8% of Texans actually purchase fishing license, and less than 4% actually purchase a hunting license. So that leaves us in a little bit of a dilemma. We were on a somewhat of an uptick over the last 10 years, but since the pandemic, we're starting to move downward. And actually, when you start looking at revenues over the past year or so, we're actually behind in fishing license sales and hunting license sales. Also, boat registration is down, and other categories around registration are a little lower as well. And when you start looking at state parks also, from September of last year to September of this year, revenue has decreased, and the daily interest has also decreased. So, and this is another note, when you start looking at our staff, attrition has become a big issue for us, especially amongst our more mature population who has decided to start retiring. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that a little later on. But why do we need engagement? One of the big things is to create more relevance about in between our growing population. And also, when we start looking at the sustainability of the mission of Texas Parks and Wildlife, we've got to have the full scale of the people across the state of Texas engaged in having an appreciation for the outdoors. So one of the things that we did, we actually created a strategic plan that started this fall, and it's going to go through the fall of 2028, around inclusion. And we're asking all of our departments to engage in different parts of that plan. There are 3 areas that we focus on in the plan. One is recruitment, the other one is retention, the other one is education and engagement. And in that education and engagement piece, we're also looking at how we can better serve the ADA community. So some of the objectives of the plan, first of all, is looking at how we can create a more inclusive work environment, how we can also understand the cultures of different folks who are trying to engage, how we can also look at our outreach program and evaluate those programs and make sure that they're serving this broader public and this changing demographic. Some of the projects that we've engaged in, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of those in a minute, is looking at our social media, looking at our volunteer engagement, who's volunteering and where, broadening our recruitment strategy, looking at engaging urban youth in some of the outdoor activities as well, because we haven't traditionally done a really good job of that. Also looking at our external customers and finding out who's there and who's not. So some of the things that our divisions are doing, and all of our divisions have taken on the task of trying to create more inclusion within their division and with some of the activities they're doing. So I'll just highlight a few. I don't have opportunity to go through all of them, but first of all, communications has done an extremely good job of creating more images and putting different images of all of the people representation across the state of Texas on our social media and different places. They've also done a great job of soliciting some funds to do different campaigns. One of the shooting sports funds has yielded an increase of open email rates by 47%. We've also looked at a women's angler campaign, which has been used to survey over 391,000 females. So that's really good. Another thing that they've done is a texting campaign. We're actually sending texts out to folks for license renewals, and that has resulted in over $10,000 worth of revenue. Our state parks has also done a great job. State parks has issued what we call a community engagement pass, which allows at least 20 people from the community to go out on a pass. And they're targeting groups that have not traditionally gone out to state parks, and they're getting engaged through these community passes, and we're really excited about that. They have also added what we call grid accessibility wheelchairs to 10 different parks, so people that are challenged physically can still go around and enjoy the parks. One of the other things, and Rodney will probably toot the horn about this at another time, we have one of the first parks in the nation to do what they call tag accessibility, where there are links for people that have visual or auditory challenges to actually understand the park and receive some of the interpretive services. Our coastal fisheries has done an outstanding job actually doing distance learning. They actually have reached out to a number of Title I schools, which are some of the disadvantaged schools, economically disadvantaged schools, and they've been able to share some education with over 4,300 individuals. Our Wildlife Division has partnered with a group that actually Commissioner Bell shared with us called 100 Ranchers, and we're starting to go out and participate in some of their activities as well. When it comes to hiring and attrition, we talked about this a little earlier. One of the other things that we recognize is over the next 5 years, 35% of our employees will be able to retire. So to address some of that, first of all, law enforcement has started doing something called a Women in Law Enforcement Conference, where women are looking at how to gain other women attraction to law enforcement careers, and talk about how they can promote and how they can be more engaged in law enforcement. The other thing that I'm very excited about, and I've worked with our Human Resources group, is the Human Resources group has collaborated with state parks, and they created a toolkit that can be used at over 200 of our locations across the state. They also created a video on how to apply for jobs. And if you've ever applied for a government job, it's a little different than private sector. So that's a really good video. They've also added military occupational specialty codes to all of our job postings. We only have 5 recruiters on staff, 2 for law enforcement and 3 for the rest of the agency. So we also recruited 67 folks across the state to help with recruitment. And they also hosted a virtual career fair for over 200 students. Some other actions that we have is we have an urban advisory committee, and we have 23 members on that committee. And one of the things we've done with that committee is having a standing opportunity for our state parks, communications, and our R3 folks to come out and talk about things that they're doing and pass it by the committee and get feedback on how to reach these urban audiences. Also, we've been reaching out to different parts of our agencies to find out what we're actually doing right now when it comes to reaching urban youth and how we can accelerate some of the things that we're doing. The other thing that we've done that I think is very good is we've increased our non-traditional university partners. We're actually engaged now with UT San Antonio and UT Rio Grande Valley. Very excited about that partnership. There's some internship opportunities that are going to come out of those 2 engagements as well. And we are in the process of creating what we call an agency-wide community engagement dashboard, where we can track who's coming out to our parks and participating in different events, but also look at who's missing. And with that, that was really quick. Are there any questions? That was speed, man. Well, I'm telling you. I'm
well done. Questions?
I got a comment.
Yes.
And it's not to you. It's to Chad.
Nah.
if we've only got that many hunting and fishing licenses being bought, there's got to be a lot of folks out there that need tickets.
Any other questions?
This is Commissioner Bell, just a comment. I think one of the most interesting things about when you look at the state and all the numbers, the state is growing at such a rate. And right now we're sitting, I guess we're sitting on the cusp of 30 million people. The statistics say that I think we had 10 million park visits last year, but we've got at least 75% of those, 80% of those 30 million live in urban areas. Only 2/3 of those folks are saying they've had any real outdoor experience. So there's this incredible population of 18 to 20 million people across the state from El Paso to Beaumont. By the way, it's a longer drive from Beaumont to El Paso than it is from Beaumont to Chicago. Yeah. But there's this incredible group of people that can get out and visit, that we can get exposed to. And if you get a chance, those grit wheelchairs, those things are cool. Right, I mean, what those chairs enable people to do that might not have been able to get out on the trail and now get that exposure, and also with the other kind of assistive pieces for people that might have sight impairment or hearing impairment to be able to participate in all the nature and cultural pieces. We've got some great state parks, and also with the deal we've done with the kind of co-branding on the park grants, where we're working with the smaller communities, mid-sized communities, and large communities, so that it's not just state parks, it's the county, city parks that also might have a TPWD logo on it because we've helped provide funds. It's a great opportunity to really expand the overall park family and get people involved in these conservation activities, which have gotten really popular since COVID. And you're not really down as much right now on park state visits as much as we had. The previous 2 years were record years. Yeah. Right, so we've still got great numbers. It's just been record years in 21 and 22, correct, Rodney? So we've still got great attendance, but not record year attendance, but we'll say close to record. Okay, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Buggs, the one slide that's astounding to me is, I think your first one, Wildlife Values Study. And it shows Texas at a far right accelerated mutualism. Tell me what accelerated mutualism is, and I'm not sure that's the bucket that I wish that Texas was in. That's comparative to, let's see, California, Washington. So what's going on there? What is accelerated mutualism?
Well, there are different buckets there. What we want are more people that have a traditionalist value, which they see hunting and fishing and all those types of different things as a part of conservation. It's appreciated. It's a thing that you engage in. Mutualism says that we still appreciate the outdoors, but we look at it more from a wildlife viewing and from a protection standpoint, less hunting and fishing. It's more protection. So that's kind of the direction we come in. And we've got a lot of young folks that are moving to the state, and they just see things differently. But one of the things that we've got to do, and it's part of my edict and all of our edicts, is how we educate them on the value of what we call traditionally conservation and get them to start thinking about the value of going out and trying to hunt and fish and so on and so forth as a part of conservation. So we've got some work to do. But yeah, when you start looking at the diaspora folks that are moving here and the young folks' views of the outdoors and the wildlife, they don't look at it the way that some of us more traditional folks look at it. And it's not unheard of. A lot of states are starting to trend that way, but we're all looking forward to our R3 program taking off a little bit more to help with some of that.
So, and the second slide that was surprising to me is less than 8 and less than 4 fishing and hunting, respectively, have licenses.
Yes.
Have we tracked that, or do we have the data over the last 25 years on a percentage of the population? What are the percentage of people that held a hunting license in Texas and fishing license?
We do have some of that data. I don't have it right now. We can get that for you. But we do know that hunting has been decreasing for quite some time. Fishing kind of stagnates. Now, one of the things I will say this, Younger people are now starting to fish a little bit more, but when you're under 17, you don't have to have a license. So we can't count those folks.
It'd be interesting to look at those numbers on a percentage.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we actually have those figures in our R3 plan. So we show human population growth in Texas, but also the growth in hunting licenses and fishing licenses. Hunting licenses, of course, we average over many years. We're seeing a growth of about 1% a year in hunting license sales, a growth of about 2% a year annually in fishing license sales. But of course, that's not keeping up pace with the proportional growth in human population. But those figures are in our R3 plan. We can get that to you.
Okay. Yeah, those are just absolute numbers that are rising 1 or 2% versus percentage of population.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Very informative. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Sorry to make you the last for the day. But the last is always the best. All right. With that, Dr. Yaskowitz, this commission has completed its work session business, and I declare us adjourned at 5:09 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.